Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Harry raised as new Dark Lord after Voldemort fall. Here is short summary. After Voldemort's fall, Harry is manipulated into embracing dark magic and rising as the new Dark Lord. As the lines blur between hero and villain, the wizarding world faces a terrifying new era. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The apparated back to the ministry and made their way to the large training room that was reserved for the Aurors. They greeted a few people as they passed by the other Aurors' cubicles and opened the door to see that Ron was already dueling with Dawlish. "Shall we get started then?" Harry asked her. Ginny grinned. "You're on." The two faced each other, neither ready to fire. It was always a toss-up on who would win when she and Harry fought, although there had been a time when he would have won every single time. Ginny had worked tirelessly to improve and she knew Harry better than anyone else. It made knowing how he was going to react easier. Finally he started the duel by attempting to stun her, which she blocked easily. She retaliated with a furnunculus curse, but he rolled away and threw another hex at her. On it went, trading spells back and forth, neither hitting the other for 10 minutes before Ginny managed to hit him with a tickling charm. He started to laugh uncontrollably as he fell to his knees. She walked over and pointed her wand at his head. "I win." She jumped aside when he tried to trip her. "Stop the tickling," he managed to gasp. "Finite incantatum," she said, and he stopped laughing. "Honestly, mate, sometimes I wonder how you defeated Voldemort." Ron walked over and winked at her. "I mean, you can't even beat my baby sister in a simple duel." Ginny put her hands on her hips. "Baby sister? Does that mean you think you can beat me in a duel?" Ron's face paled. No, I know I can't. I was just teasing, honest." She continued to glare at him. "You can't kill me, Hermione go spare. We think she's—" He stopped and looked sheepishly at the floor. "Oh Ron, really?" Ginny felt her face split into a grin. "Does this mean I'm going to be an aunt?" He shrugged but smiled happily at her. "She's seeing the healer today." "That's great, mate," Harry said warmly and pulled him into a short hug. "I know you two have been wanting a baby for a while now." "It really is, Ron." She hugged her brother and poked his side affectionately. "I'm happy for you." "We don't know for sure yet, she just thinks that she is." Ron reasoned, and she could tell her brother was trying not to get his hopes up. Anyway, it would get Mum off our back about giving her grandchildren. Ginny almost felt the smile slip from her face, but she held on to it stubbornly. All of her brothers were married. Bill with Fleur, Charlie with Lark, Percy with Penelope, Fred with Piper and George with Summer. She was the only one who was not married, probably never would be, and the pain of it almost got to her. It would have if Hermione had not come running into the training room and distracting Ginny from her painful thoughts. Hermione's happy face was all Ron needed, and he scooped her up and spun them around. When he finally stopped, they keyed tenderly. "I had to come and tell you. Tonks let me in and—" Ron stopped his wife's ramblings with another key. "I love you," Ginny heard him whisper. The dark that constantly swirled around her started to close in again. Why was everyone happy but her? What had she done to deserve this? She was snapped back from her mood forcefully by Harry's hand on her shoulder. "That's brilliant," Harry crowed, leaving Ginny's side, and pulled Hermione into a big hug. "Congratulations." "Thanks, Harry." Her glowing face turned to Ginny and she was ready, her perfect mask in place. "I'm so happy for me, Hermione." Ginny hugged her sister-in-law as warmly as she could manage. Everyone gave her a puzzled look at her strange pronouncement. "I've been telling all 6 of my idiotic brothers to get on with procreating so that I could be an aunt, and now I finally get my wish." "Oh you." Hermione laughed along with everyone else before turning back to her husband. "I have to get back to work, but I just couldn't keep it to myself." Ginny tuned away from the happy couple as Ron walked his wife out of the training room. She saw that Harry was studying her closely. "I saw Jen," he said quietly. She looked around and noticed that the room was empty before turning angrily on him. "I held it in," she replied defensively. "I know, but you almost didn't. Are you jealous?" She shrugged, honestly unsure of exactly what the problem was. Does it really matter? You could be happy. You know I can't. I've been trying for years to get over it and I haven't managed it yet. You're one to talk. You are just as miserable as I am. She scuffed her foot and turned away from him. Ever since my first year I have been living one huge lie. First it was pretending I was not possessed and then it was pretending that I was fine with everything. I was the good student, popular and well liked. As a bonus I was great at Quidditch. She glanced sideways at him. Then I become an Auror and together you and I have caught the most Death Eater and stopped countless murders but I still feel like Dragon Dung. Ginny, I know. He almost reached for her but stopped himself. To the rest of the world we appear to have it all but inside, his voice trailed off. This isn't getting us anywhere. All we're doing is feeling sorry for ourselves. Ginny hunched her shoulders. He was lost in thought for several minutes. Why is it harder on us? He sighed and started to pace. Have you ever wondered that? Why are we the ones who are suffering and can't move on? She snorted. I have pondered over that many times and all I can think of is that we were the only ones to see him die. He nodding, knowing whom she was referring to. Maybe it was seeing both of them die. We were hit with that wave of. He nodded. Pure evil. We could tell Hermione, ask for help. She works for the Department of Mysteries and this is just the sort of mystery she thrives on. Ginny thought aloud but immediately dismissed it. Never mind, we can't do that to her, especially not now. No, we can't worry her with this. We've lived with it this long. I think we can survive a bit longer. He finally did what she'd been longing for since they had started talking and pulled her to him. She gave into his strength, feeling pathetic for not being able to take care of herself. I always feel better when I hold you. He informed her and she jumped slightly. Seriously? She asked hopefully, letting her guard down even more, pleading with her voice that he not hurt her. Yes, I don't feel so alone when you're with me. Sometimes I can be in a room with 20 other people and still feel like I am by myself. He explained quietly. I feel better right now too although I feel weak for wanting this. Ginny said against his chest and she felt his cheek rest against the top of her head. Does that make me weak as well? She giggled. I guess it does. We are quite the pair. He sighed. We are quite the mess. She reminded him. He lifted his head but pulled her in closer. We're the top Aurors in the ministry. And yet, we can't stop having nightmares like two small children. She finished. He laughed. You know what else is scary? She looked up at him, grinning cheekily. The fact that we sound like Fred and George. His face sobered and he watched her closely. We should get out of here. We have to pack so that we can leave first thing tomorrow. Are you okay? She questioned, suddenly concerned. You aren't hiding something, are you? No, I'm just worried about someone coming in on us. He let go and started to walk slowly towards the door. We have to leave really early tomorrow. Sharon said our portkey is set for 4 a.m. What time will that be in San Diego? Ginny asked him. Too bloody early. He opened the door and walked out to find Kingsley. We'll get there at 8 p.m. so we could go straight to the hotel and get back to sleep if we want. They located him quickly and Harry explained that they were leaving to pack and get to bed early. He studied them both before speaking in his slow, deep voice. Have a safe trip and bring back a souvenir for me. Ginny smiled cynically at his reference to their quarry. He may refer to Walden McNair as a trinket but she and Harry had been tracking him for months and he'd been located in California the day before. We'll bring you something nice, I'm sure. She said honestly. The press would be elated to have him in custody and might get off their back about not making any progress. Muggles were still being killed even though Voldemort was long dead and gone. There were rumors about who was organizing it but nothing substantial to place the finger of blame. We'll be going then. Tomorrow morning we'll come very early. Harry informed their boss and the two left to go to the apparition point in the ministry's atrium. Are you all packed? Harry asked her, and Ginny turned to see him leaning against the doorframe. She smiled as she zipped her small tote. All set. I'm heading to bed then. I'll wake you up as soon as I'm done with my shower. He looked at her for a moment longer. Good night. Night, she whispered and turned back to her bed and climbed under the covers. Sleep overcame her easily. He's escaped, Ginny whispered in horror as she looked at the report that Kingsley Shacklebolt had just handed her before remembering herself and returning the determined expression to her face. We'll just have to find him again. She watched Harry pace in front of their boss. When did he out? He finally stopped to stare hard at Kingsley. He was reported missing just over an hour ago. We don't have a more precise time. He drawled slowly. I expect you two to locate him. We will, Ginny assured him. I've gotten Lucius Malfoy once and I can do it again. Right, Harry agreed. You can count on us. What about Draco? She asked suddenly. He's still in his cell. The older man replied. Lucius escaped and left his own son in prison. Harry questioned and Ginny could tell that he was not really surprised. Their boss sighed. He did. I will speak with you later when we have more information. They both watched the stately black man walk away before Ginny let go a string of swear words. Why won't that man stop tormenting me? I don't know, Jen. He replied honestly. We'll get him though. He needs to pay for nearly killing you. She glared hard at the parchment. I'm going to make him really regret it this time, Harry. Going to Azkaban is not recompense enough for giving me that damn diary. We'll get him, he reiterated, and she could hear the determination in his voice. Ginny's eyes flew open and she let out an exasperated cry. Why wouldn't the dreams leave her? She sighed and got up to go to Harry's room. She opened the door and saw him open his eyes and blink several times as if trying to awaken fully. She made her way over to him and pulled back the covers before climbing in. She scooted over and cuddled up next to him. What happens if we never catch Lucius Malfoy? Will the war ever truly be over while he's on the loose? It may not be over, but I'm sure we'll get him. We've gotten several leads over the past few months since he escaped, and we almost got him last month. Harry reminded her calmly. It's not enough. I want him to pay, Harry. Maybe if I feel vindicated then I'll be able to move on. I promise you'll be able to hex him as soon as he's caught. He hugged her. Go to sleep. We have to be up in 5 hours. Harry. She looked up at him. He mumbled, his eyes already half closed. You'll let me sleep in, right? The laughter rumbled deeply through his chest. I'll let you sleep as long as possible. Ginny looked loving at Harry as they danced together in a sunny meadow. They glided over the smooth grass. I love you, Ginny, Harry said to her as he kissed her temple. I love you too, Harry. I've always loved you, she told him, and felt completely safe in saying it out loud. This was a haven, a place she could dream the dreams she wanted and ignore the evil that plagued her every other living moment. She so rarely came to the meadow, and when she did, Ginny made sure to enjoy every moment of it. Harry kissed her again before letting go. I have to go now. You sleep. Please don't. She felt the tears form but held them back. I need you. He gazed down at her sadly. I need you too, but this can't be. He turned and walked away, and Ginny felt the small piece of her heart that remained whole start to ache horribly. She opened her eyes slowly and looked about Harry's room. It was still dark, and she noted vaguely that Harry was not beside her. She listened carefully and heard the shower turn on before she rolled over to hug his pillow. She could rest for another 10 minutes before he'd be coming to wake her. Ginny. She awoke with a start and looked blearily at Harry. Do we have any hot water left? He laughed. I still don't understand how you can be so witty at 3 in the morning. It's a gift. She grumbled and shoved the warm blankets off of her. She shivered slightly as she got up and crossed her arms to walk towards the shower. Once in the steam-filled room, she stripped and turned on the warm jets before stepping under their refreshing spray. She washed quickly and turned off the water. She stepped out of the shower and into the warm mist that filled the room. She quickly toweled herself off and began to rub the water out of her shoulder-length wavy hair. Ginny stilled and looked at the fogged-up mirror. She ran her hand over the smooth glass, leaving a cleared trail in its wake and water beading up to run down to the sink. She gazed into her chocolate brown eyes before surveying the rest of her face. She had bags under her eyes that blemished her naturally pale skin. The freckles that she had hated as a child were still there but faded and not as conspicuous. Her face was round and she knew that eventually she would look exactly like her mother. She'd seen pictures of her mum when she'd been 20 and they could have just as easily been pictures of her. "Ginny," Harry called through the door. "Are you almost through? We have to leave in a few minutes." "Yes, I just need to put clothes on," she yelled back, but he didn't respond. She grabbed her robe from the hook on the wall and threw it on hastily. She opened the door and found him standing there. "What?" she asked him. He didn't speak for a moment. "Your hair is still wet. I forgot my wand." "Oh." He pulled his own wand out and waved it over her and she felt her hair dry instantly. "Thanks." She smiled at him. "I'll be ready to leave in 3 minutes." She walked quickly back to her room to dress. She emerged a few minutes later with her bag in hand. She found him waiting on the couch. "All set," she informed him, and he stood. Together they apparated to the portkey office and checked in with the witch at the desk. The older woman spoke in a nasally, monotone voice. "You have 2 minutes to move down the hall and enter room 3. There you will be instructed to take hold of the charmed object that will take you to your destination." She handed them a slip of parchment. "Have a nice trip." "Thank you," Ginny replied as she took the offered paper. Together they walked down to the specified room and through the door. "Good morning," a small man with a large mustache said brightly. "Your portkey leaves in just under a minute. Please take hold and have a safe trip." He handed them a large roll of silver tape. Harry and Ginny each held an end with one hand and their bags in the other. The second hand on the clock above them moved slowly towards their appointed departure time. When it finally reached 4 a.m. she felt the jerk behind her navel and they were off. Ginny felt herself land hard and had to work at staying on her feet. Good evening and welcome to beautiful San Diego, land of palm trees and gorgeous beaches that are mercifully populated by scantily clad women year-round. A jovial young wizard said before winking at her. "Please proceed through the doors to have your papers checked at security and enjoy your time with us in the great US of A." "Right." Harry glared at him before taking her arm and guiding her out the door. When it shut she turned on him. "What was that? I don't know about these Americans." He looked back at the door as if checking to make sure the man was not following them. She smacked his arm. "I meant you. Why did you drag me out of there like that?" He grinned sheepishly at her. "Sorry, he was flirting with you and my instincts kicked in." "He was not flirting with me, and may I remind you that I am a big girl, I can take care of myself." Ginny sighed. "Let's go." She moved off towards the security guard who was reading a magazine. She took out her official ministry papers and handed them over. "Ginevra Weasley, here on official or business from England." "Harry Potter, same." He handed over his own set of papers. The security man scanned them quickly. "Everything's in order, you can go." He handed back their papers and they walked out into the cold night air. "Isn't California supposed to be warm all the time?" Ginny asked as they looked around the brightly street. She looked up and noticed a sign that said, "Gas Lamp District." There were muggles everywhere, but she and Harry had dressed appropriately. They had been warned that the magical community in Southern California usually did not wear the traditional robes. "I don't know," he replied distractedly as he studied a map. "Come on. The hotel is this way." He led her over several blocks until they found a brick building that looked conspicuously out of place. None of the other buildings along the row were brick and the sign outside said, "Last one standing." "Here we are." Harry pulled the door open and held it for her. "Thank you," she said as she entered. She looked around the bright lobby before heading over to the check-in desk. "Reservation for Weasley and Potter." "Of course." The friendly woman looked through a ledger. "I have a reservation for Potter, 2 people." "That would be it," Ginny confirmed and looked questioningly at Harry, who simply shrugged. "Just the one night will be 8 galleons." She informed them and Harry paid her. "Here is your room key. You are up the stairs and to the left. Room 26. Enjoy your stay with us, and if you need anything please flow us here at the front desk." Ginny and Harry moved up the stairs to their room. She unlocked the door and pushed it open to reveal a spacious room, including a fireplace, table, chairs and couch. She grinned when she noticed one other feature. The room only had one large bed. Guess we are bunking together. Oh, I would love to have seen Sharon's face when she flowed in the reservations. Harry closed the door and quickly performed several advanced locking and monitoring charms on it. He turned and surveyed the room as well. I can kip on the couch if you'd like. That would be pointless. You'd just have to crawl into bed with me when I have a nightmare. She set her bag down and opened it, rummaging for her notes. We should work on our plan for tomorrow for several hours and then sleep. I agree, Harry said, and he too gathered some notes before sitting down at the small table. She sat down and kicked off her shoes so that she could curl her legs underneath her. We are meeting the American Aurors at 8 a.m. in a town just east of here called Alpine. The apparition point is the back room of a restaurant called the Bread Basket. From there we will move in Muggle automobiles to the location where the suspect is thought to be hiding. Once we have positively identified him, then the team will move in to apprehend him. I hate that we can't take him down ourselves, Harry muttered as he made a few notes on the extradition forms they had brought along. Ginny laughed. I agree, but you know Americans. They always have to do it themselves. She looked over at what he was writing. No, it's MAC, not MC. We don't want to have the forms wrong. Walden McNair. He wrote it out correctly after magically wiping his mistake. Got it. What is his age again? He looked up at Ginny expectantly as she rifled through her notes. We broke up, Harry told her when she's asked after Celia's whereabouts. She had been under the impression that the woman would be joining the rest of the Weasleys for Christmas. I'm sorry, Harry. She tried to hide her elation, but apparently she had not done a wonderful job. He chuckled. No, you're not. I know you didn't like her and it's all right. We just didn't suit. I tried to like her, but she was just too perfect. Ginny said defensively. It's hard not to feel like a slob around someone that perfect. He shrugged. She wasn't perfect. She looked perfect, Ginny retorted. She was jealous of you. He finally said. She didn't like that we were so close. She would glare at me every time I mentioned getting an owl from you. Oh, her conscience overtook her. I hope you didn't up over me. No, she just didn't understand me. I tried to explain to her what it's like to be us. The situation cleared in Ginny's mind. She didn't understand that we still relive it all the time. No. She thinks that meeting with a mind healer will help. He straightened an ornament that hung on the large Christmas tree that sat in the living room of the burrow. I gave up. I've met with the mind healer that McGonagall arranged for. She came to Hogwarts at least 20 times and we have talked it all through, but nothing helped. She finally said that therapy was just not going to stop my dreams. He nodded. How is your last year going? Lonely. She tried to laugh but failed. He pulled her to him for a hug. I miss you too. It's not the same without you. She relished these rare moments when she was in his arms and she didn't want to ruin it with depressing thoughts. I'm studying hard so that I'll get into the Auror training program. He chuckled. I bet you're also ignoring all the poor boys at Hogwarts. Everyone is studying. She answered evasively. Do you know who your partner will be yet? Will they let you and Ron work together? No. He let go over her and walked over to stare into the fire. We've both asked, but for some reason Kingsley refused. We won't be assigned partners for a while anyway. Maybe you and I could work together. She said cautiously. I'll only be a year behind you. He turned to her with a genuine smile. That would be great, Jen. The scene faded and soon she was running to the Quidditch pitch to meet Colin after her charms newt. He had left a note in the common room for her to meet him and she was already 5 minutes late. She got there, out of breath, but could not see her friend anywhere. Turning around to study the stands, she stumbled backwards slightly but caught her balance quickly. The stands were all empty. Maybe he's left already, she mused aloud. She still didn't know why he wanted to meet her out here. Don't move, a cold, drawling voice said from behind her that she recognized it instantly as Draco Malfoy. Cursing her stupidity for walking into an obvious trap and the fact that her wand was tucked into her robes, she tried to think quickly of how to get out of this situation. What do you want, ferret f asterisk 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 Oh, harsh words from the Gryffindor whore. He replied evenly. Oh wait, you can't be a whore if no one wants to shag you. Quite pathetic really. She could hear him advancing slowly on her from behind. Turn around and do not reach for your wand. I'll have to kill you if you do. Ginny turned slowly around to face him and was shocked to see that the once kempt boy was skeletally thin and his hair hung in long clumps all around his face. I repeat, what do you want? Vengeance will be mine, Weaslett. You sent my father to prison and I'm going to torture you for it. He laughed manically. She studied his eyes and noted that the intelligent, calculating look they had once held was gone. His face told her plainly that he was utterly insane. Did it take you a whole year to come up with a plan to get me? Crucio! He yelled and she was hit with the curse. She fell to her knees, blinded by the pain, but she did not cry out. After what seemed like an hour he finally lifted the curse. You will not talk back to me or I will punish you again. I'll say what I please. She informed him as she held her stomach and slowly slid her hand towards where her wand was kept. If she could get him to curse her again, then she might have a chance to get to her wand. You look like the back end of a troll, Draco. Haven't you ever heard of a shower? She'd managed it, Crucio, he yelled. She rolled on the ground, trying to focus on getting her wand and not the horrific pain that was pulsating through her. He held her under the curse longer before finally lifting it, but it didn't matter. She had her wand. We are leaving now, he informed her imperiously. She grinned up at him. I don't think so. She whipped out her wand and stunned him. He did not even have a chance to react. Slowly Ginny pulled herself to her feet and stumbled over to where he lay on the hard ground. You always were too stupid for your own good. She kicked him hard in the ribs before binding him with ropes and levitating him. The walk up to the castle was agony on her abused body, but she kept walking steadily until she'd reached the front doors. She looked up at the castle and breathed a sigh of relief. Ginny opened her eyes to find Harry looking down at her, his head resting on his elbow. I was just about to wake you, he whispered. Draco, she said slowly, and he nodded. We have to get up soon. She tugged gently at his arm until he laid down next her. She put her head on his shoulder and he hugged her to him. I need this right now, just for a little while. Okay, he said softly as he ran a hand over her hair. I think I need it too. That's him, Harry muttered darkly to the tall blonde man who was leading the raid. He had introduced himself to Harry and Ginny that morning at the restaurant as Kevin Parker. Are you sure? His voice was mild as he asked. Ginny nodded. That is definitely Walden McNair. I'd know that ugly face anywhere. Okay. He pushed the button on the window to roll it up. He then made a motion to the oars that had taken up position around the house. Slowly they moved in and surrounded the garden where McNair was working. I still can't believe he lives in a Muggle neighborhood, Harry mused. I agree, she said as she studied the coordinated movements of the 7 oars through her omnioculars. They had already cast the anti-disapparation wards and Muggle-repelling charms so that the neighbors would not notice anything. She didn't think it would matter anyway. The houses were fairly spread out in this area. Harry grabbed Ginny's hand and squeezed it. They were both hoping that McNair would lead them to Malfoy. She watching in fascination as the duel started. Spells were shot rapidly at the man who drew his wand and returned fire. The temptation to leap from the BMW and help in the fight was almost overwhelming. Just relax, they know what they're doing, Kevin said from the front seat. We may not have had the war that you did, but we are certainly capable of taking in pieces of shit like him. I just want to be out there, Ginny exclaimed, although she could see it was not needed. With a sigh of relief she saw that McNair was being bound and levitated to a waiting car. Harry grinned at her. Now comes the fun part. Paperwork. Bah, you don't really have to do much. A few papers signed and he's all yours, Kevin said evenly. Ginny studied him closely. I'm surprised that you weren't out there. I'd been given orders to babysit you too. He chuckled at their looks of revulsion. Ginny did not appreciate being compared to a child. It makes us Americans look bad if you get hurt, and both of you have a reputation for diving into a fight head first. We have a reputation, she probed indignantly. Yup. He looked in the rear view mirror before starting the engine and pulling out to follow behind the other cars. We've all heard stories of Harry, you know, with the whole Voldemort thing. She hid her smile when she saw Harry's disgust. You've heard of me, even over here. Of course we have, but mostly we hear about this pretty redhead who kicks ass. He turned the car onto a main road. I was really glad to see that the stories were right. Well, at least about you being pretty, and all. Ginny felt her face flush and she looked out the window, uncomfortable with the attention. She had learned to blend into the background at home and the men in her life treated her that way. She had stopped liking the attention after Harry had killed Voldemort, and although she had tried to ignore it, but the feeling had only grown stronger. She only enjoyed attention from Harry and the men in her family. Kevin seemed to have noticed her withdrawal. I hope I didn't offend you, he told her, and she could feel the sincerity of his words. No, she turned back to face him and noticed from the corner of her eyes that Harry's hands were clenched in his lap. She reached over and took one of the tight fists in her own. He seemed to relax more, but his posture was still rigid. He was always protective of her, and he had been ever since that horrendous day when he'd finally beaten Voldemort. He also knew that it annoyed her when he acted like her older brother. He usually refrained from cursing someone who was trying to flirt with her. Good. They had stopped at a light. Kevin turned around and immediately grinned when he saw their linked hands. So that's how it is. He winked conspiratorially at them. I had no clue. You two hide it well. She opened her mouth to contradict him, but Harry beat her to it. We try and keep the manner of our relationship quiet. It's unprofessional to discuss it while working, and also there is the press to consider. In England I'm a bloody celebrity and they are always trying to get a story on me. Ginny's mouth fell open at his words and she gaped at him. He had just implied that they were a couple, but he hadn't actually lied to the other man. Impressed, despite herself, at his cunning, she decided not to hex him for being an overprotective git. Where are we headed now? She asked Kevin. A city about 20 minutes from here called La Mesa. We don't have our government in one location like you do in London, but it still works for us. He answered. McNair's extradition papers will be processed there and then we will send you downtown and on your way back to England. Good, Harry said under his breath. It's a shame you didn't get to see the beaches or some of the local sights. We have a ghost that lives in a Muggle hotel, and as far as I know she is the only one in the world that does not reside in a magical building. It's called the Hotel del Coronado. They were now speeding along a large Muggle road that Kevin told them was called the Interstate. The mountains surrounding them were barren except for sparse shrubbery that looked dead. Why do you use Muggle transportation? Harry posed. Kevin's face darkened. September 11th. Oh, they both said together, and she nodded in understanding. Most of the world had been shocked by the events that had transpired a year earlier. Since the attacks, the Muggles have become more cautious and wary. Rather than risk getting caught by them, we've switched a few things over to the Muggle way, even if it is slower. He switched lanes to pass a rusting auto that Ginny thought looked like a ball on wheels. You two really should go and at least see the beach down by Coronado. Our portkey leaves at 5 p.m. Ginny informed him. We don't really have time and neither of us can drive well enough to manage on the wrong side of the road. He laughed. You can apparate there, so don't worry about driving on the right side. Our government has a huge house on the beach for housing foreign dignitaries and there is an apparition point in it. He smiled as he looked in the rear view mirror at them. It's going to take us several hours to process McNair and you don't need to be there for it. You should go and enjoy yourselves. It's so beautiful, Ginny cried as she watched the waves crash onto shore. Harry laughed and grinned down at her. Yeah, it is. He walked forward towards the water, his shoes in his right hand and his jeans rolled up, but he stopped before the waves could reach him. She followed closely behind before dropping her own shoes and running forward to stick her feet in the cool water. The sand ran pleasantly through her toes and for a moment she felt the weight that constantly rested on her lift. She spread her arms wide and twirled around, enjoying the feeling of the wind whipping around her and the waves splashing at her ankles. "You look like a kid doing that," Harry said, and she could see he was smiling. She beamed at him and ran towards him before she could stop herself. She jumped and flung her arms around his neck and he caught her about the waist and spun around with her. They both shared a laugh and fell on to the dry sand, Ginny resting on top of him. She put her head on his chest and enjoyed the feeling of being held and for that moment being free from the pain and not having to wear a mask. "We have to go soon," Harry reminded her. "I know," she murmured against him, but she tried to bury herself deeper into his arms. He obliged and held on to her even tighter. "I don't want to face it yet. It is peaceful here," he agreed. She looked up at him, losing herself momentarily in his amazing eyes. "Why can't we always feel like this?" He glanced away for a second before returning to her gaze. "We will someday. We'll figure out what happened and then we'll be able to stop the nightmares." She pushed herself up and he sat up as well, but she did not move from his lap. She rested her head on his shoulder and he put his arms around her. "It isn't just the dreams though. I think I could handle the bad dreams if they were it, but I always feel like the world is such a horrible place for me and that I can't ever be happy." She felt him sigh heavily. "I feel it too. It's worse than before I killed him. Even when I was missing Sirius there were still moments when I could laugh and feel happy, but now, I have to pretend. The only time I feel even vaguely content is when I'm holding you." Ginny nodded in agreement. She only felt content when she was in his arms as well, but for a different reason since she was in love with him. "Do you suppose that is because of our bond?" She tried never to think about the Chamber of Secrets, but now the thoughts filtered into her mind and she shuddered in revulsion. "I've already thought of that," he said dismissively. "But the debt has been repaid. You have saved my life as many times as I have saved yours. Then why do we feel so?" She couldn't even begin to think of a word strong enough to describe the oppressive darkness that always surrounded her. "Maybe we should seek help," he finally replied, but he didn't sound enthusiastic about it. She shook her head. The idea of telling anyone else about it made her feel ill and paranoid. She had tried to explain it before and she had been told repeatedly that time would heal her. When she insisted that it wouldn't, the healers had started looking at her like she was crazy. They could lose their jobs if they talked to the wrong person. "Let's go back." She stood up slowly and held a hand out to help him up. "He is all yours," Harry said with a yawn to the hit wizards that were waiting for them at the ministry. Ginny signed one last piece of parchment. "We'll be back in the morning to question him and then he can be remanded to Azkaban. I want 2 guards on him at all times and he should not be woken for any reason." "Yes, ma'am," the man replied. He appeared to be in his 40s and he spoke with a Scottish accent. "Thank you." She smiled gratefully at him and she and Harry both apparated back to their flat. It was just after 1 a.m. and they were both exhausted from traveling. "That went well," Harry commented as he walked down the hall to his room. Ginny dropped her bag in her room before moving down to his room. She sat on the bed and watched him unpack the few clothes he had brought. "I agree. Sometimes it is questionable whether or not someone is going to die when we are bringing in a Death Eater, and other times I have to wonder how it is that we feared them when they can't even put up a decent defense." He grinned and pulled out his pajamas. "Are you sleeping in here tonight?" She got up and gave him a small smile. "I might as well. I can't seem to go one night without a nightmare anymore." She walked out to change in her own room before returning to join him in his large bed. "Dear Tom," Ginny saw herself right. I saw Harry play Quidditch today and he was amazing. I wish I could play like that. I know you do. Tom Riddle's distinctive handwriting appeared when her words had vanished. Tell me more about Harry. He's so brave, Ginny informed him. He defeated you-know-who as a baby. I am unfamiliar with you-know-who. Can you tell me more? Tom asked her. He's this evil wizard that tried to kill all the Muggle-born witches and wizards. Ginny wrote quickly. He killed my uncles. I'm sorry to hear that. Tom wrote back consolingly. Does this evil man have a name? I can't spell it, but it starts with a V. She wrote. That's all right. Tell me more about Harry. He's just so wonderful. I wish he noticed me. What makes him wonderful? Tom asked. He saved the Sorcerer's Stone last year from you-know-who. Well, my brother and Hermione helped him, but he got through a bunch of protections set out by the professors to save it. Tom did not respond immediately. Do you think he would risk his life to save a friend? Of course he would, she told him. He's a hero. Ginny woke up sobbing hard at the memories she had just relived. It was the time when she had given Voldemort all he needed to know about Harry and she still berated herself over it. Shish. Harry soothed her with his voice as he pulled her on top of him and ran his hands along her back. I've got you. It only made her cry harder. She didn't deserve to have him and yet she didn't think she could survive without him. I saw myself betraying you to him, with the diary. I told him you'd save me if he made me go down to the chamber. It isn't your fault, Jin. You were a kid. You wouldn't have been so stupid. She uttered the words and her hatred for herself intensified. Maybe if we hadn't ignored you all that year you wouldn't have felt the need to write to him. He said quietly. Ginny could hear that he was angry. If we would have listened to you then nothing would have happened, but neither Ron nor I even noticed that you were in trouble. I look back and I want to hit myself for not getting to know you sooner. You did what you could. I had that stupid crush on you and I couldn't talk when you were near me. I just kept making a fool of myself anytime I was around you. He was silent for a whole minute before he spoke again. I was dreaming about the chamber too, but it was me now looking at my 12-year-old self fight off that ruddy snake. Except I wasn't watching the snake. I just kept watching you grow paler and it was making me sick to see you dying. I wanted to save you so badly and I kept yelling at the younger me to hurry up or you'd be dead. I was so scared. She felt him shake slightly and when she looked up she saw tears coming from his eyes. I don't know what I would do if I didn't have you. She put her head back down. I know, Harry. I feel the same way. Ginny walked into the Auror headquarters a week later and was immediately bombarded by her brother. Where have you been? Ron demanded. Having lunch with your better half. She replied evenly as she removed her cloak and hung it over her desk chair. Harry's in the training room destroying everything. Ron informed her hurriedly. Damn, she sighed. What happened? Ron studied her. 10 Muggles were killed, one was his cousin. Best we can figure is that it was Malfoy. The pattern is the same for the others that he has killed. I tried to talk to Harry but he banished me from the room and locked it. You know how he gets. Anyway, can you deal with Harry? Yes, I'll go curse him. Ginny got out her wand and removed her outer robes to reveal the jeans and t-shirt that she always wore under them while at work. She moved back to the training room and removed the locking charm as silently as possible. If she wasn't careful he'd detect her arrival. She opened the door and saw that he was cursing several conjured dummies with his back to her. She closed the door and locked it again before firing her favorite spell at him, the Bat Bogey Hex. He reacted quickly and blocked it before firing a cutting curse at her. She dived out of the way and started sending every powerful spell at him that she knew. He reacted quickly but she could see that he was distracted by his anger and grief. Finally he didn't dodge or block the jinx but let it hit him square in the chest. He started thrashing about but only for a moment. She lifted it and ran over to him as he fell to the ground. He was lying on the floor just looking up at her, his eyes deadened. She sat down and pulled his head into her lap so that she could run her hands through his hair. I'm so sorry, Harry, she finally whispered before gently tracing the scar on his forehead. I need to go and see my aunt. She deserves to know the truth but I'm afraid she'll hate me even more. He whispered hoarsely. Is that possible? Ginny asked quietly and the ghost of a smile flitted across his face. Probably not. He sighed as he closed his eyes. She really loathes me. I'm just glad that Uncle Vernon is dead already, or else he probably would have tried to strangle me and said it was my fault. Do you think she still blames you for his death? She inquired gently, now tracing the worry lines that marred his young face. He let out a raspy breath. I did sort of cause the heart attack. I mean, I was yelling at him right before he had it. But honestly, the man ate the worst possible foods for his health. He was bound to die young. She nodded, although she still did not completely understand Muggle medicine. Witches and wizards did not have heart attacks. Do you want me to go with you? He nodded. I don't know if I can do it alone. You won't ever have to. He stood slowly and helped her to her feet. Let's go find a fireplace and flow to Mrs. Figg's. Right. She led him out the door and they walked down to the atrium where the fireplaces were. After leaving Mrs. Figg's home, they walked quickly down to Privet Drive. When the house was in sight, Harry took her hand in his. She looked up at him questioningly. I don't want you to listen to anything she says. She can be a witch, Ginny asked innocently, and a smile forced its way onto his face. Not exactly what I was thinking, but close enough. He turned back towards the house that held only memories of hell for him and the woman who lived there. He moved purposefully towards the house but did not let go of her hand. He raised his fist and knocked. It should have sounded solid against the wooden door, but Ginny thought that the sound was more like rapping on a coffin, hollow and morbid. After a few moments, a woman opened the door. Can I help you? Harry cleared his throat. My name is Harry Potter and I'm here to see my aunt. Her nose wrinkled slightly. You're Harry. I thought Petunia said you were in prison. Ginny would have laughed if it had been any other situation. You must have misunderstood her. She smiled condescendingly at the woman. Harry is a detective. He catches criminals and sends them to prison. Ginny was very thankful at that moment that she had taken Muggle studies. She raised one perfectly tweezed eyebrow. Come in then. She moved out of the door and she pointed to the lounge. Your aunt is in there. Harry made his way into the room and over to stand in front of his aunt, who was in a smart black dress. When she looked up, she did not seem surprised to see him. What do you want? She sniffed and wiped the tears with a hanky. I wanted to tell you what happened to Dudley. She waved a hand dismissively. Sit then. Don't just stand there, boy. He sat and pulled Ginny down with him. You aren't surprised that I'm here, he said flatly. I had to identify. A fresh wave of tears pooled in her eyes. I just knew that he was hurt by one of your. She sniffed and clamped her mouth shut. We want you to know, Mrs. Dursley, that we are doing everything we can to track down his killer. Ginny informed the older woman. The grief fled her eyes and instantly she was on her feet. If it weren't for your kind, my son would not be dead. She whispered menacingly. Ginny rose to her feet and got in her face, but Petunia did not back down. You have brought nothing but pain to my family, first with my moronic sister and her brat and then my poor Vernon. Ginny cut her off before she could go on. If it weren't for your sister, then the entire world would be enslaved by now. And that brat, as you like to call him, is a hero who has saved countless lives. Petunia scoffed and made to turn, but Ginny caught her arm and held her firmly in place. I would like to point out that Harry did not kill your husband, you did. She smiled sweetly at the woman as she remembered what Harry had told her about heart attacks. I did no such thing. She denied forcefully, although her eyes showed her fear. You fed him rubbish food and that's why he died, not because Harry was yelling. That was just good timing. Ginny. Harry stood up and tried to pry her hand off of the other woman's arm, but she pushed him away. No, she has abused you for the last time. We came here out of a sense of duty and all she has done is insult you. Petunia dissolved into tears. Just leave me be. Fine. Ginny dropped her arm. We're very sorry for your loss and we'll notify you when his killer has been caught. She nodded and turned away from them as they left. When the door was closed behind them, Harry rounded on her. What was that all about? I'm sick of it. She had no right to say that to you. She felt tears well up in her eyes. Your family is supposed to love you unconditionally. His anger melted off of his face and he opened his arms to her. She ran at him and held on as if her life depended on it. His voice was gruff when he spoke. My family does love me unconditionally. Or rather the family that matters to me does. Nice one, Harry called to her after he finished binding the Death Eater that they had been tracking for months. You saved my life, again. She laughed in relief that it was finally over. Someone has to save your scrawny ass. She put on a brave face, but the fact that she had blasted away the Death Eater who was about to send the killing curse at him had her rattled. Being an Auror is certainly never dull work. Ginny sat up in bed and looked widely around. It's all right, Gin, Harry said groggily from beside her. She'd completely given up on sleeping by herself. The nightmares had continued nightly for 2 weeks now. I don't know what is wrong with me. I was fine for a while and only having once a week, but now they are haunting me. I feel like they are trying to consume me. She ran her hands roughly through her hair. She looked over at him as he hastily shoved his glasses on his face. They aren't getting worse for you. No, he answered hesitantly, but it's hard watching you go through this. Why is this happening to me? She whispered dejectedly. She let him pull her back down and he held her from behind, drawing her in as close as possible. Go to sleep. I'll watch over you, he said softly in her ear. She shook her head. You shouldn't have to. I want to. We'll figure out what's wrong, Gin. I promise. She felt herself drift back into sleep. She looked around and she was in the meadow again, but at first she didn't see Harry. She started to walk towards a clump of trees and she found him waiting for her with a picnic. He stood and offered her his hand. Have a seat. When she had sat, he positioned himself behind her and put his arms around her waist before slowly keying his way down her neck. I love you. Joy filled her and happiness once again resided in her heart. I love you too, Harry. I want to talk about the future. He ran a hand slowly along her stomach. I want to get married someday and have children. I want that too. Do you want to dance? He asked her, and when she nodded he stood and helped her up. She noticed vaguely that she was wearing a long and flowing white dress that she had once seen on Hermione. They danced together perfectly and all Ginny could focus on was how romantic it all was. She knew it wasn't real, but she could pretend for a while and ignore the fears and hurts that plagued her. You are so beautiful, he told her as he looked into her eyes. With that short sentence her fantasy was shattered. All of the pain that had been held at bay returned and she found herself swirling in a haze of black mist. No, she started to spin faster and a wave of nausea overtook her. Desperately she tried to find something to stabilize her, something to cling to. Then she saw him. Harry was coming towards her, seemingly unaffected by the turmoil. Take my hand. I can get you out of this. For some reason she resisted. No, I need to do this by myself. You can't. You need me, he said shortly. She shook her head. I can't need you because you don't need me. I've told you that I need you. He tried to grab her but she moved away from him. Why don't you believe me? Why would you need me? She yelled in frustration. How can you say that? You are the only person who understands me. His enchanting green eyes burned into hers. Then why won't you love me? She whispered in anguish and immediately she began to fall. What? Ginny yelled as she jumped. Merlin, Gin. Harry cried in relief. His face was hovering inches above hers. You wouldn't wake up. I tried everything but you just kept thrashing about. Was I saying anything? She asked him but dreading the answer. Just mumbling about love. What was your dream about this time? She felt her face flush and she turned away. I was dreaming about a man saying that he loved me and he said he wanted to marry me. She couldn't mention the part about having children. It was too agonizing to remember. When he didn't reply she turned back to look at him. The pain on his face was raw and intense. Harry. He swallowed before speaking. Then what happened? Then I was surrounded in this black mist spinning out of control. You were there trying to help me and then I was falling and I woke up. She finished quickly. He fell back onto the bed and when she looked she was horrified to see tears running down his cheeks. I thought we didn't keep secrets. He turned to her. Who was he and why didn't you marry him? What? She asked, completely at a loss for how to respond. You never told me that someone proposed to you. His voice held the slightest hint of an accusation. No one has proposed to me. She practically shouted at him. What are you on about? Your dream, he exclaimed, but then he seemed to have lost the anger because his next words were dejected. Why didn't you tell me? Did you think I'd be mad or something? I still don't see. She stopped because at that moment she did. Almost all of her dreams were of real events. Oh, no, Harry, it was just a nice pleasant dream where a man said he loved me. It didn't ever really happen. So you've never had some git ask you to marry him? No, why would he be a git if he wanted to marry me? He sighed and looked over at her. I didn't mean it like that. She closed her eyes trying to fight off the tears. It doesn't matter. Ginny, really, I didn't mean for it to sound like that. He ran a hand over her cheek. Do you want to get married? Is that why you're dreaming about it? Against her will the tears spilled out from her eyelids. Like I said before, it doesn't matter. No one is going to want to marry me. I'm a mess inside and I can't even sleep through the night without having a nightmare. Ginny, look at me please. Slowly she opened her eyes to meet his. The deep green pools studied her. If you want to get married someday then I think you should. I can't, Harry. She started to sob and she buried her face in his chest. Mercifully he let it go. He's been spotted. Ron came running towards her desk 2 days later. Ginny looked up at him questioningly. Lucius Malfoy. Ginny was on her feet and grabbing the back of Harry's robes to haul him from his seat, where he was slumped onto his desk snoozing. She'd been up most of last night with bad dreams and Harry had dutifully stayed awake with her. Consequently he had fallen asleep there right after lunch. Wake up. She yanked harder on his robes. It was a testament to how tired he had managed to sleep through Ron barging into their cubicle. I'm up, he muttered. I wasn't really asleep. We need to leave immediately. With that the three of them were running towards the rest of the Aurors who were assembled listening to Kingsley. He has been spotted in Paris. You will be leaving by Portkey immediately to be met by French ministry official who will take you to his location. Kingsley explained to the small group of Aurors. Do you have any questions? Are we allowed to assist? Tonks asked. On a limited basis or if the need arises. Fraser Render spoke next. Is anyone else going? He was a man in his 30s, with brown hair and mustache. He was also Ron's partner. Yes, Kingsley answered. If that is all, you are dismissed. Good luck. They all quickly made their way down to the Portkey office and were immediately ushered into a room where a witch passed them a length of rope. You have 30 seconds. Please place your finger on the rope. Have a safe trip. Ginny looked around at her traveling companions. Her brother was looking determined and excited, as was his partner. They were well suited to each other and complemented the other's fighting style well. Tonks was now partnered with Dawlish and they stood together looking collected. Dawlish was the senior Auror on the mission and was technically in charge although he was usually easygoing. Ginny felt the tug behind her navel and soon found herself in a room similar to the one she had just left except for the group of 4 wizards waiting for them. Bonjour. I am Jean Beaumont. Please follow me. His English was good although somewhat stilted. He led them through a door and down a flight of stairs. He opened a door and they found themselves looking out on the Place de la Concorde. Ginny momentarily stared in wonder at the beautiful Muggle statues. This way, Beaumont called as he led them to 3 waiting cars. He held the door open for one and Ginny climbed in, followed by Harry and one of the French men whom Ginny assumed was an Auror. I am André Chevalier, he said as he introduced himself. He had light brown hair and was quite thin. Harry Potter. Harry shook the other man's hand. Ginny Weasley. Ginny smiled and stuck out her hand, which he took and brought to his lips for a key. It is a pleasure to meet you both. He smiled as he met her eyes. She withdrew her hand and sat back in her seat to look about while the other 2 discussed the mission. The architecture of Paris never ceased to amaze her. She smiled as she caught sight of the Arc de Triomphe in the distance. Ginny. Harry's voice caught her attention. She turned back to him. Yes. André and I were discussing the tactics for the mission. You should probably pay attention. He smiled at her. She laughed. I'm sorry. I love looking at Paris. It is a beautiful city, indeed. One fit for someone as beautiful as yourself. André replied charmingly. Her smile almost fled her mouth, but she managed to keep in place. Of course there are the charming French people as well. Of course. André beamed at her and then filled her in on what they could expect. Malfoy had been located at an old manor that was across the Seine River and near the Tour Eiffel, the Eiffel Tower. The house was under surveillance, and much like their trip to America, the French Ours would secure the location before moving in. This time they would be allowed to assist on the mission, but only from the peripheral. They would have to stay out of the house. This would be so much easier if they would just hide in England. Harry grumbled from his seat next to her. She put her hand over his and gave it a short squeeze before letting go. We can't always take down the villain, Harry. The proper thing to do is to let the other children have a turn at playing the hero. We are here, Beaumont called from the front seat. They had arrived at a large estate that she could tell was magical. It was an old, enormous house surrounded by a lush forest. It looked extremely out of place in the large city atmosphere. The entire estate was surrounded by tall buildings and was located on a congested road. There were muggles everywhere, but not one had noticed the ostentatious building. This was not something that she would say was a credit to French architecture, and at that moment she envied the muggles' ability to ignore the garish house. The drivers shall drop us off and we shall move on to the estate. Won't Malfoy notice us coming? Harry probed. Beaumont raised a thin eyebrow. Non. He is hiding in an underground chamber. We shall flush him out. The car pulled to a stop and the four exited before crossing the street and entering through the open gates of the estate. Ginny looked around cautiously, noting that Harry was staying close to her side. How is it that we are able to get in here so easily? He pointed over to a stand of trees and they found cover behind them to guard the exit. André was telling me that the man who was hiding Malfoy has removed the Fidelius charm and given him up. A thrill of dread ran down her spine. This does not sound right. I was thinking the same thing, Harry said, and looked over to see Ron and his partner, Fraser, on the other side of the estate, similarly guarding the gate. He motioned to Ron with a few hand signals that it might be a trap. Ron indicated that he understood. Are there anti-disapparition wards up? Ginny asked softly as she scanned the house for any sign of activity. The 15 French Ours had entered the house a minute earlier, but she could not see much through the windows. André said that the wards would be in place by the time we arrived. He grabbed her arm and pointed to the far side of the house. She studied it for a moment and then noticed it too. There was movement. She got her wand ready but was thrown to the ground a second later by Harry as the house exploded into a shower of falling debris. Shields! Harry yelled, and they both cast a modified bubblehead charm that surrounds the entire body and will block anything that is not cast by a wand. Pieces of stone fell around them and bounced off of the charm for several seconds before all was quiet again. What was that? Ginny exclaimed as she removed the charm and got unsteadily to her feet. Harry had landed hard on top of her when they fell, and she knew she was going to have bruises from it. She looked over and was relieved to see Ron and Fraser getting to their feet. We need to go, Harry yelled as he made a dash for what was left of the house. Ginny was close on his heels and she noticed Tonks and Dawlish coming quickly from their right. She turned and saw that her brother was sweeping the area, looking for others. What happened? Tonks asked when they reached the rubble and began to walk cautiously through it. Dawlish began to move to where they had noticed movement before and Ginny followed him. Check over there. He pointed to a large pile of stones and she moved to it. She levitating the stones away carefully and set them off onto the grass. She removed another stone and noticed a mangled leg sticking out from underneath the large pillar. She moved it and her breath caught. Ginny had found the twisted and bloody body of André. I have someone, she called and saw a woman that she did not recognize running to her. Ginny knelt down to check him over, but the other woman was there a second later. Avenue. She informed Ginny, who took her broken English to mean that she should continue her search. She did so, slowly uncovering 2 more bodies. All 15 of the French Ours that had entered the house had been killed in the blast. After spending several hours in the French ministry explaining what had happened and giving their depositions, they had returned to London where the process had repeated itself but with less confusion. No one was translating for them the second time around. They had gone home, sat immediately on the couch and had not spoken in almost an hour. Ginny lay in Harry's arms having spent a considerable amount of time crying. There were tracks from the tears running down her dirty and flushed cheeks. "Do you want to take a shower?" Harry finally asked her. She nodded and tried to stand but her aching muscles screamed at her and her legs gave out. "Never mind," she sniffed and the tears came back as she fell onto the couch again. "What's wrong?" His voice was full of concern. She sniffed and tried to put on a brave face but she was too tired and heartsick to manage it. "You landed on me when the house exploded and I'm all achy now." She felt a small smile tug at her lips as she poked his ribs. "You are quite heavy." He grinned and stood before slowly pulling her to her feet and guiding her down the hall towards the large bathroom that they shared. He left her resting against the sink as he turned on the tap in the shower. Steam started to instantly fill the room. He got down and unlaced her trainers before helping her pull them off. "Will you be all right now?" She nodded. "I'll wait outside the door. If you need something, just call." He enclosed the door. Ginny undid her robes and they slid off easily. She then tried to pull off her jumper and tears sprang to her eyes. It hurt her so badly to move her arms up that she was not sure that she would be able to get it off. She bit her lip to keep from crying out and managed to pull it over her head. Panting at the effort she then moved on to her t-shirt and found it so excruciating that she let out a small cry. "Ginny," Harry called through the door. "Are you okay?" She tried to answer but she could barely breathe. "OWW. I'm coming in." He opened the door and paused when he saw her in only her clothian jeans. He blushed but came in the rest of the way and closed the door. "You are all bruised." She looked down and saw that he was right. Her skin was starting to take on a dark hue. "Lovely," she said hoarsely. He moved carefully around her and turned off the shower spray before plugging the tub so that it would fill. "You don't want the water pounding on you. Here, I'll help get the rest of your clothes off." She wanted to laugh at the situation but found that it was too humiliating. She didn't really care for her body and now that she was dirty and she had been bashed about, Ginny doubted that he was going to find her attractive. Ever. She watched him kneel down and pull off her socks when she raised her foot. Next he undid the snap on her jeans and she noted that his hands seemed unsteady. "You can't be nervous, Harry," she commented dryly. She should be the one on edge but instead she was feeling rather depressed. He paused and looked up at her. "I've never actually seen a naked woman, Gin." Shock overtook her and all she could say was, "Oh." She had been sure that he and Celia had, but apparently they hadn't. He had not seriously dated anyone else since her. He slid the zip down and carefully lowered them over her hips. She hissed when he touched a particularly sensitive spot on her right thigh. "Sorry," he mumbled and continued to slide them down. When they pulled at her feet he looked back up. "Two more things," he said gruffly. "Go ahead. They aren't exactly say why knickers anyway." The temptation to cry again was overtaking her. It hurt her so badly for him to remove the clothes and at the same time it was worse for her to know that he was seeing her this way. She'd dreamed of him undressing her, keying her and touching her but she had always imagined that if it ever was going to happen that she would be able to lose some weight beforehand. Not that she was fat but she was certainly curvy and her stomach was not even close to flat. It was embarrassing having him see her this way and particularly since she was turning a lovely shade of blue. He hooked his thumbs under the waistband on her white knickers and slid them off just as slowly as the jeans. "I'm so sorry that you were hurt this badly. I just reacted and didn't think about the fact that you were being crushed by me. You were rather small." He stood up and looked down into her eyes. "Turn around," he ordered gently and she did. Ginny felt him fumble with the clasp of her cloth before he unhooked it. She let it drop to the floor and she crossing her arms over her chest. Ginny turned and saw that Harry was turning off the taps for the bath, which was now filled. She moved carefully over and put a hand on the wall to balance herself. She felt Harry's arm snake around her waist and she drew in a sharp breath. It felt so amazing to have him touching her bare skin. "Sorry," he said softly. "I'm trying to be gentle." "I know." He helped her to lower herself into the warm water and she let out a sigh of relief. It felt great on her aching muscles. She closed her eyes and leaned back against the tub. She heard Harry moving about and then dip something in the water. She opened her eyes and saw that he had a washcloth. He brought it up to her face and began to rub at the dirt off. He then moved on to the rest of her that was covered in grime before helping her to wash her hair. It brought tears to her eyes to feel how gently he was being with her. "You are too good to me, Harry." He looked up at her with his velvety green eyes. "You deserve much more than this," he finally said, and she knew he was not referring to him bathing her. When she was thoroughly relaxed, he helped her from the tub and dried her magically before aiding her to dress again. He settled her into his bed before going to take a quick shower. She was so warm and comfortable that she found herself slipping off into the oblivion of sleep. "You're getting the Order of Merlin," Harry said from behind her, and she whirled around to see him standing in her bedroom door, smiling. "I just came to let you know. The ceremony is tomorrow." She put a hand up to her face, self-consciously. She had been burned badly by a curse after she had gotten away from Malfoy and the scars on her face were still red. It had only been 2 days since the final battle and Madame Pomfrey had told her it would take at least a week for them to fade. "Oh, what for?" she asked him. "For helping me to kill Voldemort and for your capture of Lucius Malfoy." He stepped into the room and took her hand away from her face. "Don't worry about it, Gin. No one will care." Ginny shrugged at his words. She knew that she should not be concerned about such trivial things, but she was 16 years old and the thought of being in front of all those people when she looked like this was terrifying. "I suppose not." She woke up and blinked twice. She hated recalling that time in her life and she felt shallow now that she had fretted over her looks. Ginny smiled wryly as she remembered her reactions to Harry that evening. She was still that insecure 16-year-old. "You're still awake," Harry said as he came in. He climbed into bed and moved to pull her tenderly into his arms. "Good night, Ginny." "Good night," she whispered back to him in the dark room. Ginny watched him walk over to her and sit down on the empty couch. His face was contorted in rage. She studied him for several moments before speaking. "What's wrong?" He sighed and sat back before looking around the crowded common room. "I walked in on Ron and Hermione keying in the room of requirements." "I see." She had to work hard at concealing her smile. She had been waiting for this to happen. "Why are you upset?" "I'm not upset," he bellowed before snapping his mouth shut and glaring mulishly at her. "No, of course you're not. You were just enjoy yelling at me for no good reason." She crossed her arms and stared hard at the 16-year-old. He eventually cracked a smile. "You aren't really what I expected you to be." She felt one of her eyebrows raise. "Am I being insulted?" He chuckled softly. "I dunno. How can I answer that without it being an insult? Either way it will come out wrong." He studied her for several long moments. "You never talked around me before and now you do. We have been talking a lot over the last few months. I wanted to be your friend." She replied simply. His eyes darkened slightly. "So we're friends then?" She laughed. "Of course we are. Do you think I'd put up with you being into me if we weren't at least friends?" He blushed and cleared his throat. "I'm sorry about that, Jen. I was just so shocked at them, and they didn't even tell me that they were dating." Her eyes narrowed. "They should have told you. I really didn't want to see them keying." "No, I can imagine that would be traumatic," she said with a straight face. He let out a derisive snort. "You're having me on." Ginny giggled and put an arm around his shoulder, not an easy thing to do since he was quite a bit taller than she was. "Harry, what would you expect Fred and George to do in this situation?" She asked him with a genuine smile on her face. She lived for these times when she could forget the outside world and just enjoy life. "The twins. I could see them pranking Ron and Hermione for this." Amusement filled his eyes. She squeezed his shoulder and kissed his cheek before standing and holding out her hand. Come on. I bet if we get there quickly, we can get a photo for use in the future as blackmail. She pulled him to his feet while ignoring his slightly dazed look. She spotted Colin Creevy and ran over to him, dragging Harry with her. Colin, I need your camera. He took it out of his bag and handed it to her. He seemed intrigued. Why? There are 2 prefects snogging in the room of requirements and the occasion requires documentation. She winked at him before racing out of the portrait hole with Harry close on her heels. Ginny. She felt a hand brush her face softly. It's time to wake up. She let out a sigh and opened her chocolate eyes to see bespectacled green ones look down at her. I was dreaming a good dream. It was a time when we were happy. His face remained neutral. When was that? When we took Colin's camera and got pictures of Ron and Hermione keying. His face split into a wide smile. That was a lot of fun. You were always making me laugh back then. The euphoria from her dream started to fade as reality set back in. I'm sorry I don't make you laugh anymore. No, Jin. His eyes were full of pain. You do make me laugh still. He brushed a hand gently through her hair. We both have problems and I don't know why yours are getting worse, but we'll fix it. We have to. She shook her head. I hope we get better. I want to feel happy again. She tried to sit up but a groan escaped her lips when her muscles began protesting. Damn. I guess you aren't going to work today, he said lightly. She eyed him moodily. It would be more than dull if she sat around the flat all day, and she rather thought that getting up and about would help her aching muscles. I am going to work. She tried to sit up again but only managed it because he helped her. Are you sure about this? You don't have to go in if you feel so badly. You could go see a healer or something. There isn't much a healer can do for bruises. She stood with his aid and he helped her to walk back to her room. Can you dress? He got out fresh jeans and a t-shirt for her. I could try. She moved carefully to sit on her bed. I need a clothes. His face went red as he looked through a drawer to locate one. He pulled out a yellow clothy and held it up. Is this all right? She nodded dismissively. She was in too much pain to care what he picked. Socks too, she reminded him. He got her things and moved over to her. He took a deep breath before taking the hem of her nightshirt and slowly working it up her body. She beeped in her breath when she moved her arms up but did not complain. Are you sure that you want to go to the ministry like this? He asked her again. Oh Potter, I do so enjoy you dressing me for work. She looked down at herself and cringed. She looked even worse this morning. The bruise encompassed her entire torso. I can't lie around here all day. I never was one for sitting still. Right, he mumbled while holding up her clothy and turning it around several times before figuring out which way it went on. He slid the straps up her arms and pulled it up before going behind her to do up the clasp. This is not something I ever thought I would be doing. No, I suppose not. Especially not with me, she agreed morosely. He moved around and met her eyes before he winked. Well, if I had to see a woman naked, I am glad it was you. She had to laugh but not too hard. Her ribs were still smarting. You were flirting with me again. He shrugged and helped her to slowly slip her t-shirt on. That's what Witch Weekly says. I'm just a flirt out to hearts. He helped her stand and gently removed her sweatpants. I can't believe you are being so docile about this. I imagine it isn't very pleasant having me dressing you. That should tell you how much pain I'm in. She retorted, but her face softened when she saw his remorseful eyes. I can't imagine that this is all that pleasant either, having to dress me. Oh, it's all right. He told her in a falsely calm voice. Now that I've seen you Starkers, I'll be able to die a happy man. She giggled. This is very cliché. Something right out of a romance novel. You don't read romance novels. He reminded her, holding out her jeans for her to step into. Ginny put a hand on his shoulder to steady herself. I did when I was younger. I was in love with the idea of romance. He pulled the jeans up slowly and zipped them. I can't picture you reading one. She felt the misery that had been closing in on her all morning finally overwhelm her. Tears filled her eyes as Harry took her in his arms, rubbing her bare back gently. I didn't mean to make you cry, he whispered against the top of her head. Must be the stress of everything. She sniffed. I'll be all right. You don't have to lie to me, he informed her. She sighed and looked up into his beautiful eyes. I'm not lying to you, Harry. I'm lying to myself. Are you all right? Ron asked Ginny as she walked slowly to her desk. Her movements were stiff and labored as she sank into her chair. She looked up at him with a wan smile. Just a bit sore from yesterday. How is Hermione? He beamed and the love shone brightly through his eyes. She's got morning sickness now, only it's all day. That's great. Harry smiled at him as he walked in. Ginny started to laugh. Oh yeah, it's so good to be throwing up. Ron's grin never faltered. We'll get to see the baby next week. She's got an appointment to see a Muggle healer and they'll take a picture of the baby using ultranoise. Ultrasound. She corrected her brother automatically. Are you sure? I could have sworn she called it ultranoise. Ron asked pensively. What exactly is an ultrasound? Harry asked her. Well, Ron had it half right. It is a picture but it won't look exactly like a baby. Just an outline of it, really. She explained as she tried to shift in her seat. Harry moved quickly to her side and helped her to adjust. Ron gazed at her in amazement. How do you know that? I got an O on my Muggle Studies Newt. She informed him calmly. Blimey, how many O's did you get? One less than Hermione. She blushed as she admitted this. Ginny had avoided mentioning her test results to any of her brothers thus far. It was embarrassing to have to own up to it now. Both of their mouths dropped open. Harry recovered first. Did you do anything but study your 7th year? She was saved from answering by the arrival of Tonks. Kingsley's called a meeting to debrief on yesterday. Her normally jovial face was pinched and tense. Her hair, which today was slate black, only accented her mood. It's right now in the conference room. Harry helped Ginny to her feet and the three followed Tonks towards the meeting. They sat themselves around a large oval table and waited for their boss to join them. When he did arrive, the Minister of Magic, Oswald Whiteley, was with him. He sat at the head of the table before speaking. Yesterday was tragic and diplomatically explosive. He looked around to make sure that each of them was listening. Ginny always enjoyed watching the man speak. The older man was so full of himself that everything around him had to be dramatic. The French ministry is understandably upset and they are blaming us for the catastrophic events that took place yesterday. Good, Harry mumbled. Whitley's head snapped around to face him. Did you have something to add, Mr. Potter? He questioned pompously. Harry straightened in his chair and looked directly at the other man. I said, good. Yesterday was a setup to get us into the house. It was an assassination attempt on our team. I'm not sure if there was a specific target, but likely it was Ms. Weasley or myself since we are in charge of tracking down Lucius Malfoy. He was reported to be in the house, so it would follow logically that they were after us. He glanced sideways at Ginny before continuing. In my estimation, that makes it our fault. We should have investigated the sighting more thoroughly before allowing anyone to enter that house. The minister studied him before speaking. I shall not, of course, be reporting that to the French ministry. Harry sat back and crossed his arms. You're the boss. Whiteley cleared his throat. As I was saying, he shot Harry a look of warning before going on. We have been in constant communication with the foreign ministries since the attack yesterday, and while they do not believe that you are directly responsible, it is felt that a formal hearing should commence starting next week to prove your innocence. Everyone at the table groaned. But sir, we really could not have known that there was going to be an attack. Fraser exclaimed. Will we have to travel back to France for the hearing? Dawlish asked Kingsley. I am afraid so, Kingsley replied somberly. But not all at once. You will go with your partner only. We do not need another attempt on all of your lives. Harry leaned over to Ginny and whispered in her ear. Could this day get much worse? Whenever someone says that, it always does. She replied evenly. We know we have tonight to look forward to. His gaze softened considerably. I don't mind the dreams, Jin. I just wish that you didn't have them. Is there something you two would like to share with the rest of us? Whitley's voice interrupted their conversation. No, Ginny said forcefully. We were talking about the logistics for our trip back to France. Lying was second nature to her now and she did it very well. Harry grinned at her as soon as the minister had looked away. When are you going to settle down? Her mother asked her, not for the first time in the 3 years since she'd left Hogwarts. Ginny's resolve to not yell at her mother while they baked Harry's birthday cake was being well tested. I don't think I will, Mum. She finally told her honestly. Nonsense. Your father has taken on a new assistant in his office, he's just a few years older than yourself. I think that you two would hit it off splendidly. She waved her wand expertly over the batter and the wooden spoon protruding from the bowl began to mix it. Ginny shook her head in exasperation. I think you are going to have to be satisfied with not all of your children being married. Molly Weasley looked at her daughter as she whipped up a frosting. Why are you acting this way? You are quite pretty, Ginny. There have to be men out there that are willing to overlook your job. The bowl that she was holding slowly slipped from her fingers to smash on the floor. Tears pooled in her eyes but she held them back. I like my job and if a man cannot handle the fact that I am an or then he is not worth my time. Reparo. Her mother waved her wand and the bowl fixed itself. There is no need to be offended. I am not saying that to upset you. She pulled Ginny into a bone-crushing hug. I just want you to be happy. She thought desperately for a change of subject. Have any of my brothers started having children? No, she exclaimed. I have asked them several times but none of them are keen on having a baby. Honestly. Ginny opened her eyes and slowly looked over at Harry's sleeping face. A tear left a damp path down her face. Mum wants us at the Burrow this weekend. The whole family is coming in. Ginny informed Harry after she read the letter that had just arrived in their office the next afternoon. Oh, he looked up from the report he had been working on. What time? She yawned and scanned the letter quickly. We are expected at 5. Good. Your mother is a fabulous cook. Harry went back to writing. She got up slowly and put her arms around his neck from the back, lightly squeezing him. He stiffened before put a hand up on her arms. She kissed his cheek before speaking. You are a good cook as well. He looked up at her questioningly so she winked. I'm better than you are, of course, but that's nothing to be ashamed of. He chuckled. See, you still make me laugh. Generally we are laughing at me but at least we laugh. She straightened slightly and mussed his hair. I have to go and speak too. Afternoon you two. Tonks came strolling into their area. Ginny grinned at her. Just the woman I was going to find. We need to get our travel information for France next week. Bad news. Tonks replied before running a hand through her lilac-colored hair. You are leaving tomorrow morning. I have the itinerary right here. She handed a sheet of parchment to Harry who read through it before handing it to Ginny. They had a portkey leaving for France at 8 a.m. the next morning. Why was it changed? Tonks shifted about on her feet before answering. The minister decided to send you early. I think it was to pacify the French ministry. So does that mean? She stopped speaking as a memo flew. She caught it deftly and unfolded it. Damn, she swore. We need to go. Muggles were just attacked and the hit wizards think that the Death Eaters might still be in the area. Can you move quickly enough to go? Harry asked her. I'm much better today. She felt a twinge in her ribs as she donned her cloak. Maybe I'll let you play the hero today and I'll guard your back. He chuckled. Thank you. You are too kind. They walked out to where the rest of the group was gathered and received the location of the Muggle attack. Ginny, Harry, Tonks and Dawlish apparated to a small village or rather what was left of the village. The town was in ruins and smoke rose from many of the twisted piles of rubble. A man in his late 20s came running to them. One of the Muggles said that she saw men in black cloaks walking off into the forest. He pointed off to their left. Do you need any assistance? No, Dawlish answered. Secure the town and send back a status report to the ministry. Yes, sir. The man answered before moving back to searching the fallen houses. Tonks took a deep breath. Let's go. They spread out and slowly entered the dark forest. Harry began scanning the area around them while Ginny kept watch. It was arduous work, searching through the dense forest, and she felt herself start to weaken physically before they had gone more than 10 minutes. Harry, she called in hushed whisper. He was at her side in seconds. What's wrong? She closed her eyes in humiliation but opened them quickly, and continued to monitor the area. I shouldn't have come. I'm already tired and getting sore. She swallowed the lump in her throat. I'm sorry. Oi, they heard a call from farther in. We found their robes, but the Death Eaters appear to be gone. Tonks walked over and looked hard at Ginny. You look like bad droppings. Are you all right? Ginny was about to lie when her vision started to blur. She blinked several times and it cleared. I think it would be best if I went home. I'm still not at my best after our trip to France. Right, Harry, take her home and then get back here. We have to thoroughly survey the area before we can leave. Tonks instructed them, and she turned to walk to her partner. He gazed down at her. I'm proud of you. Why? You just admitted to a weakness. You know we've been hiding from those for years. He held out his hand. Let's go home. She took it and they apparated back to their flat. He walked her down to his bedroom automatically and helped her into bed. He even removed her shoes. You have me spoiled, she managed to say, but her eyes were already drifting shut. She did not know if he responded or not. Harry, Ginny approached him cautiously in the deserted common room. His face was dark with anger. He didn't even bother looking up at her. You heard then. She sat next to him and put a comforting arm around the tall 17-year-old. Hermione told me. Harry shrugged off her arm and stood. She felt a pang of rejection, but she ignored it. He paced quickly in front of her. He almost died. I almost lost. He stopped and looked into the fire before punching hard at the mantel with a yell. To her surprise, the bricks crumbled under the pressure and Harry did not even seem affected by it. I hate him, he yelled at the fire. Why couldn't Dumbledore just have told me the truth? I don't know, Harry. She stood and moved over to him before tentatively putting her arms around his waist. She had hugged him many times, but it was always awkward for her to do so. He amazed her by hugging her back. Remus will recover though. He shouldn't be insane. Mungos at all, he exclaimed as he let go of her and turned away. I wish I hadn't. It isn't your fault though. She got into his face to stare him down. It was an odd thing to attempt since he was so much taller than herself. Ginny didn't let that deter her. Dumbledore should have told you that Remus would be guarding you. If he had, then you wouldn't have attacked him. His face crumpled and he began to sob with his hands over his eyes. Ginny tried to hug him, but he wouldn't let her get close enough. I almost killed him. I had the sword and I almost. She pried his hands away from his face so that he would look at her. This is Dumbledore's fault, not yours. You have to be careful and protect yourself. Remus won't blame you, Harry. He'll be damn impressed that you were able to take him down so easily. A snort of laughter escaped his lips. Thanks, Gin. He hugged once again. Have you noticed that it's always you and me these days? Ron and Hermione are always there for you. She reminded him sternly. He shook his head. I mean for this kind of stuff. You are always helping me when I feel bad. They are always there training with me, but I just feel like you understand better than they do. Joy ran through her, warming her entire body. I'm glad to help. Promise me something. Anything. She naively answered. His intense eyes met hers. Promise me that we'll never keep secrets from each other. She didn't have to think long. I promise. Her eyes opened slowly as she looked around Harry's room. Dusk had settled around her and she sat up gingerly, relieved to notice that her body seemed to be obeying her commands. She walked slowly down the hall to the kitchen and found Harry sipping a cup of tea at the table. Guilt filled her again at the thought of keeping secrets from him, but she couldn't confess that she loved him. He had seen her naked but had not even looked twice at her as a woman. Good morning. He chuckled and she started when she realized she had been staring at him. Hello, she replied groggily before sitting down. Do you want tea? She shook her head and sighed. I had another dream. Concern filled his face. What was it? The time we promised never to keep secrets from each other. When Remus was hurt, she ran a hand over her face trying to remove the last dregs of sleep. I think we'll be seeing him this weekend. Good. Harry finished his tea and set the cup down on the old wooden table. I haven't seen him since my birthday. He stood and rinsed out his cup. Are you feeling better? She mumbled. I don't feel like cooking. Do you want to go out? Let's order pizza, he said and walked over to a drawer. He searched for several minutes before locating his Muggle cellular phone. Glad I got this. So you can order pizza. She grinned up at him. You can be so lazy sometimes, Harry. He stopped dialing and turned to her. You know, I think you're right. We'll go out and then go to the cinema. We haven't been in years. Oh, a date, she exclaimed in mock excitement. She got up and walked over to key his cheek. Let me go shower and make myself beautiful. I certainly can't go out with the famous Harry Potter when I look like an overworked house elf. His laughter filled the room. Don't take too long. I'm hungry. She changed as quickly as she could and they left for a Muggle pizza parlor that they frequented at least once a month. After eating they walked a block to the Muggle cinema and bought tickets to see the movie, Sweet Home Alabama. What is this going to be about? Ginny asked him as they sat in their seats. Dunno. I haven't heard much about these American films but it's a comedy. He put an arm around her and she leaned against his shoulder to watch the trailers come on. I'm so glad you made me come with you that first time. She whispered. I like them even if they are all about Muggles. Maybe someday there will be films about our world. He laughed. Maybe they'll tell our story and release it for everyone to see. She snorted derisively. I doubt anyone would want to see it. We are rather boring. The theater darkened and she fell silent. It was a romance. Harry groaned after they had apparated back to their flat. Bits of it were funny, but that was a romance. She laughed at his indignant face. Poor Harry. She stuck out her lower lips and gave him an exaggerated pouting face. She expected him to join in her laughter but he simply stared at her. Harry. Ginny walked over and touched his arm. Are you all right? He shook his head but mumbled, yes. It's late. We should go to bed, she said finally since he appeared to still be in a daze. His eyes widened and he nodded mutely. They got ready for bed separately and she entered his room slowly, still confused about his behavior. She knocked gently as she entered but he was already in bed, facing the wall. Harry, do you want me to sleep by myself tonight? For a moment he didn't move and she felt her heart start to race. When he did turn his face was full of an emotion that she could not name. No, he replied hoarsely as he lifted the blankets. I want you here. She climbed in and hesitantly moved towards him. Did I do something? Her traitorous voice wobbled revealing her fears to him. No. The strangled word tore from his mouth. He pulled her on top of him and held her securely. I don't know what's wrong with me but you didn't do anything. He ran a hand over her hair. Go to sleep. It did not come easy that night. Ginny tried valiantly to relax but she kept reliving what had happened before but could not figure out what she had done wrong. Finally sleep overtook her. Stupefy! Ginny shouted and the red stream hit a Death Eater who fell unceremoniously to the ground. Seamus. Ginny ran over to her housemate but it was too late. There was nothing she could do about a death curse. She looked up through her tears at the battle that raged around her on the Hogwarts ground. In the distance she saw Ron and Hermione fighting off Death Eaters with the rest of the DA but Harry was not there. Where had he gone? She scanned the field and to her horror saw him dueling Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange at the same time. She started running towards them to engage Bellatrix in a duel. Look, it's the smallest weasel. Bellatrix taunted before throwing a killing curse at her. Ginny dodged and attempted to stun her but she blocked it easily. Bellatrix. Voldemort yelled at her. Dumbledore. The older woman turned to the headmaster who was now engaging Voldemort in the duel along with Harry. Ginny took her chance and yelled, Reducto. She spell went straight for her but not before Bellatrix shot off one last spell. Avada Kedavra. No. Ginny screamed as she watched the green light sail towards their headmaster. He was hit and fell immediately. Ginny turned back to curse Bellatrix again but was surprised to see the woman 30 feet away, not moving. She turned back to Harry and began firing spells at Voldemort. Harry withdrew the large sword that he always carried with him. Ginny. She sat up and started swearing. She looked over at Harry and saw his tired, apprehensive eyes. Sorry. Final battle. The rest of her sentence died in her throat and she lay back down. I have that dream often. He commented dryly. Something occurred to her that had slipped her mind before. Where's the sword? What sword? Harry yawned as he asked. Gryffindor's sword. The one you used to kill Voldemort. She reminded him as she leaned up on an elbow to look at him. I dunno. He answered slowly. I think I dropped it after I killed him. It is odd that we've never heard anything else about it. Until my dream I had not even thought about it, she said before getting lost in his deep green eyes. The temptation to key him was almost overwhelming. Almost. She didn't want to lose her best friend, flatmate and partner. He gazed up at her with that strange expression firmly fixed upon his face. We need to sleep. We have to portkey to France tomorrow morning. I know. She lay down and put her head on his shoulder. She smiled in delight when he keyed the top of her head once again. I'm sorry that you had to wake me again. Anything for you, Jin. He whispered huskily. She giggled in nervousness. You are such a flirt. You've found me out, then. Bonjour. A beautiful, slim brunette greeted them as they walked through the doors to the French minister's private sanctum. I am Michelle Dupree and I shall be conducting this hearing. She held out her hand to them after introducing herself. She had only the slightest hint of an accent. Ginny Weasley. She greeted the woman. Harry took her hand and also shook it. Harry Potter. She smiled coyly at him. Of course I know you, Mr. Potter. He shifted uncomfortably from one foot to the other. It's Harry. But of course. She indicated the chairs around a small round table. Please have a seat and make yourselves comfortable. I will be with you shortly. She left and closed the door. A snort of laughter escaped Ginny. She had to chuckle or she might start crying. In a fake French accent she imitated the other woman. Of course I know you, Mr. Potter. She started to laugh at his look of disgust. That would be, she continued in the same false voice. Because I sleep with you every night. Ha, ha, he muttered dryly. You are so hilarious. You are so easy to tease. She retorted and winked at him. Honestly, one would think that you would be used to the attention by now. Women are just going to throw themselves at you until your dying day, especially since you are not getting married. Like getting married would solve that problem. He snorted derisively. Marriage isn't exactly sacred anymore, is it? No, she said evenly. People do have affairs, I suppose. I would hate that, if I were married. I think it's really important to trust your spouse. I wholeheartedly concur. He stopped speaking and looked expectantly at the opening door. Michelle entered and sat in the chair closest to Harry before getting out some parchment. Harry glanced at the other woman nervously and Ginny had to stifle a snigger. I would like you to tell me what happened on October 7th. Michelle instructed, quill in hand and poised to take notes. This is amazing. Ginny breathed in the fresh autumn air as she looked down on Paris from the Eiffel Tower. She and Harry had decided to see some of the city before heading back and this had been their first stop after changing into Muggle clothes. He looked over at her. I agree. He walked slowly to her and put an arm around her shoulders. The view is amazing. It's almost like being up on a broom. He whispered the last part into her ear and she shivered as a tingle raced up her spine. Yeah, she replied softly before tentatively resting against him. He let his arms slide down hers to circle her waist. Part of her questioned his motivations but not too carefully because it felt imperative to simply enjoy the sensation. The interview was easier than I thought. I think that Michelle believed us. Ginny started to giggle when she remembered their time with the attractive woman. She had done everything she could to get Harry's attention but he had ignored it, much to Ginny's relief. I think Michelle believed you. He groaned and moved slightly so that he was completely behind her as his other arm circled her waist. It felt wonderful for her to be held this way. He rested his chin on top of her head before he replied. I wish that all these women would just leave me alone. She slowly moved her hands along his arms, reveling in the strength she could feel in them under his jacket and only half listening to their conversation. You are an eligible bachelor. They don't know that you don't want to marry. She felt him stiffen before letting out a sigh and relaxing again. That fully caught her attention. Why won't you marry? For several minutes he didn't answer, and when he did his voice was gruff. The only person who understands me or could possibly begin to understand me is you. That was my answer. She reminisced. She felt him shrug. It's the truth. I can't love someone who doesn't understand me. She shivered at his words and he started rubbing his hands up and down her arms as if to warm her, although she was not cold. Besides, I'm too messed up to be with anyone. Again, that is what I said. He chuckled and the rich sound of it reverberated through her. It was a good response. Another horrifying thought occurred to her. They were going to her parents this weekend and her mother was sure to be on both of their cases about settling down. Do you think that line will work on Mum? Not a chance. He smiled down at her. Chin up. At least we both have each other to lean on for support as we listen to her lecture us. They left shortly after that and walked around the streets of Paris, admiring the sculptures and the beautiful buildings along the way. They ate at a cafe before continuing on to see the Louvre. The Mughal artwork was interesting for them and Ginny was saddened when they returned to the French ministry for their departing portkey. It had been an amazing day of sightseeing, but the best part for her had been Harry holding her hand the entire time that they were in Paris. How does it feel to be a fully qualified witch? Harry asked Ginny at her one sweltering summer night as they walked behind the burrow, searching for a non-existent breeze that might relieve them for the oppressive heat. She felt beads of sweat running down her, leaving her entire body feeling sticky and grimy. I feel hot, she finally answered, and they both laughed. She swatted absently at a bug that flew overhead and looked down at her bare feet as they tread through the dying grass. Her one comfort was that she was wearing a brief dress, which allowed air to move around her legs and belly. How does it feel to be the one to catch Draco Malfoy after he has been running from the ministry for over a year? He grinned at her. You know he's been living in that forest the whole time. He lost all his gold when you captured his father, so he didn't have anywhere else to go. Ginny sighed. I feel really annoyed to know I have to go through 3 more years of training when I'm already capable of being an Auror. I mean, honestly, she exclaimed. He was insane and not even fighting well. About the only thing he could do right was the Cruciatus curse. His face took on a pained expression. I'm sorry you had to go through it. No matter, she replied airily. I've suffered worse. No one should have to. Harry muttered darkly before his face brightened slightly. I'll be glad to have you at work with me from now on, he said before stooping to pick up a rock. He threw it into the air and then tossed it out onto the field. I talked with Kingsley and he thinks that you and I can be partners once you've completed training. Really? She stopped and looked hopefully up at him. Yeah, he also explained why Ron and I couldn't work together. He ran a hand through his mussed hair. He said that the two of us are, conspicuous. She studied him and noted that his face was flushed, although she doubted it was from the heat. Why is that? The damn Witch Weekly article. He mumbled and his face turned an even brighter shade of red. We get mobbed everywhere we go now. Would be that the one where you two were named the most eligible wizards in all of England. She had been amused and revolted at the same time when the magazine had come out. She didn't want Harry noticed by even more women. It had been hard enough while he was with Celia, but now he had all of England watching him even more. At the same time, it was hilarious to think that anyone would find her brother that attractive. It's not even accurate since Ron is engaged. She laughed when she remembered Hermione's letter to her after the article was published last fall. Hermione was incensed that they would print that about Ron. She ranted on to me for 7 pages about how the author should have checked to make sure that he was actually available. He smiled sadly. She went on about it with me as well. What's wrong? Ginny touched his arm and was not surprised to feel that his skin was moist from sweat. Even late at night the air was sweltering. I know you were with Celia at the time. Do you miss her? No, he denied quickly. I've been avoiding dates. Why? She was completely stunned by his pronouncement. You remember I mentioned not sleeping well, right? I wrote to you about it a few months ago. He told her nervously. She could see that he was extremely uncomfortable, so she nodded encouragingly. I have these nightmares. He continued slowly. I relive the things that, like when I killed him. Relief washed over Ginny. He was having the dreams as well. You too. He let out a sigh and smiled. I thought I was going, well, not any place good. He pulled her in for a hug. I knew that you were not recovering, but the dreams have been plaguing me and they seem to be getting slowly worse. I didn't know what to do about it and I was afraid to tell anyone. He finally admitted. I can't date when I'm so messed up. I have the dreams too. She said slowly. I felt the same way. She smiled up at him. Mum helps me when I have a nightmare. She'll sit with me until I fall asleep again, but I haven't told her about them, how they are so real that you don't even know. You don't even know that you are dreaming and not actually going through it. He finished for her. Yeah, she grinned up at him and felt at ease for the first time in an entire year. Oh sweet Merlin, Ginny breathed as she sat straight up in bed, knocking her elbow into Harry's gut. He let out a groan of pain and then another. She poked him hard in the side. I just had a dream that was so real I could feel the heat of it. She told him excitedly. It was that day we first confessed to having dreams. Really? He asked and she could tell he was still winded. Yeah, I could actually feel the sweat dripping down through my beeps. She shut her mouth and then grinned sheepishly at him. He seemed at a loss for words. That is quite, real then. He managed to spit it out. Sorry, I wasn't thinking when I said that. She lay back down again and put her head on his shoulder. It was just so amazing to feel that warm when, well, we're freezing in here. Warming charm must have worn off. He muttered before fumbling on the bedside table for his wand. It wasn't easy for Harry to reach it since she had immobilized him by laying on his arm. When he found it, he said the incantation and the room began to warm again. Do you want to talk more or go back to sleep? Sleep. He's dead. Ginny looked between her brother and Harry, hoping desperately that they were going to say it was all a dream. At 16 she still held on to a few of her hopes that life was not really as cruel as it seemed. At 16 she still laughed, not often of course, but there were times when she could forget. Ginny continued to study them, but their chiseled faces did not waver as they delivered the bad news. No, she cried and felt the tears start to quickly make their way down her face. Her whole body seemed to have become numb. No, no. She yelled and turned to Hermione for comfort. The other girl wrapped her in a warm embrace, but the cold that had invaded her blood did not dissipate. Ginny. Harry reached over and touched her shoulder. Instinctively she went to him and he held her as she had comforted him several times in the past year. Why him? What? She looked over at her brother but did not let go of the boy in her arms. Michael was home for Christmas. You know it's not really safe outside of Hogwarts. Yesterday they were attacked. The entire Corner family was. Ron couldn't finish his sentence. No, she breathed and felt as though her lungs were suddenly on fire. Oh Merlin, no. She looked around at them all before burying her face into Harry's chest. He had 3 younger siblings. The youngest was only a baby. Ginny woke up crying and swiped at her cheeks. She always hated this dream. She had lost a friend and it had not mattered that he was an ex-boyfriend because he was still gone, along with the rest of his family. She had come to hate Grimmauld Place after that. They were all safe in the dreary prison while everyone else had to risk their lives to see family at the holidays. It hadn't seemed fair. No, Ginny, Harry's voice was harsh. She glanced at him and realized quickly that he was having a nightmare. Harry, she stated firmly while she shook his shoulder. His eyes sprang open and he looked at her in terror before crushing her in his arms. That chamber. Understanding washed over her. That was the dream that haunted him the most. I'm okay, Harry, she soothed, but I might not be if you don't let me breathe. He loosened his arms but only a little. I just can't, Ginny. I see you and you're so small and helpless, but I was more focused on killing the snake and not in saving you. You almost died and I would never have known you as anything but Ron's little sister. He let out a sob. I wouldn't have known you. Shish. She hushed him and felt her own tears return. You did save me and I'm fine. It was amazing to hear him admit that he wanted to know her as more than just the youngest Weasley, but at the same time it was agonizing for her to see him this upset. You know me now and that's all that matters. She reminded him gently. I know. He let go and looked at her. He raised a hand to wipe her tears. I just don't know what I would have done without you here. I can't see my life without you. So many emotions flooded her that Ginny was not sure if she would be able to contain it. The joy at knowing he cared so deeply for her was overwhelming, but it was also heartening to realize that he only saw her as a friend. She was one of his best friends and not anything more. I can't. Her throat was choked up with too many emotions. I can't imagine my life without you either. She looked up at him and saw a flash of hope, but it was gone quickly. We should try and sleep. All of these dreams are affecting us at work. I can hardly keep my eyes open. She nodded slowly and made herself comfortable in his arms when they were once again lying down. I'm just glad that today is Friday. Even though it is very early in the morning. We have dinner with your mum tomorrow. Ginny groaned. Maybe we should just elope and skip the lecture. Sounds good to me, he replied softly and keyed the top of her head. We need to split up. Harry yelled over the roaring battle. He pointed to the large group of Death Eaters. Da over there and stop them before they get to the castle. We can't let them hurt the younger students. The 46th and 7th years started running towards the Death Eaters who were advancing on the school. The faculty was already fighting them, but it was obvious that they were losing ground. Ginny, Ron and Hermione were looking at him. I need you to hold them off. Harry informed them. You three are the best. Go help stop the Death Eaters. We aren't leaving you, mate. Ron told him sternly. Ginny looked over at the large battling group. There were smaller battles going on everywhere, but most of the fighting was in that one area. She saw a flash of green and someone fell. Shit, she cried before turning to the others. We have to go. They're killing them. She turned to Harry. Where is he? Harry pointed to the forest. Over there. Then go, she screamed. We'll be with you shortly. Ginny, Hermione began. She shook her head at her older friend. We need to go and help the other students first. They are dying and we are the best duelers. Come on. The four friends split up and moved towards their destiny. Ron and Hermione ran into the thick of the battle, but Ginny stayed on the edge, taking out Death Eaters from the side. She stunned some, but mostly she hit them with curses that would incapacitate them for several hours. Ginny was nauseated by the thought of Harry fighting by himself, but they needed to protect the young students who were hiding in the castle. What surprised Ginny most is that she could easily hold her own in the fighting. The fear she was feeling for Harry steadily grew worse as she dueled the black-robed figures and was extremely tempted to seek him out. She heard a noise from behind her and turned hurriedly. Her heart stopped when she saw the green light leave the wand of a tall Death Eater. She ran quickly towards their battle. Stupefy! Ginny shouted, and the red stream hit a Death Eater who fell unceremoniously to the ground, but her eyes were on her fallen friend. Seamus. Shit. Ginny growled when the alarm went off. I hate that one. She sighed and closed her eyes tight against the pain. Seamus had been 18 and too young to die. They were all too young to die, too young to fight, but they had done it anyway. She heard the shower turn off and she rubbed her eyes in a futile attempt to erase the horrible images from her mind. Jin. She heard him enter the room before she opened her eyes. He was in his bathrobe and looking down at her in concern. Another one. Of course. She bit out before throwing the blanket off. I'll be ready to leave in 15 minutes. She went off for a shower. She hated snapping at him, but the sullenness that the dreams always left her with was starting to overwhelm her. She had been dreaming steadily for the last few weeks and the lack of sleep was taking its toll on her. She knew that Harry was feeling it as well. She showered quickly and dressed before walking out to find him sitting dejectedly on their couch. She sat down next to him and put her arm around his waist. I'm sorry I snapped this morning. I saw Seamus die again. He swallowed convulsively before answering. We are both sleep deprived. I know you don't mean it. That doesn't give me the right to take it out on you. She reminded him softly. She pulled him down to her and hugged him. We have to stick together and I'm sorry that I said what I did. He nodded and held on for several long minutes before letting go and standing up. We should get to the ministry. They both apparated to work and walked to the Auror headquarters. Morning, you two, Ron called cheerfully as they passed. We have a meeting in a few minutes with Kingsley. Good, Ginny muttered. Conference room. She looked at her brother expectantly and he nodded. You okay? Ron asked her as the smile slipped from his face. I'm fine. She grinned at him. The mask she always wore around her family was firmly in place. I haven't had any fast yet this morning. You know how I get when I don't eat. Her answer seemed to have pacified him. Well, eat quickly then. She waved and walked away towards her own desk, not wanting to put up more of a front than she already had to. It was moments like this that she hated having her family around, and she was still not sure how she would make it through tomorrow. Hey, don't worry about it. Harry came up to her and put an arm around her shoulder. We'll make it through together. She giggled. You always know what I am thinking. Not always. He looked up as Ron entered. Meeting time, he intoned jovially. Harry dropped his arm and followed Ron out of the room. Why are you so bloody happy this morning? He laughed good-naturedly. I'm excited about tomorrow. I get to watch Mum torment everyone else about having children. Glad you think it's amusing. Ginny grumbled before smacking her brother's arm. You do realize that you are laughing at me. His face was more contrite. Well, she does want you to get married. I can understand that since being married is brilliant. She looked away quickly so that he wouldn't see her tears. Some of us are not right for marriage. When she was in control, she smiled blandly at him. I expect you to divert Mum's attention away from the rest of us tomorrow. You will keep her talking about your baby or else. He eyed her warily. Or else what? Or else that picture I have of you two snogging in the room of requirements will make its way into Fred and George's hands. She raised one eyebrow and looked at him knowingly. Damn, he breathed, his face going red. I'd forgotten about that picture. Ginny laughed at him. If my memory is to be believed, and my mind is quite good, then it shows that neither of you were wearing shirts at the time. I doubt you want our brothers to have that kind of blackmail on you or your wife. She grinned at his resigned face and opened the door to the conference room. You are evil sometimes, Ron hissed at her. Imagine doing that to your own brother. So you'll distract Mum, then. She beamed at him since she already knew what his answer would be. Yes, he groused. They all took a seat to wait as the rest of the department filed in slowly. Kingsley walked in and took his seat at the end of the table. Everyone quieted instantly as he spoke in his deep voice. We have received information about the location of Lucius Malfoy. A hushed murmur floated around the room and Ginny felt her lungs freeze. Why was Kingsley discussing this with all of the Aurors when it was her and Harry's job to locate him? Harry took her hand under the table and squeezed it reassuringly. They all watched their boss closely. We have reason to believe that he is hiding in London. We received an untraceable owl early this morning from someone who claimed to have seen him. He gazed around at everyone before continuing in his slow, calming voice. We believe that this is another trap, which is why I am bringing it to the entire department. Ginny felt herself relax into her chair. She had been mulling over several possibilities as to why the head Auror would have lost his faith in her, but her fears had been groundless. What do you want us to do, sir? She boldly asked him. We will set up a rotated detail to watch the location. I want the Aurors to be there all the time. Kingsley looked over at Harry and Ginny. I do not want you two to be there until we have a positive identification on Malfoy. Both of them sat up to protest, but he raised a hand, effectively silencing them. We all know that you are the likely target for a trap. Until we are sure that he is there, you will stay away. When we take him down though, he gave them a small smile. You will be there to bring him in. I won't deny you that. Do you want us to set up the schedule or will you do that? Dawlish asked him. Kingsley let out a sigh. I have already set it up. Keep it private so that we can avoid leaks out of the ministry. Only your partner should know when you are on duty. He pulled out a stack of envelopes and passed them around. Your name will be on one, except Harry and Ginny. Take yours and examine it at your desk. The first shift will start this evening. Please come to me personally if you have any problems. You are dismissed. Do you want to go to the leaky cauldron? Harry looked up at her from digging through a drawer in their kitchen. Dunno. I was going to make some stew. He went back to digging and finally came up smiling, holding his favorite stirring spoon. Ginny sighed and sat down heavily at the table. Stew is fine. Maybe it will warm me up. I don't remember a colder October. No, he agreed as he got out the ingredients and started throwing them into a large pot. When it was prepared, he made tea and brought her a cup before sitting across from her. Getting drunk won't make tomorrow any easier. Her head shot up sharply. How did you know? He shrugged. I know you and, he smiled sheepishly at her. I have the urge to locate some fire whiskey and drown myself in it. I hate listening to your mother go on about us still being single. His face was awash in pain. Ginny reached over and took his large, calloused hand in hers. Harry, he looked up at her. Why is this so hard on you? I would think that if you don't want to get married then it would be easy to ignore. She shut her mouth when her words reverberated into her head. His eyes widened. Did you just, but, she let go of his hand and stood up to flee the room. She'd made it to the hall before he'd grabbed her arm. Let go, Harry, she whispered through her tears. No, you said it. If you didn't want to get married then it would be easy to ignore your mum's nagging. He stared hard at her. His eyes had a steely glint to the emerald green. Her hard-won self-control crumbled under his scrutiny and she began to cry openly. He wrapped his arms around her and held on while she sobbed. I may want it but it won't happen. She wiped at the offending tears before poking him hard in the stomach. What about you? You know, he replied softly and she did. They were so alike in many ways and it was not hard to understand that he wanted to be loved. Why did you say that you wouldn't marry then? You could have anyone you want, Harry. She turned away from him to hide the pain this was causing her. He came up to her and hugged her from behind, holding her close to him. My reasons are still the same. I won't find anyone who understands me like you do. She wanted to scream at him and make him realize that he should love her. They wouldn't be so lost if he could just love her. She laughed contemptuously. He was never going to want her. He'd never once made a move on her in all the times they had slept together. Harry had even seen her naked but it didn't matter to him. Clearly she was not attractive enough for him. This is really ed up. He chuckled but she heard the pain behind it. We can still elope. She was not sure if it was actual amusement at what he had said or if she was so crushed that he would joke about marrying her, but she started to giggle until she was holding her sides in pain. When she looked up at him she smiled but realized belatedly that it probably did not meet her eyes. Sure, we'll go get married after we eat your stew. They walked back to the kitchen and Ginny felt a jolt in her heart when she realized that she now had a mask that she wore when she was with Harry. The last remaining piece of her heart that had been intact splintered, but somehow she managed to keep her face from revealing her despair. What was your dream about love? The voice soothed Ginny through the worst of her terror as she burrowed into Mum's embrace. Just dragons chasing me. She lied as she inhaled the comforting smell that belonged only to her mother. The horror had not left her, but at least she knew that it was not there to get her right then. She wasn't really facing down Lucius Malfoy and being held captive by the traitor, Wormtail. She could still feel his scalding breath on her neck as he spoke to her even though it had been more than 6 months since he had died. The reality wouldn't leave her in peace. What does the mind healer say about them? Her mother's concerned words penetrated the fog that was surrounding her. Grasping onto them as if it were a lifeline, Ginny struggled to understand what she had asked. She says that she can't help me and that she thinks they will fade in time. Her thoughts swirled in her head, making it hard for her to focus on the things she was trying to remember. What had the mind healer told her? She shook her head and blinked several times. Whatever it had been was gone. Molly Weasley's hands rubbed up and down her back. I'm so worried about you. You've changed so much. Ginny's heart beat faster when she felt her mum's tears on her shoulder. The remorse of having made the older woman cry consumed Ginny. She felt herself slip into the role that she had been assuming more often around her family. It's just a nightmare, Mum, and you make me feel better when you hug me. You don't have to worry. I got over the chamber and I will get over this too. I just need time, that's all. You don't have to worry, so just be there for me. Really? Mrs. Weasley looked at her hopefully. Really? Ginny smiled brightly as she lied to her mother. I love you so much. Harry bent down and kissed her neck tenderly. Ginny closed her eyes to block out the blinding sunlight that surrounded them in the meadow where they danced. This is amazing, Harry, she sighed. I want to be in your arms forever. He stopped their dance and looked down at her. We can be. I've asked you to marry me. A scar formed in the sky, like a crack on the ceiling. She looked at Harry and her mind started to flash back to the previous times that she had been there. This isn't real. It could be, he informed her, but it was not in a voice that she recognized as Harry's. No, this won't happen, she denied vehemently. He pulled her roughly to him. It could be, we could marry and have a baby once we catch Malfoy. No, she shook her head and pulled away from him. See, you are already pregnant, he pointed at her belly. Slowly Ginny lowered her eyes and gasped when she saw her protruding stomach. This isn't real, she repeated desperately, breathlessly as tears filled her eyes. She cautiously touched her large stomach and was horrified to find it solid and not an illusion. We can be happy, us and our children. His distorted voice brought her eyes back up to him, but he was no longer alone. He was holding a small black-haired boy, with her brown eyes. Don't you want us? We could be happy, Ginny. You just have to pretend that you are happy and all of this could be real. Stop it, she screamed at him. Please, just stop. The tears streamed down her face. Ginny, Harry's voice broke through the pain, allowing her to open her eyes. What the hell was that? He asked her harshly. What were you dreaming about? Her entire body started to shake and he pulled her to him. She breathed in his familiar scent, seeking the reassurance that it had always provided before, but there wasn't any to be had. No, her shaking turned into sobbing. The pain from her dream was all-consuming. Her once safe haven, both in her dreams and when she was awake, had abandoned her. Ginny, his tone was softer and comforting. Please tell me about it. You can't hold this in. We were in this meadow and you said you loved me and then I was pregnant, but it wasn't you. She rambled on. Her heart felt as if the pain was consuming it. She needed to rid herself of it. You were telling me to pretend to be happy and then I would be. Ginny, his voice was hoarse. I wouldn't ever tell you that. You don't ever have to pretend with me. It was too much and the last part of her heart froze. Her tears dried and she pulled away from him. I need to be alone. She walked out of his room and to her own. She closed the door and went to sit on her small bed before hugging her knees to her chest. Slowly she began to rock back and forth until the tears returned. She cried herself back to sleep. Ginny awoke late that afternoon and went immediately for a shower. She scrubbed her body until she felt as if she had washed away the remnants of the nightmares. She found herself blissfully numb to the pain that had exhausted her earlier. She emerged pink from the heat of the shower and prepared to face her family. She and Harry had to leave in a few minutes or else her mother would send out a search party. Ginny dressed quickly and went down to the kitchen to find Harry sitting at the table, nursing a fire whiskey. He looked up at her with dead eyes, but she found that it no longer affected her. Are you ready to go? He asked her hoarsely. She smiled benignly. Of course. She apparated to the burrow and saw that the house was lit brightly and it looked warm and inviting. She knew better though. Her family welcomed her but not the real Ginny. It didn't matter because she was prepared to face them. She heard a soft crack and turned to see Harry standing behind her. Let's go. Ginny, he began but then stopped. Never mind. Together they walked into the lion's den. Ginny, Harry, their names were chorused by the gathered family, which included Remus. Hugs and handshakes were exchanged around but she hardly noticed. Her mind was present but she felt removed from her family gathering. She chatted with her sisters-in-law, joked with her brothers and told them all about her work at the ministry. She and Harry were fantastic at their jobs and everyone wanted to hear about it. She went through the routine but the normal anguish she felt while being around the happily married couples did not seem to touch her as deeply anymore. The food is ready. Her mother's voice floated into the room and they all moved to the several tables that had been set up for everyone. She found herself next to Harry but she didn't meet his eyes. The food was delicious and hearty and she ate while the conversation swirled around her. Attention. She looked quickly at her eldest brother who was standing over at another table. She tried to focus on him but found her mind trying to pull her away from what he was saying. Fleur and I have an announcement. Her breath caught in her throat and she tried desperately to lose herself. Harry put his hand on her shoulder and she turned to gaze at him desperately. His eyes held her firm as she heard the words that she could not bear to hear. We are having a baby. The numbness that she so craved started to falter. Another baby, more joy that would never be hers. She should be happy for them, but she wasn't, and guilt filled her. Really? Charlie's voice hit her. We are too, as well, Fred and George said together. She closed her eyes and waited for the final blow that she knew was coming. Ginny's life could never be like this, and the pain of it all mocked her. She didn't have to wait long. Penelope is also expecting. Percy's formal tone, which so amused her any other time, effectively crushed her last remaining self-control. She ignored the pandemonium around the room as everyone hugged again. Her eyes bore into Harry's, pleading with him to get her out of there, but he seemed just as desperate as she was. She couldn't pretend for the family right now. She was not even sure she wanted to face them ever again. How could they be so excited when she was falling apart? Ginny, Harry. Slowly she looked around to face her mother and dreading what might come from her mouth. The matron's face was full of concern and fear as she looked at them. Everyone was looking at them and she felt their eyes evaluating her reaction. She was failing her family by not celebrating. Are you two all right? The lie was on the tip of her tongue, waiting to come forth, but then she felt a hand slide into hers. It was a rough and calloused hand that belonged to a man who had stood by her for years while they had both suffered through unimaginable horrors. She tried to make herself say it. I don't think that we are. She finally managed to say. Harry's arms came around her quickly and crushed her to him. Thank you, he whispered in relief into her ear. She knew that she was crying, but she didn't care. She had finally let it out and she was reveling in the relief. What do you mean? Her father's hand came to rest on her shoulder. She looked up at him and saw that her family had surrounded them. Remus had his hand on Harry's shoulder. Dad, we have nightmares and we can't seem to be happy. Ginny told him lamely. Even the mind healer that I met with said that she couldn't help me feel better. Harry glanced at her and she was shocked to see the tears in his eyes. We have been lying to you, pretending to all of you, about being fine. Ginny and I haven't been okay since I killed him. No one spoke for several long moments until Molly Weasley pulled them into her loving embrace. Why did you hide this from us? I think I can answer that. Hermione moved forward and stared hard at her. You've both been withdrawn from us for a while because you have been hurting, and we all thought that it was because we were married and you're not. Oh. Realization dawned on her face. There is more than I thought, isn't there? It hurts to be around all of us because we are happy. Ginny had always marveled at her friend's astuteness and she nodded. It was too much. She started to cry harder as she looked around at all the people who loved her. I want to be cheerful for you, but I just hurt so badly that I can barely breathe. She buried her face into Harry's chest. I'm sorry I ruined your announcements. Congratulations on the babies. She stood and looked down at her feet. I think I'll just go home now. She tried to move to the fireplace, but a set of arms around her waist stopped her. You aren't going anywhere. Fred turned her around. We need to help you. Apparently we haven't been paying attention. Ron said in remorse. Harry stood and walked over to her. You are the one who said that family loves you unconditionally. We need this. I've felt like we needed to open up for a while. I can't stand to watch you hurt like you have been. Please, Ginny, just be honest. Honest, she whispered, and he nodded. I'm in love with you. She blurted it out and saw the surprise on his face. She was dreading when it would turn to revulsion, but he was right. She needed to be open. I've been keeping that a secret for years. I've been lying to you so that I could have you as a friend. Ginny knew she was losing him by saying this, but she needed to tell him. It had been an anchor around her neck for too long. If she was ever going to be content in life, then this secret needed to be off of her chest. I'm so sorry, Harry. I just couldn't stand the thought of losing you when you were the only one who understood me. His eyes held a look that she didn't recognize, so she kept on. Can you forgive me? He didn't move for several moments and she began to weep silently. Harry's hand came to touch her cheek. I love you too. It was spoken so softly that Ginny thought she'd imagined it, but his eyes told the truth. He was looking at her longingly. A myriad of emotions flooded her. The most prominent was disbelief. No. He moved forward and hugged her before keying the top of her head. Yes, I've been hiding it because Well, for a lot of reasons. She felt completely overwhelmed. I want to go home, she said firmly. Ginny, I'd like to speak to you for a moment, before you go, Hermione said. Ginny turned warily towards her but only saw compassion. She blushed scarlet when she realized what she had just admitted in front of her entire family, but no one seemed angry. She turned back towards her sister-in-law. Just for a minute. Okay. They moved off to the small sitting room and Hermione closed the door before casting a silencing charm. I've known for a while that you two loved each other. Hermione began and raised a hand to keep Ginny from interrupting. I also don't think that I have been a very good friend if I couldn't spot the pain you are in. The bushy-haired woman swiped a tear from her cheek. A lot of things that I have been wondering about make sense now, and I think that you and Harry are using each other. What? Ginny asked in disbelief. Wait, let me explain. You have been using each other to ignore your pain, and now that you've admitted your feelings, it would be easy to lose yourselves in a relationship and continue to ignore the problems. Oh, she pondered her sister's words for several minutes and knew that Hermione was correct. So what you are saying is that we shouldn't have say. Hermione let out a small snort before hugging her warmly. Just don't rush into anything until you two are healed. We'll talk tomorrow about these dreams and I'll do my best to figure out what is wrong with you. We didn't want to worry you. We wanted you to be happy, especially now with the baby. Ginny reached down and put a finger on Hermione's still flat stomach. Ginny, we are family and I love you. Hermione cupped her face between her hands. You can always come to me with a problem. All right, Ginny agreed, drinking in the relief of not being so alone. They exited the room and she and Harry apparated back to their flat after goodbyes and promises to talk the next day. Ginny landed in their living room and immediately sat down on one of the couches. Harry was close behind her and he also sat. So, what do we do now? She finally broke the tense silence. I don't know, he replied as he picked at a loose thread on the couch. Hermione, she told me that we should take it slow because we could ignore our problems by using each other. That is, if you want a relationship. I don't know if you do, since you don't want to marry or date. Ginny cringed and turned away from him. She had presumed that he would want to be with her and she felt the sting of humiliation. Is that why you said you didn't want to marry? She looked up questioningly at him and he rephrased it. You love me and didn't think I wanted to be with you, so you weren't going to marry at all. Her face flushed. That about sums it up. Yes. That was my reason as well. Oh, for the first time in several years real hope entered her traumatized heart. We are going to be happy someday, right? His face cleared and he smiled. I'm already happier. Not perfect, but I feel better. She closed her eyes and focused on herself. The oppressive darkness was still there, but she felt stronger and more capable. It was strange to think that just this morning she was completely numbed from misery. When she opened them again, she was met with his piercing green eyes. You really love me. I mean, you are really in love with me. He nodded. But, we've slept together so many times and you've never, and you saw me naked. Her face turned an even deeper shade of red as she remembered that extremely depressing day. I love you and you needed me. I also needed you, but not for say. You especially did not need me to make a pass at you or ogle you. I won't say it hasn't been torture not to make love to you, but you are worth more than that. He touched her arm lightly. I love you enough to not do that to you. Ginny felt the warmth fill her at his words. It was amazing to be loved like that, and she understood what he was saying. She had been holding back because she loved him enough to want him to be happy. So, you didn't mind seeing me naked? He chuckled and shook his head. It was terrible because you were in so much pain, but it was also, well, I guess I don't have to spell it out. She shrugged. No, I mean, I was naked but all bruised up, so that's not really attractive. His mouth dropped open. What I meant was that I think you are attractive, even though you were all banged up. Oh, she winced as she heard her monosyllabic answer. I seem to have lost my ability to speak, she said finally. I feel really awkward too. I don't know how to act, or, well, do I ask you to be my girlfriend or should we take it even slower? He stood up and started to pace. What exactly did Hermione say? Ginny thought back and repeated her earlier conversation with the other woman. I think she's right. I agree. he said finally as he sat down next to her again. He looked down into her eyes. I really want to hold you, he whispered gruffly. I want that too, she admitted and moved to his open arms. She shifted until she was in his lap and her head was on his shoulder. Does this mean we can't sleep together anymore? I can control myself. He ran a hand along her back and through her hair. I still want to hold you all the time. It makes me feel more complete. So then, do we just not do anything? She looked at him and licked her lips. He studied her intently. What do you want to do? I want to key you. She replied firmly. Not a lot, but I have wanted to key you for years. Okay. She leaned up to him and put her lips to his as she closed her eyes. It was not passionate, but Ginny felt a tremendous surge of love flow through her entire being. She enjoyed the feeling of his soft lips on hers and slowly they broke away from each other. I love you, he whispered as he pulled her in close to key her temple. I love you too, she responded and beamed at being able to freely admit it. We can do this, right? We can live together and not be more say UAL. She gazed up at him. At least for a while. She hastily assured him. We have to Jen. I couldn't make it without you and I think us moving too fast would rip us apart. Neither of us are ready since we are both a mess inside. He squeezed her shoulders. When it's the right time then we'll do more, but for now I am happy with just this. This is the happiest I have been in over 4 years and I don't want to do anything to jeopardize that. She let out a sigh of relief. I am glad my feelings are out in the open. I just wish I had told you sooner. When I made the two of us promise not to keep secrets, I should have listened to myself. He admitted sheepishly. Imagine being afraid of being honest with me when you have defeated Voldemort. She poked him gently in the ribs before shyly keying him. It was a quick key but meaningful. He let out a sigh of contentment and smiled lovingly down at her. You happen to be more intimidating than he ever was. She gaped at him in outrage. You are also a lot more attractive. Charming Potter, she retorted dryly. You are such a flirt. I'm glad you finally figured out why I only flirt with you. He raised an eyebrow as he looked at her. Ginny's face turned a deep shade of scarlet. She was too stunned to reply. Do you like my sister? Ginny stopped suddenly as she heard Ron from just outside the library at Grimmauld Place. What? Harry's 17-year-old voice floated out of the partially cracked door. Ginny moved silently towards it and leaned in to hear what they were saying. Ron's frustrated tone boomed out at her. Don't be thick. You are always around each other and I see the way you look at her. She shivered even though she was wearing her new Christmas jumper. Do you want to tell the whole house? Harry hissed so quietly that Ginny almost missed what he had said. So you like her then? She could hear the triumph in his question and Ginny felt a thrill of excitement run through her. No. Harry's voice was raspy. Ginny gasped softly and felt tears fill her eyes. I see her as a little sister, nothing more. She slowly slid down to the floor as a large part of her heart broke. Ginny felt herself drift back into consciousness and became aware of several things. The first was that she was crying. The second was that until her dream she had forgotten about the incident, and the third was that she was sleeping in her boyfriend's arms. If she weren't so mad at him she would have smiled. Harry, she jabbed him hard in the gut and he grunted as his eyes flew open. Wah, he reached out haphazardly for his glasses on the side table. You told Ron that you saw me as a sister. A small part of Ginny knew that she was being unreasonable, but she was too hurt to try and be rational. When did I say that? He looked at her in bewilderment. She felt her face contort into a glare. Your 7th year. I heard Ron ask you about me and you said that you didn't fancy me. My 7th year. He continued to look perplexed. I still don't. At Christmas. She reminded him. He cornered you in the library and asked if you fancied me but you denied it. She explained impatiently. Oh. Comprehension finally dawned on his face to be quickly replaced by an accusing look of his own. You were spying on us. She spluttered before answering. Yes, of course I was spying on you. Well, it wasn't intentional, but then I heard you and got my heart broken. So if you saw me as a sister back then, what made you fall in love with me? He reached up a hand and gently stroked her hair. I was lying to Ron. Ginny felt herself swell with indignation. Instead of making her feel better, his statement had only incensed her more. What do you mean you lied? She sat up fully in bed and stared hard at him. I was in love with you even back then. Can you imagine what hearing that did to me? Grief filled his eyes. I'm sorry, Ginny. Hermione said you were over me and I wanted Ron to leave you alone. I heard him try to push us together several times and it always infuriated you. I thought I was doing the right thing. But, her breath hitched as he pulled her to him. I was crushed by that. She swallowed convulsively and felt the tears pour from her eyes. He keyed her forehead. I never thought that I would have you and I was devastated by it. He tilted her chin so that she was looking up into his emerald eyes. I can see that we have quite a few things to work through. She sniffed resignedly. I guess we do. She ran a hand down his side. I can't believe that I had forgotten about that. I just knew that you wouldn't love me. What? His entire body went rigid. You forgot. She shook her head but suddenly felt her entire body fill with exhaustion. Let's go back to sleep. Hermione will be here in a few hours to interrogate us. But, no, I don't want to talk about it anymore. She denied forcefully. He was silent for a minute. We will with Hermione. Last night Ginny dreamed about the time I told Ron that I only saw her as a sister. Harry informed them. Until then she had forgotten about it. You didn't remember the conversation happening? Hermione asked her incredulously. The four friends were sitting in Harry and Ginny's living room the next morning while she questioned them. Ginny shrugged and avoided looking at her brother or his wife. I knew that Harry wouldn't ever love me but for some reason I could not recall why. When no one responded she looked up to see the shock on their faces. What? You blocked it out? Hermione's face had gone pale. I suppose so, she replied noncommittally. Harry traced his fingers over her cheek. I'm so sorry, Gin. Why is this important? She demanded. You shouldn't be repressing your memories. Hermione retorted. Who knows what else you have made yourself forget? She stopped and thought about it. There were several times when she had noticed holes in the timeline of her life, although most of them had been when she had met with the mind healer. Oh, was all she was able to say. Now that she thought about it, she wished that she could forget the more embarrassing moments in her life. The worst had to be the victory ball when she had sat through almost every dance. That bit of ancient history was emblazoned quite clearly in her mind. Where else are you missing parts of your life? Her sister asked her quietly. Ginny answered immediately. Most of my time with the mind healer. I only really remember her telling me that she couldn't find a cause for my dreams. That is where we will start then. We will have you meet with the same mind healer and see if we can piece together what she said. Hermione sighed heavily. Harry should go with you so that you can't forget it again. I think that I won't mention this to the rest of your family. I was just thankful that they agreed to let us come here alone. I know this has to be difficult for you. Ginny nodded but Harry was the one to answer. I've wanted to talk about the dreams for a while but Ginny has been hesitant. It was okay when she wasn't having nightmares every night but since they got worse, he was cut off. When did they start to escalate? She tucked a brown curl behind her ear as she watched him keenly. Ginny tried to remember when it had happened exactly but could not place it. However, Harry seemed to know. When she thought I had a date with a secretary. He looked sheepishly over at her. Maybe I should have realized then that you loved me since you were jealous. She snorted derisively. I've always been jealous but your assumption isn't correct. Once we straightened everything out and I knew that you did not have a date with her, I was able to sleep peacefully. You had a nightmare the next night. He reminded her gently. It was about Malfoy. How do you remember that sort of thing? She asked him, bewildered. He chuckled and keyed her cheek. I remember everything about you. Well, at least one of you knows what has happened. Ron grumbled as he watched their display of affection. Can we move on? Ron, Hermione admonished her husband sharply. I thought you were happy that they are together. I am, he replied hastily. But we need to solve this and they are getting off topic. Right, Harry answered as his brow furrowed in concentration. The next morning we met with the secretary at a cafe and I flirted with Ginny so that the other woman would leave me alone. Ginny was upset at me for it but we had training and could not discuss it further. We went back to the ministry and Ginny beat me with a tickling charm. I remember that day. That was the day Hermione found out about the baby. Ron interjected and his wife gasped and looked over at Ginny in horror. I started this. Tears pooled in her eyes. Oh Ginny, why didn't you say anything then? What are you talking about? She asked, utterly confused as to what she could be referring to. The baby. Harry turned to Ginny in concern as a look of dawning comprehension covered his face. You nearly cried when you found out that she was pregnant, but when I asked you if you wanted to be happy, you denied that you could be. Ginny shut her eyes tightly as the memories flooded back to her. She had been jealous of their happiness but had been unwilling to admit it, even to herself. I was just trying to be thrilled for them. She opened her eyes and was ashamed of the tears that she could not suppress. Oh Ginny. Hermione got up and sat down next to her before pulling her in for a hug. I wish I had seen it. I'm surprised that you didn't. Ron said smoothly. You normally pick up on that sort of thing. Hermione looked between Harry and Ginny before she answered. You two have become skilled actors. Ron snorted. That is what has surprised me the most. Harry could never lie before. We used to always knew what you were thinking, mate. He gave his friend a strained smile. Harry turned his head away. Soon after we left Hogwarts I found that I could deceive anyone I wanted to. I've always been able to lie convincingly. Ginny informed them evenly, so it was not difficult to pick it up again. Her face darkened as more memories returned. Tom saw to that. So is that part of her problem? Harry directed his question at Hermione. She wanted to be happy and jealousy made the dreams worse. Maybe, she said meditatively, but that is not what caused the dreams in the first place. They started some time after the last battle. Ginny told her. Harry started to say something but then stopped and shook his head. Do you have any ideas, Hermione? Honestly, no, she responded dismally. What has me baffled is why you are repressing certain things, Ginny. Normally a person does this with extremely painful memories, but I would think that your time with the mind healer would have been beneficial and a time for recuperation after all of the trauma you have suffered. She sighed and stood up to pace. I can understand not wanting to remember Harry's conversation with Ron. Is that all that you have forgotten between the two of you? Are there other painful instances that you can remember? She stopped and looked expectantly down at Ginny. I can vividly recount many painful times where I watched Harry with other women. She responded quietly. Harry's arm came around her waist. I'm sorry I was such an ass. I know. She blinked furiously to keep the tears at bay. I think that after the first time of hearing that he would never love me, well, I accepted it, and although it was horrible to watch him with other women, but soon after I graduate, he stopped dating, so I was able to ignore it. That makes no sense. Ron informed her. Yes it does, Hermione retorted and then sat down next to him as she patted his arm soothingly. No, it doesn't. She blocks out one thing but leaves the rest alone. Ron studied his wife. Why would she choose to do that? I'm not entirely sure, but I think it is because all of her hopes rested on him loving her, and when that became no longer a possibility, then the rest could not hurt her as badly. Hermione answered patiently. Ginny had watched the exchange in interest but found herself mostly detached from it. She turned quickly when she heard a noise from Harry. To her horror she saw tears in his eyes. Please, Harry, you didn't know I was there and listening at the door. This isn't your fault and I'm sorry I was so angry last night. She put her arms around him to comfort him. It is my fault. If I could have just admitted what I was feeling to Ron, then none of this would have happened, but I didn't. He laughed derisively. You really are a good actor. I had no idea that you loved me. I mean, you stood there in front of me naked and didn't even flinch. What? Ron and Hermione yelled together. Harry and Ginny sprang apart and gazed guiltily at each other. When I was hurt, in France, Harry helped me bathe. I could hardly move and I wasn't able to undress myself to get in the shower. She said quietly before looking back at Harry. I was too humiliated to do anything but hide it. I had thought about you seeing me Starkers, of course, but not like that. She started to giggle nervously. I had always hoped to lose some weight first and now it all seems so stupid. He gaped at her. That is pretty stupid because you are too bloody perfect as you are right now. I always feel like a titchy prat when I'm with you. You're a head taller than I am. She cried exasperatedly. That makes you a midget, sis. Ron said. He is rather skinny. Only compared to me, she shot back. Ginny. Hermione's voice halted their argument as effectively as if it had come from Mrs. Weasley herself. We will deal with your self-esteem problems later. I don't have. Ginny started to argue but stopped when Hermione raised an eyebrow and stared her down. Maybe I do. She suddenly hated the fact that she had taken a vow to be honest. I'll work on that, Harry told her confidently, and Ginny blushed scarlet. Good. Hermione and Ron answered together. Hermione went on. I suspect that it has to do with whatever is causing her dreams, and I will start making discreet inquiries at work. In the meantime, I want you two to write down all of your dreams for me and make them as descriptive as possible. Also, please start trying to piece together what happened from the end of the battle until when the dreams started. I will locate the mind healer that Ginny met with and make appointments for the both of you to meet with her. Yes, ma'am, Ginny said in a docile voice. No cheeking me. This is important. I know, Hermione, and thanks. Ginny stood, as did the other woman, and they embraced. Anytime. Hermione looked her straight in the eyes. I mean that. I will always be here for you. I'm pregnant, not an invalid. I can handle anything you can throw at me. Same for me. Ron came to stand next to her and put a hand on her shoulder. We are here for you both. He looked over at Harry, who was waiting awkwardly at the peripheral of the other three. Harry nodded and held out his arms to Ginny, who moved gratefully into them. Thank you, he said finally. I'll let you know when I know what's something, Hermione said as she moved over to the fireplace and grabbed a pinch of flow powder. In a moment she was gone. By then, Ron called, and with a loud pop, he was gone as well. Harry slowly turned Ginny around to face him. You know that you are beautiful, right? Ginny shook her head and sighed, completely dismissing what he had said. I don't want to fight right now. I'm too tired for that. He studied her carefully. There isn't anything to fight over. It's my opinion and I'm allowed to have it. She closed her eyes and tried desperately to think of a change of topic. Let's go see another Muggle film. He was quiet for a moment. I'm not letting it go, Gin. This is important. No, it isn't, she replied. Our dreams need to be solved and we have to catch Lucius Malfoy. Those things are important and not my insignificant problem with my weight. Are you lying to me or to yourself? His question startled her and she almost answered scathingly that it was neither, but then she knew that it was not the truth. Both, I think. Why do you feel so badly about yourself? His face was awash with concern. I don't know. She ran a shaking hand over her face. He cleared his throat and went to get some parchment and a quill. I'm going to add that to your list of repressed memories then. Thank you for the dance, Ginny, Neville said nervously as he shifted from one foot to the other. Ginny sighed and looked down at her aching foot. In over 3 years Neville had still not learned to dance, but if it weren't for him, she would have sat down through the entire Victory Ball, besides the second dance, and that had been with her father. Thank you, Neville. It was lovely of you to ask me. She looked over at his nervous face. I know you want to go and dance with Susan, so please go. She winked conspiratorially at him and gave him a small shove towards the pretty redhead that was seated at a table near them. Without much protest he went to dance with the woman whom he had had a crush on for over a year. Ginny sat down gingerly at her empty table and gazed around the room at all the happy couples. The night was almost over, but everyone was still dancing. Her heart leapt into her throat as she caught sight of Harry with his new girlfriend. Ginny watched him dance with Celia, beautiful, thin, blonde, smart and charming Celia. Her heart constricted and her whole body was awash with jealousy and a longing for what would never be. Self-pity and a loathing of her own weak heart filled her as she turned her face away from the merrily dancing couples. Everyone was thrilled that Voldemort had been defeated a month earlier, even if the Death Eaters were still actively killing. She should have been happy too, despite the fact that no one wanted to dance with her. She was a hero and had the Order of Merlin. She should have been glad that Harry had found someone. She should have been in high spirits, but instead she felt her heart slowly into a million pieces. Are you all Ginny? Her mother came up to her and she plastered a smile on her face for the older woman's benefit. I'm fine, Mum. Just tired, she replied evenly. It was easier to lie than to explain to the matriarch why she was upset. Mrs. Weasley gave a short laugh. We are all tired, I expect, after so much dancing. Ginny did not bother to contradict her. She felt like such a fool for not having more than 2 dance partners the whole evening that admitting it to anyone would finalize her humiliation. She knew that she was not the most attractive girl in the room with her second-hand robes, but she had not thought it would matter so much. She wished now that she had let Harry buy her new ones, but her pride had stopped her. She sighed and shifted uncomfortably in her seat. She had thought that at least some of her friends from Hogwarts would want to dance with her, but everyone had seemed to pair up at the end of the war. She was one of the only singles in the room. I saw you dancing with your father earlier, while I danced with Charlie. You two looked really nice together. I am going to enjoy watching you dance with him at your wedding. Ginny started visibly at her mum's statement and gaped at her in astonishment. Who am I marrying, then? Mrs. Weasley tucked a stray hair back up into the bun before she answered. Well, we had always hoped that you and Harry would hit it off, of course, but he seems to be really attached to Celia. I can't blame him, she's a wonderful girl. She reached out to pat Ginny's hand. Someday, I rather fancy you will fall in love and get married. You used to pretend that you were a bride when you were younger. Ginny's face flushed at the stupidity of her childhood games. I've grown up, Mum, and I stopped playing those games when I was 6. I know you did, dearest. I also know that you did so because Bill was teasing you about it. Her face took on a saddened expression. I was so angry with him for that. It was the only time that he made fun of your game and you never played that one again. She studied her daughter for several moments. There is nothing wrong with wanting to be a bride. Ginny bristled and sat up straight. I have better things to do with my time now. I'm going to be an Auror and I expect that I won't ever marry. She looked around the room and spoke again before her mother could continue with her lecture. Where's Dad? Gone for a drink. She pointed to the refreshment table. Here he comes. Ginny's eyes snapped open and she let out a breath that she had been holding in her dream. She rolled over quietly and grabbed the parchment that she had set on her nightstand before turning. Quickly she jotted down the major points of the dream before putting the quill and parchment back. She lay down and then looked over at Harry. His face was pinched and she could instantly tell that he was dreaming. He jumped in his sleep before shaking his head and mouthing wordlessly. She put a hand on his shoulder and he opened his eyes to look at her. The fear that his green eyes held was palpable. What was it? She asked him softly before getting the quill ready to take notes for him. He squinted and reached for his glasses. I was reliving my up with Celia. Really? Ginny started to write it down. Tell me more. He laughed softly. It was quite dramatic. She was angry about a letter that you sent to me. He looked over at her and frowned slightly. Haven't I told you about this before? No. She looked up from her notes. I didn't want to interfere. He sighed and crossed his arms under his head. I was reading a letter that you had sent right before Christmas. She asked me what was in it and when I wouldn't share, she started to cry. She accused me of cheating on her and all sorts of other things. I tried to explain that we were discussing private things, but she started going on about how you can't have a marriage without trust. What? Ginny's head shot up when she heard the word, marriage. He grinned and winked at her. So I made the grievous error of telling her that I was never going to marry her. Oh, Harry. She didn't know whether to be horrified or amused. Do not tell me you were really that thick. She was your girlfriend. Of course she expected your relationship to be heading towards marriage. Well, I didn't, he answered honestly. You were the only woman that I ever wanted to marry. Ginny felt her mouth drop open and her brain shut down. But, she could not think of any way to respond. He reached up and cupped her cheek. You had to know that. She shook her head and felt tears pool in her eyes. Please, please don't be. She could not express exactly what she was feeling, but he seemed to know anyway. Never. He leaned up and keyed her softly. I would never joke about this. I love you. She sniffed and held back her tears. I love you too. He pulled her down so that she was half laying on him before gently taking the notes and reading through them. Slowly she felt his entire body stiffened. This was your dream? He finally asked. Yes, I have this one often. It was a horrible night. She tried to burrow even deeper into his arms, burying her flushed face. She wished, belatedly, that she could forget that horrendous night. He was quiet for several moments, the only sound was of his hand running gently through her hair. I spent the entire evening wanting to dance with you, but Celia had already expressed her jealousy about us, and so I didn't ask you. He kissed her temple lightly. I didn't know that you only danced twice. I tried not to look at you too often because she caught me staring at you once and nearly cried. I still don't understand why she would feel threatened by me. Ginny mumbled into his chest. Maybe she knew that I really loved you and not her. She shook her head, wanting to know more about his dream. Finish telling me about your up. She took the paper back and sat up again, prepared to write more. After I told her that I was not going to marry her, she slapped me and then told me that I was an insensitive Burke before she broke up with me. He sighed dramatically and covered his heart with his hand. I was terribly crushed. Ginny laughed hysterically. When she had recovered from her mirth, pushed her hair away from her face. Poor Celia. Oi, I'm the one who got slapped, he retorted indignantly. She poked his side and smiled when he squirmed slightly. You deserved it. You were with her when you had no intention of making a permanent commitment. She was really a lovely girl. Harry gazed down at her in amusement. I thought you didn't like her. She was too perfect, she reminded him before sighing heavily. I didn't like the fact that she was gorgeous and very nice. She didn't have any faults, and that was irksome. She doesn't hold anything on you, he replied huskily. You are the most beautiful woman in the world to me. Ah, she started to giggle. I bet you say that to all the girls you sleep with. He joined in with her laugh. As a matter of fact, yes. I have told that to all of the women that I have slept with. His face was contorted in concentration. That would make a total of, you. He kissed her again and she felt him smile against her lips. We should go back to sleep. Yes, we have to be at work in a few hours. I was on duty last night. Ron yawned as he sat on the edge of Ginny's desk the next morning. It was horrible. Nothing happened and it was effing cold. Poor Ron. He has to stay out in the frigid cold without using a warming charm on himself. She tried to keep a straight face but failed. A wide grin split her face before she dissolved into laughter. He huffed in annoyance. For your information, we were told to remain inconspicuous and to only use magic if the situation was life-threatening. So what else happened? Harry asked him as he shuffled through the stack of parchment that had piled up on his desk over the weekend. Ron shot a glare at her before turning back to Harry. Honestly, not much. We watched the house and saw movement in one of the windows, but... Ron, Harry, Ginny, the three heads snapped up to look at Ron's partner, Fraser, came running towards her desk. Attack at the place. We need to go. We're coming. Ginny grabbed her cloak and quickly followed the others at a sprint. They reached Kingsley, who looked concerned. We are all going. Dawlish and Tonks sent word that they were under attack by several Death Eaters. Be prepared for anything. Their boss gave them the location of the house where Malfoy was rumored to be, and in seconds they had apparated into a large battle. For a moment it felt to Ginny as if she were back at Hogwarts fighting with the last of Voldemort's minions before they had been captured. But quickly the feeling left her and soon she was dueling with a robed figure whose tall, lanky frame was eerily familiar. Pertundo. She shouted the obscure but extremely powerful curse at the man and watched as a small hole ripped through his body. Harry had once told her it was like being shot with a Muggle bullet. The other man stumbled and tried to heal himself but could not maintain his balance. Stupefied, she watched the steam from her breath rise into the freezing air as the red light hit him before she bound him and sent him via portkey to the Auror's special holding cell. Ginny quickly turned back to the battle and began to aid Tonks in her duel against a shorter man. The Death Eater was remarkable in his skills, but as soon as she had joined the other woman they were able to subdue him quickly. Thanks, Ginny. Tonks panted as she bound the man as Ginny had done moments before. Any time, she assured her. She turned to join the next fight but was surprised to see that all of the other Death Eaters had either fled or were in the process of being tied up. It's over, she called to Harry as he walked up to her. Yes. He pulled her roughly into his arms and kissed the top of her head. She felt warmth spread through her in contrast to the icy air that surrounded her. Tonks coughed and raised one eyebrow as she looked at them. Is there something you forgot to tell me? No, Ginny winked at her and the other woman nodded. Tonks understood their need for privacy. Do you know why they attacked you? She blushed and turned to look over at the other oars. I sort of took on Ginny's appearance to see what would happen. Dawlish did not think it was really she and Harry that the Death Eaters were after. She smirked as she looked at her partner who was scowling as Kingsley talked to him. I guess I won. Won? Harry probed. She winked at him. He has to clean out my flat for me next weekend. Without magic. She placed a heavy emphasis on her last two words. I'm rubbish at cleaning, so the mess has been accumulating for months now. Harry, Ginny. They turned towards the commanding voice of the head oarer. I want you two to get back to the ministry and start on the paperwork. This was obviously another trap. Yes, sir, they said together, and with two soft pops they were back in their office. To their surprise, Hermione was waiting at Ginny's desk. Thank goodness you two are back. She stood up and hugged them both. Where were you? Wait. She held up her hand. I probably don't want to know as long as Ron is all right. He should be back soon. Ginny informed her. What can we do for you this fine morning? Hermione leaned in to speak in a hushed tone. I made an appointment with the mind healer for you both. You will meet with her tomorrow at 4 p.m. at St. Mungo's. Thanks. Ginny tried to work up her enthusiasm, but she really did not want to meet with the mind healer again. It had not helped the first time, and she doubted that this time would be any different. Her face softened as she studied the other woman. I know you don't want to go, but I really think that this will help. Besides, Harry will be there with you. Right. Harry nodded before putting an arm around her waist. If she says that you are a nutter, then at least you know I'll be there to support you. You are too kind, she said sarcastically as she rested her head against him. Good afternoon, Ginny. The smiling face of the mind healer that she had met with a few years previous came out of her office to greet them. I was very excited to hear from your sister-in-law yesterday. She turned to Harry. Of course, it is also nice to meet you, Mr. Potter. Her lined face was full of delight. My name is Jane Newman. Harry. He held out his hand and she shook it. Of course. She opened the door and waited for them to pass through before following them in and closing the door. She went to the armchair that was across from the couch that Ginny and Harry had sat on. She picked up a stack of notes and started flipping through the parchment. What can I help you with? She looked up and smiled at them. What did Hermione tell you? Ginny asked as she shifted in her seat. She felt Harry's hand slip into her and squeeze it reassuringly. She was concerned that you are repressing memories. She smiled benignly. She also informed me that you had forgotten most of our sessions together. I have to say that troubles me as well. Ginny shrugged. I remember you telling me that you could not help me with my dreams. The older woman sat up straight and studied Ginny carefully. I never said I could not help you. What? She questioned. But, I clearly remember you telling me that. No, Ginny. I told you that your dreams were not in my realm of expertise, and you assured me that you would seek help from your sister once you were home for Christmas. Your dreams are not a mental problem. After the holidays we did not meet again, so I was unable to check with you on it. No, you never said anything like that. Ginny denied softly, but her own mind was hazy on the subject and what Jane was saying sounded familiar. Why would I forget that? She suddenly asked desperately. You remember it then? Harry put his arm around her as he questioned her. She closed her eyes and tried to think back. The memories were extremely muddled, but they were there. Vaguely. I can picture us talking, but I can't seem to hear what we are saying to each other. This realization disturbed her. I have my notes and you can read through them if you would like. She passed over the stack of parchment. But right now I would like to talk about your dreams. Tell me what is happening to you. They have been occurring every night since I found out that Hermione was having a baby. Ginny informed Jane quietly. I see. She got out more parchment and started to take more notes. You did finally admit to your family that you are unhappy, right? Her brow furrowed. I didn't tell you that I was hiding things from them. Jane's head shot up to look at her. Yes, you did. I have it in my notes and I reviewed them extensively this morning so that I would be able to help you today. Ginny shook her head vehemently. Why would I be honest with you when I was not with the others? I didn't even tell Harry about the dreams until 6 months after I stopped seeing you. All we ever told each other was that we were constantly unhappy. Her face was full of concern. You did. They are all there. But, Ginny looked down at the handwritten notes and started riffling through them until she found what she was looking for. She quickly read through the notes that Jane had taken. Today we have had a through. When I asked Ginny how she is sleeping, she admitted to having nightmares that seemed real. When I waited for her to continue, she did so and opened up about how her dreams were so real that it was as if she was reliving them. I am afraid that the dreams are not merely her mind's way of working through her problems. Because of the intensity and frequency of these real dreams, I fear that she is being influenced from the outside. Then she moved quickly through the pages until something else caught her eye. She admits to lying to her family to protect them. Ginny feels badly that she cannot be happy when the rest of her family is getting married and moving on. She refuses to open up with them. The only person that she discusses her problems with, besides myself, is her friend Harry. We continued to talk about her dreams, and it has become readily apparent to me that these are not normal dreams. After I explained that the dreams were likely caused by external manipulations, Ginny agreed to seek help from her friend who works in the Department of Mysteries. She had not given me permission to make inquiries from my colleagues. She claims that she fears being labeled as crazy. She kept going until the last page of notes. Ginny is excited to be heading home for the holidays. It is my belief that she is thrilled to be seeing Harry. I have encouraged her to speak with him about her dreams, and she has promised to do so. No, I never said any of these things. Ginny looked up through her tears at the other woman. She frantically sought to reassure herself that she had not purposefully forgotten any of these things, but part of her mind knew that the other woman was not attempting to deceive her. She sighed as she internally admitted defeat. Why did I forget this? I don't know, Ginny. I was hopeful that you would be able to recover after the root of the dreams was discovered. I find it extremely curious that your nightmares have increased so dramatically recently. Jane looked at her expectantly. Do you want to talk about that? She turned quickly to Harry. Did you discuss your dreams with your mind healer? No, I intentionally did not mention it. We talked about all of the deaths that had occurred and my feelings over having killed Voldemort. Harry looked down at her in concern. I only talked about my dreams with you almost a year after the final battle. He cupped her cheek and ran his thumb gently along her cheekbone. I could only talk about it with you. Have your dreams gotten worse? The mind healer asked him. No, mine are about the same. I have a dream every few weeks. He said quietly. So am I jealous of my sister-in-law. Ginny tried to probe her own mind to find the answer, but Jane interrupted her increasingly darker thoughts. I believe that it is natural to want certain things. You did express a desire to marry once. Most witches and wizards marry, so I am sure you have become increasingly saddened about remaining single. Something clicked in Ginny's mind, and for a moment her head cleared and her memories were there, in the forefront of her mind, before suddenly they were gone again. Damn, she whispered. I almost had it. We will meet more so that we can talk through this, but I want you two to discuss all of your feelings together tonight and write down for me your reaction. I know that you are keeping a dream diary. Jane looked up and she felt Harry nod in confirmation. She had buried her face into his chest. I can work you in on Friday. Do you want to talk about it? Harry asked as they settled into his bed that night. He pulled her into his arms and held on to her securely. It hurts me that you are in so much pain. I wish we had more answers. He rubbed his chin against the top of her head before dropping a key on her temple. She sniffed. I don't know what to say. I've obviously been repressing things, and Jane seems to think that my dreams are not caused by my own mind. Why would I want to forget that? His voice was remorseful. I wish I knew. He lifted her chin so that she met his eyes. You know what amazes me most? What? She asked as a grin tugged at her lips. I find you amazing. You have pushed all of these problems aside to do your job. You are an amazing Auror, and you are an amazing friend. You are always there for me. She laughed softly. I love you, and I love beating you in duels. I had to practice. He chuckled and ran his hand along her back. Is that why you studied so hard your 7th year? She sighed and ran a hand through her hair. No, I did that because I missed you terribly, and it helped me to forget about all of my problems. Maybe I have been using work to push my problems to the back of my mind. His hand stilled and came up to his forehead. Could that be how you are able to repress your memories? You fill your time up with other things. The possibility of that was not unreasonable, but it only made Ginny feel exhausted and unwilling to talk any longer. I just want to sleep right now. Another thought occurred to her. You won't let me forget this, right? I won't. He keyed her before pulling her close. I love you. I love you too. Ginny was nauseated by the thought of Harry fighting by himself, but they needed to protect the young students who were hiding in the castle. What surprised Ginny most is that she could easily hold her own in the fighting. The fear she was feeling for Harry steadily grew worse as she dueled the black-robed figures and was extremely tempted to seek him out. She heard a noise from behind her and turned hurriedly. Her heart stopped when she saw the green light leave the wand of a tall Death Eater. She ran quickly towards their battle. Stupefy! Ginny shouted, and the red stream hit a Death Eater who fell unceremoniously to the ground, but her eyes were on her fallen friend. Seamus! Ginny ran over to her housemate, but it was too late. There was nothing she could do about a death curse. She looked up through her tears at the battle that raged around her on the Hogwarts ground. In the distance she saw Ron and Hermione fighting off Death Eaters with the rest of the DA, but Harry was not there. Where had he gone? She scanned the field and to her horror saw him dueling Voldemort and Bellatrix Lestrange at the same time. She started running towards them to engage Bellatrix in a duel. Look, it's the smallest weasel. Bellatrix taunted before throwing a killing curse at her. Ginny dodged and attempted to stun her, but she blocked it easily. Bellatrix! Voldemort yelled at her. Dumbledore! The older woman turned to the headmaster, who was now engaging Voldemort in the duel along with Harry. Ginny took her chance and yelled, Reducto! She spell went straight for her, but not before Bellatrix shot off one last spell. Avada Kedavra! No! Ginny screamed as she watched the green light sail towards their headmaster. He was hit and fell immediately. Ginny turned back to curse Bellatrix again, but was surprised to see the woman 30 feet away, not moving. She turned back to Harry and began firing spells at Voldemort. Harry withdrew the large sword that he always carried with him. You silly girl! Do you honestly think that you can defeat me? The cold voice that had once belonged to a 16-year-old that she had trusted floated to her as he blocked a banishing spell. You owe me! She screamed at him. You stole my childhood, you asshole! Detrimentum capus! She shouted the spell at him and he started to shake violently before he was able to throw it off. So the little girl knows a few dark curses. How informational. But I am finished with you. He raised his wand towards her. No. She turned towards Harry to see that he was looking at her and his eyes were filled with fear. In an instant he had turned back to Voldemort and was swinging the sword wildly. Voldemort tried to throw a curse at the enraged young man, but it could not reach him. Harry advanced on him and thrust the sword at the stomach of Voldemort, who was trying to retreat. Ginny acted without thinking and sent another banishing spell at his back, forcing the man to stumble forward. Harry sunk the sword into the hilt and twisted it around. You are finished, he growled, and he let go of the sword. Ginny swallowed and watched in horror as the man before them disintegrated and a pale green wave shot out from him, hitting her and Harry and knocking them to the ground. Ginny's eyes snapped open and she looked up to find Harry writing quietly on the parchment. Hey! He looked at her before placing a comforting hand on her cheek. What was yours about? When you killed him, she replied simply. What about you? He sighed after writing her dream down and set the parchment aside. I was dreaming about when I first realized that I fancied you. He lay down next to her on his side so that he was facing her. When was that? He laughed derisively. It was the train ride back to Hogwarts my 6th year. Really? She asked and heard the disbelief in his voice. But I was dating Dean. I know. He bit his lips and tears filled in his eyes. I realized that I was the biggest idiot to have ignored you for all of those years, and I had lost my chance with you. You had been comforting me the whole summer, but I had ignored the fact that you had a boyfriend. We walked to the train compartment without Ron and Hermione because they had prefect's duties to see to, and when we found an empty compartment, you sat with me in silence. I was comforted by it until the compartment door opened and Dean walked in. You ran to hug him and a tear rolled down his face. I saw that you were happy, so I kept quiet. What really made me realize how much you meant to me was what happened next. He finished as he ran a finger over her cheek. Understanding filled her. I didn't leave you. Dean asked me to come and sit with him and Seamus, but I insisted that I was going to stay with you until Ron and Hermione came back. She started to giggle at the memory. He waited with me, but it was the beginning of the end for us. I think he realized at that moment how much I really cared for you. I'm sorry, Jen. I just wanted you to be happy. I didn't mean to cause problems between you two. He keyed her softly. This is not your fault. She studied his haunted eyes. I think we have a lot of things to work through with the mind healer. He gave her a small smile. We will get through this and then we'll be happy and get married. Her breath caught in her throat, momentarily rendering her speechless. I would like that, but I think we should catch Malfoy first. Maybe. He tucked his arm around her waist. Good night. Night. You remember I mentioned not sleeping well, right? I wrote to you about it a few months ago. He told her nervously. She could see that he was extremely uncomfortable, so she nodded encouragingly. I have these nightmares. He continued slowly. I relive the things that, like when I killed him. Relief washed over Ginny. He was having the dreams as well. You too. He let out a sigh and smiled. I thought I was going, well, not any place good. He pulled her in for a hug. I knew that you were not recovering, but the dreams have been plaguing me and they seem to be getting slowly worse. I didn't know what to do about it and I was afraid to tell anyone. He finally admitted. I can't date when I'm so messed up. I have the dreams too. She said slowly. I felt the same way. She smiled up at him. Mum helps me when I have a nightmare. She'll sit with me until I fall asleep again, but I haven't told her about them, how they are so real that you don't even know. You don't even know that you are dreaming and not actually going through it. He finished for her. Yeah, she grinned up at him and felt at ease for the first time in an entire year. So what is your worst dream? His face fell and his eyes clouded over. The worst would probably be watching everyone die over again. I've seen too many people die. Harry. She reached out a hand and took his to squeeze it reassuringly. We've both seen too many people die, and as Aurors it will be with us for the rest of our lives. It will be a part of our jobs. He shook his head but did not let go of her hand. I relive the chamber dream a lot as well. That is the one I dread the most because I nearly lost you. He glanced sideways at her and her heart skipped a beat. I also hate reliving the moment when I heard from Tonks that you caught Draco. That he had used the Cruciatus curse you. She saw his eyes fill with tears, but before she could say anything, her mother's voice floated out to them. Ginny, Harry, your father got the cooling charm fixed so that it isn't freezing in here anymore. We're coming, Mum, Ginny called in a carrying voice. She turned back to Harry and whispered to him. Are you all right? He shrugged and dropped her hand, but she could see the reluctance in his eyes. We don't have to go back in. No. His tone was hoarse. We should go. Together they walked back to the burrow towards her mother, who was waiting for them and watching them approach. Is something wrong? She asked suspiciously. Harry laughed and Ginny was surprised to hear that it sounded genuine. It is too hot. Mrs. Weasley's face relaxed. Yes it is. Well, in you two go. Just a minute, Mum. I have to tell Harry something. Ginny interjected quickly. One of the matriarch's eyebrows rose as she crossed her arms. A minute then, she turned and went in. Ginny rounded on Harry. You just lied to my mother. He flushed and looked at the ground. I couldn't tell her the truth. But you lied, she exclaimed. You lied convincingly, Harry, and you have never been able to deceive anyone before. Oh, well, he looked back at her. I've been able to do that for about a year now. He scuffed his shoe into the dry earth. I'm not proud of it, but I have been hiding these feelings from Ron and Hermione. It's all right. I understand. My life is one huge lie right now and I feel better knowing that I am not alone. She gazed up at him hopefully. He let out a sharp breath and took her into his arms. Never alone. I'll always be there for you. A sense of warmth filled her that had nothing to do with the oppressive heat that lay heavily on them. She felt as though her tumultuous life had stilled just for that brief moment. Ginny's eyes opened slowly to find green ones looking down into hers. Good morning, beautiful, he whispered before leaning down to key her gently. Good morning. Her voice was groggy. Have you just been watching me for long? I was enjoying the view and you didn't seem to be having a nightmare this morning, so I let you sleep. Do you want to tell me about it? She nodded and reached over for the quill and parchment to write it down as she spoke. It was the dream of that really hot night when we talked about having dreams. This time it went further and we talked about lying to other people. She scribbled down the details before looking up to find his expression inscrutable. Harry. He sighed and gave her a small smile. I held your hand. She shook her head in confusion. Right, I know you held my hand. No, you don't understand. I felt so lonely most of the time, and knowing that I could not have you was really painful. That was a memory that kept me going for a while. I felt so peaceful just holding your hand. He reached over to take her hand. There were days that I could barely get out of bed because I felt so hopeless, but if I thought of you, then I could keep going. She was contemplative for several moments before she felt that she could speak. How many bad days did you have? I can't. His eyes were haunted as he tried to speak. She felt his hand begin to tremble. At least once a week I would have this feeling of being sad. It was really bad before you moved in, but after that I was able to live again because you were near me. I could survive as long as you were a part of my life. He finally informed her. She frowned as she considered him. I think I know what you mean. It's that feeling we have now, just a lot worse. I guess it feels like being near a dementor. Yeah, he squeezed her hand before sitting up. Now that I have you here, I don't get overwhelmed like that very often. I'm glad I can help. You help me feel more normal as well. He leaned over to key her cheek. The house was searched yesterday. There is no evidence that Malfoy was ever there. Ginny fell heavily into her chair as she read off the report from the day before. Damn. Harry ran a hand through his ruffled hair. Where the hell is that? Harry. She stopped him. Calling him names, however satisfying, is not going to put him back in Azkaban. We have to look at the evidence and try to figure out what he has been up to. She got out several stacks of parchment and began arranging them along the desk as he walked up to look over her shoulder. We have been tracking him for months, and I feel certain that we can link him to at least 30 Muggle deaths and several wizards as well. She pointed out the timeline that she had made. He started slow, but he had been escalating in the past few weeks. So what do we do? This won't help us catch him since he is not using any pattern for the attacks. He reached over to flip through a few of the pages and together they studied them in silence for several minutes. I don't know, she admitted as she tried to make sense of the chaos and violence before her. I don't even know what his ultimate goal is. Does he want to be the next Dark Lord, or is he just crazy and seeking revenge? That is all we need, another Voldemort on the loose. He muttered. She turned to look up at him. I agree. We need to stop him, and soon. This should be our first priority. Harry looked at her curiously. You mean at work, right? I think that we have a top priority to figure out what is wrong with you, with us, really. No, she found her mouth working before she could really consider the matter. He did have a point, but catching Malfoy seemed more urgent to her and she did not really want to think about her problems just then. I want him, and I want to make him pay for what he did to me. I know you do. Harry put his arms around her waist. I want to do all sorts of awful things to him as well. It was horrible knowing that he hurt you and I could not do anything about it. Hey, Ron's voice floated towards them and Ginny looked over to see her brother's wide grin. Hello, she answered smoothly. What are you so cheerful about? Ultrasound today, he answered and started bouncing on the balls of his heels. We got to see the baby. Oh, Ginny tried to grin but felt it falter. Harry must have sensed her hesitation because he squeezed her shoulders and bent down to whisper in her ear. You can be happy for them, Jin. Someday we'll have kids, so there is no reason to be jealous anymore. A feeling of warmth and longing filled her at his words. She needed to hear that and to be reassured by him. The faintest glimmer of hope seeped into her battered heart. Ginny bit her lip and nodded before moving over to hug her brother. I am happy for you. Ron held her securely for a moment before reaching up to lightly pinch her cheek. I know this can't be easy for you and I appreciate that you are trying. She laughed and gently punched his stomach. So where is the picture? Here. He pulled out a black and white photo and gave it to her. This part right here is the baby's head and then this," he pointed to the skinnier half. "This is the feet, although that part hasn't developed yet since Hermione is only 9 weeks along." He said it all with an air of authority that made Ginny smile. She would have bet 1,000 galleons that he knew nothing of a baby's development 2 weeks ago. "This is really great, Ron." She held out the picture to Harry, who took it and studied the picture for several moments. "What is that part?" He pointed to a small circle in the center of the baby that was brighter than the rest. "That is the baby's heart. We got to watch it beat for a few minutes." Ron's eyes radiated his joy. "So do you know what the baby is yet?" Harry studied his oldest friend as he asked the question. "Nah, Hermione doesn't want to find out. She said she wanted it to be a surprise." He chuckled softly. "It is something that Muggles do, I guess." Harry also laughed and looked back down at the picture. "I don't think you could really tell from this photo anyway." Ginny felt a grin tug at her lips. Muggles can't determine the say of a baby from an ultrasound picture until the baby is 20 weeks along. Both men gaped at her. "How do you remember all of these things?" A sense of familiarity filled her, and she was reminded forcefully of another conversation she had just like this one. She let out an exasperated sigh. "If you must know." She glanced between the two before looking over at her desk and all of the work that awaited her before she could get Malfoy. "If you must know, I did nothing but study and play Quidditch my 7th year at Hogwarts. I missed you all terribly, and the only way I could get through it was by burying myself in my school work." Ron's snort of laughter made her head shoot up to glare at him. "Hey, don't get angry at me." He held up his hands to pacify her. "I was just reminded of someone else who spent that entire year engrossed in his studies." He looked over at Harry and then back to Ginny. If he was not here learning curses, then he was badgering Hermione to find more for him to learn. "The two of us must have spent twice the amount of required time dueling as is necessary to become an Auror. He worked himself until we were both too exhausted to move." "Ron," Harry protested weakly. "It was not that bad." "It was," Ron informed him. "Celia would come in here and pull you away from training. You were a lousy boyfriend to her." "Well, he has improved since then." Ginny interrupted her brother's tirade as she could see that it was embarrassing Harry. "Good. Although, I doubt he could have gotten much worse." Ron winked at her. "Thanks, Ron," Harry muttered dryly. Ginny looked around the meadow and began to search for Harry. She walked along until she had reached the tree where they had picnicked earlier, and she sat down to enjoy the sun on her face. She was confident that he would be there. "Hello, my love." A voice floated to her and she turned her head to see him standing behind her. "Harry, can we dance?" She beamed up at him as he took her hand and led her to a clear spot before taking her into his arms. For several long moments they simply swayed together. "I want to be with you, but there are so many obstacles in our way." His voice was warm on her neck and she shivered. "I know. I want to get rid of Malfoy." She looked up at him and smiled. "Good. We want to live in a world that is free from all of the violence from our past." His tone was husky and deeper than his normal voice. "We don't want to bring a baby into a world that is not safe." "No," she agreed, but her heart constricted. "Ginny," he asked, but this time Harry looked concerned. "Wake up." She stared at the dream figure for a moment before the world faded. "What?" She was in her bed but was met, once again, by Harry's concerned face. "You started to frown, so I woke you." "What was it?" he asked softly as he moved the hair out of her eyes. "You and I in a meadow. I've been there before, but this time I didn't really think I would go back there now that we are together." She admitted sheepishly. "What's wrong?" She shrugged and felt a compulsion to not answer, but he tucked a finger under her chin and slowly turned her head up so that she had to meet his eyes. "Did you really mean it that we can have a baby?" His face relaxed and he smiled. "I really meant it, but I think we should be better first. It would not be right to bring a baby into our lives if we are in such turmoil." Harry's eyes flashed with an unnamed emotion and he chuckled. "We should probably be married as well." "That might be a good idea," she agreed jovially. Her heart felt lighter than it had in years. "He has been spotted again," Ron called to Ginny and Harry. She glanced up as he came running towards them. "Malfoy was spotted near Hogsmeade." Ginny glanced over at Harry and saw that he looked skeptical. "Who was the witness?" he asked Ron. Hagrid, Ron answered. 6 of us are going to check it out. Right. Ginny stood and threw on her cloak. We'll go search and then grab a drink at the Three Broomsticks. Harry and Ron stared at her. Harry managed to speak first. You want to go to a pub while we are working? Of course I do. She winked at them. Madame Rosmerta hears all of the gossip. She'll be able to tell us if anything odd has been happening. She might not have heard about a Death Eater strolling about. Ron interjected. Ginny sighed and shook her head. Then we'll go and visit Aberforth Dumbledore down at the Hog's Head Inn. That man truly knows everything seedy that goes on in Hogsmeade. The three walked over to meet Tonks, Dawlish and Fraser, who were speaking to Kingsley. The tall, black man eyed them as they joined the group. I do not want you to take any chances today. I believe that you two, he indicated Ginny and Harry with a wave of his hand, are our best hope we have of tracking him down. Nevertheless, it is not worth your lives. Be on your guard and do not take any unnecessary risks. Go and report back here when you are finished with your search of the area. Yes, sir. Fraser answered for them. Ginny spoke up. I think we should check the town over before heading back. There is a barman there that sees everything. If we can persuade him to cooperate, then he might have some information for us. Kingsley studied her before answering. He knew whom she was referring to, of course, but no one outside of the Order knew that the barman at the Hog's Head was related to Dumbledore. By keeping a low profile, Aberforth was able to spy for the Order and discreetly keep tabs on Hogsmeade. You, Harry and Ron may go. It will not look odd for you three to be seen together. If we send in more oars, then we might scare off the clientele, and that would anger the management of the establishment. The old man is crotchety enough without deliberately raising his ire. He will be more pliable if it is just you three. If I remember correctly, he has a bit of a soft spot for you, Ginny. Ginny laughed and nodded. We'll be off then. The 6 oars apparated right outside of the village before Ginny started to direct them off. Harry and I will walk down to the Shrieking Shack. Ron and I will move through the village, Fraser commented. That leaves Dawlish and I to check down near the station. Tonks and her partner walked off towards Hogwarts. We'll meet back here to head down to the bar if we don't find anything, yeah. Ron directed his question at Harry. Right, we'll see you here later, then. He called, and together he and Ginny moved down the road towards the decrepit house. The walk was made in silence as they both scanned their surroundings. Ginny looked hard at a stand of trees as her breath rose as steam in the air. Seeing nothing, she went on. This is really frustrating, she bit out quietly. I don't see any sign of a person having been here either. Why he would hide here, I don't know. It makes no sense to be near an all-magical town since he would be spotted easily. He reached over and took her hand in his large, calloused one. Do you feel anything? No, my instincts are not telling me anything. I don't feel like we are in danger, but I do want to check every lead. If we get complacent, then we might miss our actual chance to get him. She squeezed his warm hand and pulled him off towards the rickety shack at the end of the row. When they reached it, she looked up at the house that almost seemed to sway. Poor Remus. I would not like to be stuck in there once a month. Lycanthropy has to be one of the worst afflictions that a person can suffer from, and it is ongoing. Once a month the person becomes an out-of-control beast. He started to chuckle. What? Her brow furrowed as she stared at him. He shook his as his laughter increased. I can't, you'll hex me. She felt a grin tug at her lips. I won't. I promise not to curse you, just tell me what is so funny. Harry's smile faltered as he spoke. You promise? Yes, she cried exasperatedly. Now tell me. I was just thinking that werewolves are not the only humans that turn into beasts once a month. He grinned at her sheepishly. Ginny felt her face flush and she instantly regretted her promise not to curse him. However, that was not the only option available to her. She pulled her fist back and punched him hard into the stomach. His breath left him with a satisfying whoosh, and she beamed at him as he doubled over. That was quite funny, Harry. She informed him innocently. His voice was wheezy. I probably deserved that. You did deserve that, because I certainly do not turn into a beast every month. I am quite restrained compared to most women. Ginny turned back to the house and sighed. But your brothers have told stories of when you were younger." He came up behind her and put his arms around her waist. She stiffened slightly but let go of her anger quickly. She knew that as a teen she had been often unreasonable and her brothers had usually been on the receiving end of her temper. "Is it true that you made all the dishes explode when you were 12? "Yes." She smiled reminiscently. Her 6 older brothers had not taken her seriously before then, but George had put a frog into her soup, and when she had gone to eat it, the frog had jumped out at her. She screamed at him and blew up all of the plates on the dinner table, shattering them into tiny pieces. She had gotten her first period soon afterwards. "It is always harder when a girl is younger, and I have learned to control myself since then." "I know you have, Jen." He hugged her and then backed off. "Do you want to check through the house or just go? I really don't think he is here. It would have been a perfect opportunity for him to curse us, but we have not seen him. Let's go. I want to say hello to Aberforth and see if he has any information for us." She rubbed her hands together, trying vainly to get the circulation going again in her frozen fingers. She could not believe how cold it was outside. Harry took her hand again and she felt warmth spread through her at his touch. "Why is it that the old man likes you, anyway? You've never mentioned knowing him before." "I used to go to the pub regularly my 7th year. He and I would drink together and reminisce," she said casually as they made their way back to the village. He stopped abruptly and she came jerkily to a halt. "I thought all you did was study your 7th year." She winked at him. "That is what Ron wanted to hear. I added in the bit about Quidditch so that it would be believable, but honestly, I would not have gotten through that year without some fire whiskey occasionally." "So you got drunk with Dumbledore's brother?" Harry asked her incuriously, but she could tell that he was also mildly impressed. "Didn't he do bad things to a goat?" She snorted amusedly. "He charmed his goats to play cards." "Cards? You should know about those since you were raised with muggles. He taught them games like poker and blackjack. Then he would bet with unsuspecting muggle drunkards that his goat could beat them at cards. He started raking in quite a bit of gold in London until the ministry found out what he was doing and shut him down. At the time gambling was illegal, but he argued with the Wizengamot that since it wasn't between two humans that he should be allowed to make the bets. He got off on that charge, but the ministry had him for practicing magic in front of the muggles. There was a hefty fine involved." She scuffed her shoe along the hard, packed dirt. "Aberforth is still angry about that since he made sure the muggles were extremely drunk before he brought out the goats, but eventually he gave up and retired to Hogsmeade to watch the students for his brother." She waved at Ron, who was waiting off in the distance. Ron waved back before motioning for them to hurry. "You're not serious, are you? All he did was teach a few goats to play a game." Harry's face was crestfallen. She frowned as she looked up at him. "What did you think he did to the goats?" His face flushed and he looked away. "We'd better go before Ron comes to collect us. You have a dirty mind sometimes." Ginny muttered but took off towards her brother. "Honestly. Oi, hurry up you two. I am freezing." Ron yelled and they hurried over. Ginny spotted Tonks and Dawlish coming slowly towards them from the train station. "Did you find anything?" She turned quickly to face him. "No, there is no sign of him." "This is damn strange," Fraser grumbled. "We have been searching for him all over the place and getting leads from everyone, and yet we still have not gotten even close to catching him." "We spoke with Hagrid," Tonks said as they caught up with them. "He said he saw him heading into the village, but by the time he got here, Malfoy was gone. He was sure that it was him." Dawlish shook his head. "You three head down to the bar and be back at the ministry in less than 2 hours. If you come in drunk you will be in the practice room all day tomorrow. Do I make myself clear?" He stared hard at them, but Ginny just beamed bemusedly. "We will be fine. I'll keep them in line," she assured him. Tonks let out a short burst of laughter. "I don't really think it's Harry or Ron that we have to worry about." Harry grinned and took her hand. "Come on, Jen. Let's go down to the Hog's Head." The three walked away from the others and down the road towards the inn. As they entered the dingy room to find that the bar was empty except for one person, a warlock that Ginny instantly recognized because the ministry had trouble with him in the past. He stood swiftly and moved towards the door, which creaked open and slammed heavily shut in his wake. "I guess he doesn't want to have a drink with us." Ron said jovially. Can't say that I blame him since you have arrested him twice. Harry agreed. He was the one who was trafficking dark object, right? What the hell do you want? A gruff voice came from the back room. I don't like ores. They scare off all of my customers. The old man came sidling into the room, glaring at them. Shut it, you old codger, and get me a fire whiskey in a clean glass, not in that filth you keep for everyone else. Ginny bounded up to the bar and sat down. The foul odors that permeated the bar no longer fazed her. She had long since built up a tolerance to it. She smiled widely at the older man who so closely resembled his brother that she often felt she was looking into the eyes of her old headmaster. How are you, Abe? His ancient face cracked as he smirked at her. Ya always were a bossy chit. I'm doing fine, although I haven't seen ya in here for a few years now. How are ya, Ginny? I'm as well as I always was, maybe a little better than that. She admitted carefully. Aberforth nodded in understand before he turned to stare at Harry and Ron, who had not moved from their spot. Do I have to serve them? Ginny glanced over her shoulder at the two men. Sit, she commanded, and they moved to join her at the bar. They'll have butterbeers. Thanks, Ron grumbled as Aberforth wandered off to fill her orders. He came back with a smoking glass that Ginny downed immediately. The whiskey burned all the way down, but she was quite used to it. Harry fished out some sickles to pay for their drinks as he and Ron opened their dirty bottles. We need some information, Abe. Ask, he commented gruffly. We are looking for Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid spotted him walking into the village, but then Malfoy disappeared. Have you heard anything? She probed as she swiped Harry's butterbeer and took a drink. Wisely, he did not comment. I haven't heard nothing of him around here, although that twitchy fellow ya scared off might have been some help. He came in here all riled up and nervous like. He swiped at the bar with a disgusting rag before raising an eyebrow at her. Can I tell ya anything else, lass? He's escaped, Ginny whispered in horror as she looked at the report that Kingsley Shacklebolt had just handed her before remembering herself and returning the determined expression to her face. We'll just have to find him again. She watched Harry pace in front of their boss. When did he out? He finally stopped to stare hard at Kingsley. He was reported missing just over an hour ago. We don't have a more precise time. He drawled slowly. I expect you two to locate him. We will, Ginny assured him. I've gotten Lucius Malfoy once and I can do it again. Right, Harry agreed. You can count on us. The scene shifted smoothly until she was at the final battle. Malfoy's belittling words penetrated her frantic brain. You might be turned on by fat, ugly, blood traitor's Wormtail, but I find her. His eyes roved over her as he spoke, unsatisfactory. I think I'll just kill her. He smiled maliciously, raised his wand and started to speak, but Ginny reacted quickly. She stomped hard on the instep of Pettigrew's foot and ducked when he let go of her. The green light flew close over her head, hitting the other man. She snatched her wand from the short man's pocket as he fell and pointed it at the tall blonde before yelling, "Stupefy." Her spell hit him straight in the chest. Ginny staggered to her feet and bound him, heading back towards the retreating Death Eaters that the others were trying to apprehend. Before she could move more than a few meters, she was hit in the face by a bright blue light. She tried to scream, but the pain that consumed her left her unable to utter a sound. Her face felt as though it were on fire. Degluby, she vaguely heard Harry's voice, and suddenly the intensity of the curse decreased. She looked up to see him fighting off the Death Eater. Harry. She heard her voice from a distance and it sounded like a croak. Stop. He glanced at her and his eyes widened, but he removed the spell from the black-robed figure. As Harry lifted it, the Death Eater fell to the ground and did not move. You need to get to Madame Pomfrey. He came over and helped her to her feet. She nodded and leaned on him as they moved towards the castle. Dear Tom, Ginny found her hand writing the words carefully. Today was the Quidditch match against Slytherin. Who won? Tom Riddle asked her from the pages of his journal. We did, but Harry broke his arm. I felt so terrible about it. One of the bludgers would not stop chasing him, and then Lockhart attempted to heal him and it removed all of the bones from his arm. She had to swipe at the tears to keep them from falling onto the page. There was a momentary pause before he replied. Harry's arm was broken. Yes, she wrote quickly. He had to go to the hospital wing and he can't leave until tomorrow morning when his arm is completely healed. I feel so horrible about it, but he really is an amazing player. This is nothing like watching him practice. I've been sneaking out to watch the team sometimes. I told you about it a few weeks ago, didn't I? Yes, I remember. Tell me more, Ginny. I want. Here she paused, unsure of what she really wanted to tell her friend. His distinct handwriting came quickly and seemed to mar the clean page. You know you can tell me anything. I won't tell a soul about your secrets. I am your diary friend. I only want what is best for you. I know. No one understands me like you do, Tom. Ginny scratched at her chin, inadvertently smearing ink on herself. I like Harry, she finally wrote. I mean, she added hastily. I have a crush on him, but not because he is Harry Potter. Young love, tell me more. His words came at her quickly. Ginny felt compelled to continue pour her heart out to her invisible comrade. He is so wonderful and kind. He doesn't treat me badly even though I'm his best friend's little sister. She paused to giggle before continuing to extol on Harry's virtues. He is really handsome too. I doubt that he will ever notice me. I'm quite plain, you know. Are you? Yes. I have red hair and brown eyes and I'm very small. No one believes that I'm 11. Many people have told me that I look too young to be at Hogwarts. I don't look like the witches in the magazines. They are all so exotic and beautiful. Beauty is not everything, but you are right. Red hair and brown eyes are not generally thought to be beautiful. Tom's careful script told her, I don't want to hurt your feelings, but as your friend, I feel that I should be honest with you. Ginny felt tears start to run down her face. The truth was hard, but she wanted to truth over her mother's pallid attempts to assure her daughter that she was pretty and that she would grow to become a lovely woman. I want honesty and not lies. A real friend would be honest with me, and I know that you are my real friend. I am, Tom assured her. I will be your friend for the rest of your life. So what do you think I should do about Harry? She asked him, desperate for any form of advice. I really want for him to like me, but maybe that would be impossible. I don't know Harry, so I can't say that it would not happen, but maybe it would be best to wait for a while since 12-year-old boys are often not interested in girls. He finally replied. So you don't think he'll like me back? Tom started to write quickly. Probably not, but you don't need him. If he can't look past your looks to see the nice person that you are, then you are better off without him. But I want to be with him. I want him to notice me and hold my hand and give me a hug and maybe even a key. You don't think he'll ever want to do that with me? Ginny felt her heart constrict and noticed, belatedly, that her handwriting was becoming increasingly messier before it melted into the page. This hurts so much. I'm sure it does, but we want to be honest, right? Yes. It was small, but she managed to write it legibly despite the fact that the quill was quivering in her shaking hand. I have an idea of what we can do tonight, Ginny, but it is time for you to let go. What do you mean, Tom? I mean that it is time to trust me. You do trust me, don't you? He asked her, but his words were starting to blur. Yes, I trust you, she managed to write before her world went black. Ginny felt herself falling through the blackness until she gasped and opened her eyes. She was safe in her own bed and not about to attack Colin Creevey. Are you all right, Gin? Harry's arms came around her and pulled her body to his. What was it? Diary dream where I was talking to him. She fought to hold on to the memories, but they were slipping quickly away from her. Damn, he was saying mean things to me, but I trusted him and then he used me to attack Colin. Harry was quiet for a moment. Mean things, he probed cautiously. She thought hard, trying to recall what he had said to her, but it was mostly gone. He just said that red hair was not beautiful, I think. I can't really remember anymore. Ginny, don't repress it. Harry moved her face up to his and keyed her softly. We need to write it down before you forget everything. He reached over for the parchment and quill and handed it to her. I can write, if you don't feel up to it. He grasped her shaking hand. No, I want to write. I think it will help me recall more of the dream. She wrote quickly but only managed to recall a few sentences worth of the dream. Part of her felt that she had forgotten more than just this dream, but whatever was in her head was firmly locked out of her reach. This is it. She handed it to him and he read through it quickly. When he looked up his eyes were haunted. He really manipulated you. Yes, he did. Something nagged at the back of her head but she could not quite grasp what it was. Sighing, she gave up. This is a large part of why I want to get Malfoy. I know you do, but Ginny, he reached up and cupped her face. You are so beautiful and I love your hair. I don't think it's plain. It was on the tip of her tongue to refute what he said, but she stopped and bit her lip. I have been letting them control my life for too long. She leaned over and keyed him. His mouth moved under her and for several minutes they explored each other's mouths. Finally, with a grin, she pulled back, but she could see the same desire that she felt reflected through his eyes. Thank you. For what? His voice was gruff and he seemed to be breathing heavily. For the compliment and for being an amazing man. She pushed his hair away from his face before gently tracing the lightning bolt scar that marred his otherwise smooth skin. It felt rough under her touch. You did not even protest when I stopped our key. She gazed down and studied his face. Harry shrugged. We agreed to go slowly and you wanted to stop. I am not going to push you into anything. One corner of her mouth was tugged upwards into a half smile. You do know that some men would be whining right now about being led on, don't you? I'm not them and I love you. If you aren't ready, then we aren't ready. His voice was firm and sure. I'm not even sure that I am ready yet. Since I've never done that, maybe we should wait until we are ready to get married. Ginny's brow furrowed as different parts of her mind were arguing. She really wanted to marry him and start a family, but she had a drive to catch Malfoy and she did not want to lose her focus on pursuing him. Then his words fully infiltrated her thoughts and she spoke without really thinking. Can we wait until we are married? She blinked as what she said replayed in her head. Yes, we can. He agreed readily. I am fine with whatever you want to do. Good afternoon. Jane's smiling face greeted them as they walked into her office and took a seat. She closed the door and sat across from them. How are you two today? I am still having nightmares. Ginny informed the mind healer. I see. Have you been keeping a log of them? Jane asked and reached out silently for the stack of parchment that Ginny offered to her. She scanned them before stopping on the last page. You dreamed about writing in the diary. Yes, but I can't remember most of the dream. She replied softly. Jane read back through the dream before putting it down and looking up at Ginny. I believe that this dream is very significant. Could manipulating her through the diary her result in low self-esteem? Harry shifted in his seat as he asked the question. Did Voldemort cause her to doubt herself, and if he did, why can't she remember it? He took her hand and held it while they listened to the other woman. Yes, I do believe that this would be a major factor. Jane pulled out her notes and sorted through them before handing them over to Ginny. I want you to read through this and I think it will help you to understand your repressed memories. Ginny looked down at the parchment in front of her and began to read. Ginny told me about her possession by Tom Riddle during her first year today. She is obviously still suffering from the experience but does not want to discuss it further than her telling me the actual story. She seems to feel that she has recovered sufficiently from it, and although I respected her wish not to talk more on it, I am concerned that she may still have feelings of guilt over what happened. I will try to bring it up at a later point when she trusts me more. I am hopeful that I can convince her that she was not at fault. Something that I have noticed and will have to look further into her repressed memories. Ginny seems to be repressing certain memories. When I ask her a question, there are points when she will completely ignore my question. Other times she will not know the answer to a question that she should know the answer to. I have observed this on more than one occasion, and although it does not seem to be getting worse, I am concerned that if she does not start opening up with her family that she will self-destruct. I am constantly amazed by the abilities that humans possess to save themselves, but I am not sure that Ginny is exhibiting any instincts towards self-preservation. I can foresee her having a down when everything that she hides builds up. Not only is Ginny lying to her family, but she is also lying to herself. When Ginny was finished, she looked up at the mind healer through a haze of tears. I don't remember any of this, she exclaimed through her frustration and anger. I would ask you about your relationship with Harry and if you wanted to move beyond friends, and it was as if I had not even asked the question. Jane explained gently. Your eyes would blank out and you would not begin speaking again until I had moved on to another subject. She studied Ginny and then went on. That was not the only subject that you would ignore, but that was the one I remembered most clearly. Why am I doing this? Harry tightened his arms around her. This is probably my fault. You repressed the memory of when you heard me lie to Ron about my feelings for you. That is probably what started everything. I guess, but she turned to look back at Jane. Why would I still be repressing things? That does not make any sense to me since Harry and I are together. I can see several situations that you are repressing because they are extremely painful. I do not believe that you ever fully recovered from your experience with the diary. I also think that seeing so many people die has affected you. Jane explained calmly. I still believe that your dreams are caused by something outside of yourself, but I am unsure of what that could be. I know that you both feel unhappy most of the time, even though right now you should be experiencing joy at your new relationship. We are both feeling badly, but when we are together, the pain is less intense. Harry explained. We have been sleeping in the same bed for a while and that has kept the nightmares at bay, for me at least. I still have them, but they are not as intense. Ginny's dreams are still plaguing her nightly. Interesting. Jane made notes for a full minute before continuing. I would like to be able to collaborate with your sister-in-law, Hermione. I believe that she and I can come up with a solution faster if we work together. Can I contact her about this? I suppose so, Ginny replied glumly. Suddenly she did not feel like talking about her dreams or love life anymore. They had to get back to work after the session and she wanted to go over their trip to Hogsmeade with Kingsley and pass on the information that Abe Dumbledore had given her. Ginny's boss had been in a meeting the previous day when she, Harry and Ron had returned, so she had not been debriefed yet. She also needed to make sure that she was caught up in her paperwork since her mother expected them for dinner on Sunday and she would not have an opportunity to work this weekend. Ginny was very thankful that it was Friday. Ginny, Harry's voice penetrated through her musings. Yes, she gazed up at him expectantly. His eyes clouded over. You were repressing things again. He finally admitted. We were talking and you were not paying attention. She laughed and poked his stomach. I was not repressing anything. I was thinking about having dinner with my family this weekend and all of the paperwork that we have waiting for us back at the ministry. Neither of them responded, so she looked frantically over at Jane. What? She took a deep breath before answering, and it was clear from her tone that she was troubled. I believe that this might be more serious than I previously thought. Look, it's the smallest weasel. Bellatrix taunted before throwing a killing curse at her. Ginny dodged and attempted to stun her, but she blocked it easily. Bellatrix! Voldemort yelled at her. Dumbledore! The older woman turned to the headmaster, who was now engaging Voldemort in the duel along with Harry. Ginny took her chance and yelled, Reducto! She's spell went straight for her, but not before Bellatrix shot off one last spell. Avada Kedavra! No! Ginny screamed as she watched the green light sail towards their headmaster. He was hit and fell immediately. Ginny turned back to curse Bellatrix again, but was surprised to see the woman 30 feet away, not moving. She turned back to Harry and began firing spells at Voldemort. Harry withdrew the large sword that he always carried with him. You silly girl, do you honestly think that you can defeat me? The cold voice, that had once belonged to a 16-year-old that she had trusted, floated to her as he blocked a banishing spell. You owe me, she screamed at him. You stole my childhood, you asshole. Detrimentum capus. She shouted the spell at him and he started to shake violently before he was able to throw it off. So the little girl knows a few dark curses. How informational. But I am finished with you. He raised his wand towards her. No. She turned towards Harry to see that he was looking at her and his eyes were filled with fear. In an instant he had turned back to Voldemort and was swinging the sword wildly. Voldemort tried to throw a curse at the enraged young man, but it could not reach him. Harry advanced on him and thrust the sword at the stomach of Voldemort, who was trying to retreat. Ginny acted without thinking and sent another banishing spell at his back, forcing the man to stumble forward. Harry sunk the sword into the hilt and twisted it around. You are finished, he growled, and he let go of the sword. Ginny swallowed and watched in horror as the man before them disintegrated and a pale green wave shot out from him, hitting her and Harry and knocking them to the ground. For a moment Ginny felt as though she could not breathe. Her chest constricted and her vision began to blur. Then just as soon as it started, the pain stopped and she was able to focus beyond the pain. Harry. Her voice was hoarse as she turned over and struggled to her feet. She looked up and saw him also fighting to rise from the ground. Ginny watched in fascinated horror as he finally teetered to his feet and looked down at the empty robes that once housed Tom Riddle. "Are you okay?" she called over to him, but again he did not react to her voice. She followed his gaze and noticed that the sword, which had been Harry's constant companion for the past year, was now covered in blood. Suddenly the blood seemed to run from the blade of the sword. She blinked, sure that she was seeing things, but when she opened her eyes she gasped to see that the sword was shimmering. A scream rippled through the dusk and her head snapped back around to the others who were dueling near the castle. "We have to go," Ginny screamed at Harry, ignoring the roaring in her ears. "He's dead, but Ron and Hermione are still holding off the other." Tears were streaming down her face, leaving trails through the grime that covered her from head to toe. She stared in horror at the tall, dark-haired team that was not moving amidst the chaos. They were in the middle of the battle, and if they did not go soon they were going to be killed. "It isn't over, Harry, please." She smacked his face before she pulled him into a quick hug and whispering in his ear, "We need to go." She seemed to have finally reached him because he nodded and took off running for where Ron and Hermione were fighting side by side with the DA and faculty, against hundreds of Death Eaters. Ginny glanced back, not even seeing the forbidden forest in the distance. She saw first the empty robes that had once belonged to Tom Riddle, and then finally her gaze was drawn unwillingly to the still body of their headmaster. She held in a sob and turned back to the fight. It was not over, not even close to finished. Ginny's eyes opened slowly and she drew in a slow breath. As she expelled it out, the dream slipped slowly from her consciousness. She turned her head and was surprised to see that Harry was not in bed with her. She got up and ran her hands through her hair, trying to fight off the dregs of sleep that still remained. She yawned and stretched her arms up before standing and padding softly out towards the kitchen. She reached their small kitchen to find Harry sitting despondently at the table. He had been upset by her lapse at the mind healer's office the day before, but he had not wanted to talk about it the night before. She moved slowly towards the kettle to pour herself a cup, and turning, she moved to the chair across from him. "Mind if I sit?" He shook his head and she sat down. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes, I did. I know I had a dream, but it must not have been important since I can't recall what it was about." She turned the cup around between her hands, warming her fingers on the heat of the cup. "I just don't understand why you would repress it," Harry said suddenly. He took a sip of tea before setting it down and standing up to pace. Guilt filled her as she stared into her cup of tea. "What would you like me to say?" He stopped moving and unwillingly she felt her eyes drawn to his. Ginny could see the pain that he was in. Harry walked slowly over to her and sat on the edge of the table beside her. "I want you to be happy, but you did not want to listen to Jane and I discussing our relationship. How am I supposed to react to you ignoring the feelings that we have?" "I'm not," she denied vehemently. "I want to be with you and you know that. I don't know what made me." "Ginny," he put a hand on her cheek. "You don't have to explain that. I know. I am just worried about. Jane and I were talking about our plans to marry. I wanted her advice on when she thought we would be ready, but when I looked over at you, I could see that your eyes had gone blank. We have to figure out what is wrong with you." He stood and moved over to the window to look out at the gray day. "I've sent an owl to Hermione, asking her to come and see us when she has a chance today. I really think that you need to talk to her." He sighed heavily. "I also want to know if she has found anything." "Hello." Hermione's voice floated through the flat. "We're in here," Ginny called, and she got up to make another cup of tea. She walked in and sat at the table. "Thank you." She took the cup from Ginny and sipped it tentatively. "I am glad that I got your owl, Harry." I find it very curious that Ginny would repress that particular conversation. She looked up at Ginny, who was standing awkwardly near the table. "Both of you sit down, please. I've had an idea." "What is it?" she asked hopefully as she sat next to her. Hermione took a deep breath. "I want you to tell me all of your dreams about marrying Harry and having children, and then I want you to tell me what you feel the practical route to accomplishing this would be." She heard it, but her mind started to blank again. It would have if Harry had not grabbed her arm roughly. Ginny. She turned her head slowly to face him and was relieved to see that his face was coming into focus. Ow, she grumbled as she rubbed her arm. That bloody hurt. His face was contrite. I'm really sorry. I just didn't want you to leave us. All right. She tried to remember what they had been talking about, but it was getting hard to think again. Unconsciously she pinched her arm and jumped at the pain. Hermione's face swam before her. She almost had it if she could stop the dull buzzing that was filling her ears. Ginny. Hermione stood up and pulled off her jumper to reveal a t-shirt. Ginny looked at her in surprise, but Hermione was turning sideways and pulling her shirt taut against her stomach so that Ginny could see the small protrusion that signified that a baby was growing in there. Memories began to swim back to her mind. Damn, she swallowed hard. I want to get married and have a baby. It is a need in me. She moved a shaking hand to cover her heart, which felt as it were beating twice as fast as it should have been. I've felt this way for a few years now, but it got better when I moved in with Harry. Hermione smiled and let go of her t-shirt. That is progress. You both have said before that you feel better when you are together, and I think that is the key to healing you. If I only knew what was wrong. The dream. Ginny answered glumly. The last battle. What? Did you remember your dream from last night? Harry asked in concern. Thus far he had only been watching them interact. Bits of it, I think. I remembered the green light hitting us and cursing Bellatrix. She rubbed her hands over her suddenly tired eyes. She now wished she could forget the dream where she had helped Harry kill Voldemort, the dream where she had damaged Bellatrix so badly that she would spend the rest of her life in St. Mungo's. The evil woman would never be able to harm another person again. She could not move from her bed and she never woke from the battle. The green light. Hermione probed carefully. Bugger. Harry exclaimed and he slammed his flat palm against the counter. How could I forget that? You forgot. Hermione's face was filled with concern. Where did this green light come from? Voldemort. They answered simultaneously. All three started as a pop came from the other room. Each was on their feet with their wands drawn when Ron's call came. It's Malfoy. This needs to end, Harry muttered darkly as he and Ginny moved to the other room. Where? Small Muggle town called Bellstone. Ron replied morosely. The town was destroyed. No. Hermione gasped and covered her mouth with her hands. She walked hastily to her husband and they embraced. How many? She whispered. We don't know yet. The fighting is still going on, love. We need to go, Ron informed her quietly. Right. She sniffed and wiped her eyes. I need to go to the ministry and start some research. Be careful. She looked around at them all before moving over to the fireplace to flow out. Why doesn't she apparate? Harry asked suddenly. She's pregnant, therefore she can't, but we'll discuss that later. Ginny replied quickly. Let's go. The three friends apparated to where the town had once stood. They landed right in the middle of the fighting. Ron ran for his partner while Ginny and Harry began to work their way through the several dozen Death Eaters. They worked together to incapacitate one, bind them and then move on. It was a system that they had discovered worked best when they were greatly outnumbered. Reducto. Ginny cried and shattered a conjured wall. Harry had been ready for this. He quickly stunned one while Ginny got the other with a bad bogey hex. That was very mature. Harry chuckled as they worked to magically bind them. I enjoyed it. Ginny grinned but jumped when she heard Ron yell. Dementors. Harry, get your ass over here. Ron cried through the chaos. She and Harry took off towards the end of town where Ron had pointed, and Ginny was horrified to see 20 Dementors gliding towards the Aurors who were still dueling with the Death Eaters. Expecto Patronum. Harry yelled as he pointed his wand at the creatures. The enormous silver stag erupted from the end of his wand and charged them down. Ginny put her back against Harry as he urged the Patronus to hunt down all of the Dementors. She watched 2 Death Eaters take down an Auror before moving swiftly in their direction. Thinking fast, she pointed her wand at the ground. Vipera Edifico, she called. A large snake emerged from the end of her wand and fell unceremoniously to the ground. Engorgio. The snake enlarged to be 50 feet long and hissing madly. It was as if she were back in the chamber and for a moment she froze. Shit. Ginny, What the? Harry's voice snapped her out of her reverie. Time to play dirty, she called quickly. Order the snake to attack them. Ginny listened as he began hissing orders at the snake that quickly bit both Death Eaters. They had tried, in vain, to defend themselves from the attacking serpent, but most spells flew right off. More Death Eaters were heading towards them, and while Harry directed the snake, Ginny deflected the curses from it that could potentially cause damage. After shielding the great snake from the third conjunctivitis curse, she heard Harry calling her name. Ginny, get back from there. Confused, she turned and ran towards him to the rear of the snake. Harry started to hiss again, and she realized what his plan was. The Death Eaters were surrounded. Behind them were the rest of the other Aurors and the snake in front. The black-robed figures had been so busy fighting off the giant snake that they had not noticed that they were being flanked. Ginny pointed her wand at the sky above the serpent's head. Apparates Inferingo. She looked back at the battle to see a blue light streaming towards her, and she knew no more. Ouch! Ginny groaned and tried to roll over. Her stomach churned ominously. Sick, she whispered, and someone pulled her hair away from her face. There is a bowl, Jin. Go ahead and throw up if you need to. His calm voice reassured her, and she let it go, becoming violently ill. When she had finished, he wiped her face down with a damp cloth and helped her to get back under the covers. Wah! She tried to ask, but her mouth was not functioning well. Nasty curse. I'll explain it later, but don't worry, you'll be fine. His voice had started to lose volume, and once again she found herself in the haven of oblivion. You are sick, he whispered huskily in her ear. Ginny frowned slightly but tightened her arms around his neck as they danced in the sunny meadow. I thought you said I was going to be fine. He twirled her expertly and then dipped her. She looked up into his green eyes that glinted behind his glasses. He smiled benignly and gently keyed her neck before raising her upright again. You will be fine, but you might not have been. I love you, and I don't know what would have happened to you when you had been hurt. We need to get Malfoy so that we can be happy together. Forever. A cloud passed overhead as a cool wind blew around her skirt. We have to get him. She agreed slowly, but something began to feel wrong to her. A chill ran down her spine and she twisted her head frantically to look over her shoulder. Ginny. She looked back at Harry, but his eyes were harsh. We need to get him or we won't ever be happy. Mummy. Her breath caught as she wrenched herself from Harry's arms. She turned to see a small, black-haired boy crying near the tree. Instinctively she ran towards him and scooped him into her arms. I'm here, baby. Mummy's got you, she crooned softly to the boy. Please don't listen to him. He's bad. Please don't. Mummy, don't forget me. His sobbing words slowly penetrated her brain, but the cold voice that floated down from above her drowned out her little boy. It doesn't matter. She looked up into Harry's sneering face. I won't let you remember this anyway. He winked and waved her hand over her eyes, and the word went black. Good morning, beautiful. Ginny opened her eyes slowly and smiled dreamily up at Harry. Good morning. She stretched lazily and looked about her to realize that she was in an all-white room. Where am I? She gazed up at him quizzically. Street. Mungos. He replied before sitting gingerly on the bed. You were hit by an Aconitum curse. Explained as he softly touched her cheek. His eyes wore bags under them and she could see the worry lines that had not yet left his face. Oh, is that why I felt like death last night? She thought back about what she recalled vaguely about the curse she had been hit with. It was a spell that caused the body to shut down outwardly and slowly poison itself using the body's own defenses against it. Muggles called it cancer, but the spell worked a lot faster than the Muggle illness. Still, it was only dangerous to a wizard or witch if they weren't treated within a few days of being hit with it. The tricky part is that Ginny grinned and turned her head to key him palm. Where are my clothes? I'm not really sure where they are, but it doesn't matter because they aren't releasing you for a few days yet. Bollocks. She sat up and motioned for him to move. We are leaving. Ginny, I really think you should stay. He said quietly. It's a nasty curse and they cured me. We are going home. She stood up and grabbed the back of her gown to keep it closed. Your mum will go spare if you try to leave. He reminded her. We were supposed to have dinner with them anyway today. The entire family is outside waiting for you. That caused her to pause and think. Where is my wand? He pulled it from his pocket and handed it to her. Why? She winked at him. I'll see you at home. With a small pop, she disapparated back to their flat. Slowly she walked down to her room and pulled out some cotton pants and an old, soft jumper that had once belonged to her eldest brother. By the time she was fully dressed again, her legs were beginning to shake. Ginny, she heard Harry's voice calling for her. In here, she answered weakly as she sat on her bed. He came in hurriedly and relaxed visibly when he saw that she was all right. Please, don't do that to me. He tried to smile but it faltered almost immediately. You should still be insane. Mungos. She sighed and held up her arms to him. Probably. She conceded and another wave of exhaustion hit her. Bed. He walked over and scooped her up into his arms and took her back to his room. Your mum is making supper for us tonight. I held her off that long. It will be us, your parents and Ron and Hermione at 6. He informed her as he gently laid her down on the bed. Fine, she answered. Suddenly she looked up into his eyes and studied him although she could not say why. The emerald green was warm and soft as he studied her. I love you, Harry. A chuckle escaped his lips and he bent down to key her tenderly. I love you too, but you are still in trouble with your mum for sneaking out. She was hopping mad at you and it took me 5 minutes to convince her not to come after you. She yawned and reached out for his hand. Will you stay with me for a while? Always. He moved around to the other side, kicked off his shoes and got in behind her. He pulled her to him and put an arm around her waist. Sleep, love. I'll watch over you. Oi. Ron's sharp voice came from above her and she looked up groggily at her brother. She felt Harry stir behind her. Sod off, Ron. She grumbled and closed her eyes again. We need to get up. Harry whispered in her ear. If you don't feel up to it, though, I'll bring you a tray. What were you two doing, sleeping together? Ron demanded, not even paying attention to their private conversation. Shagging, Ginny bit out. Where is your wife? Kitchen. She's making tea, he retorted. Why? Hermione. Ginny called as loudly as she could. Get out of here before I hex him. Ron took a step backward and seemed to falter. You should not be sleeping with him. Why not? Ginny asked him impatiently. I know that you and Hermione were together way before you got married. Come on, Gin. Quit baiting him. Harry got out of bed and came over to her side. Do you need help? She sat up and swung her legs over the bed before standing up, slowly. No, I feel all right. Is everything all right in here? Hermione asked from the door. Her face was awash with concern as she looked at Ginny. I thought I heard you call. Ginny glared at her brother. Ron does not think it is appropriate for Harry and I to sleep together. I would like to emphasize the word, sleep. Ron. Hermione turned to her husband in exasperation. You cannot be going on about that. They are adults and we were barely that when we. Ron clamped a hand over her mouth to stop her rant. Ginny and Harry laughed at his red face. Ron, really? Harry put an arm on his shoulder. We sleep better together when the dreams get really bad. The both of us can actually rest when we are in each other's arms. Hermione quickly removed Ron's hand from her mouth. Really? She scrutinized their faces as she asked it and started to pace when they nodded. This, she turned to them and ran a hand through her hair. Oh, now it is starting to make sense. Maybe, but I will need. She left the bedroom and went back to the kitchen. They followed her silently and sat at the table, waiting for her to speak again. Hermione had walked over to the small window over the sink to stare out of it. I need to research some things at work but I still don't have answers for you. She turned back to them and sighed. I might know how to stop the dreams but I don't know if you are ready for it. What is Hermione? Harry asked her as he took Ginny's hand. I really think that the best solution is. Hermione's voice began to fade and Ginny's mind began to drift. The battle yesterday had been mostly successful but they had still not gotten Malfoy. She was starting to feel that he was setting all of these traps for her to lure into a false sense of security. They had easily escaped each of his traps but it almost seemed like. Ginny. She jumped and quickly turned on Harry who was gazing at her in alarm. What? She was breathing heavily as she glared at him. You scared me. Oh my. Hermione's hands were over her mouth and Ron's face has gone white. We need to do this, but does she do this every time? She directed her question at Harry. No, we have talked about getting. Shish, Hermione hissed at him. Don't use the word and maybe she'll stay with us. Ginny was close to losing her temper. Neither of you are making any sense. She growled slowly. Your eyes lost their focus and you were not listening to what we were saying. Ron informed her steadily. No, she denied vehemently but knew, deep down, that they were probably right. She turned desperately towards Harry. Please. You did, Gin. He told her. Hermione thinks we can stop this, but you'll have to trust me. I do trust you, she answered immediately. It would stop the dreams. Hermione answered. It is more extreme and certainly archaic, but you are Harry Potter, so I can pull strings for you. I appreciate it, Hermione. We'll do it and then worry about whether we are ready later. He leaned down to key Ginny's cheek. She's getting worse and I don't know how much more she'll be able to take. I hate this, Ginny muttered. I wish I knew what you were talking about. Ron started to laugh. Don't worry about it, Gin. You'll be happy about it later. Oh, Mum's going to be, ow. He turned to Hermione. What did I do? Her scowl softened. We need to be as vague as possible. Whatever is causing this is more powerful than I previously thought. If we aren't careful, she could be gone forever. We just don't know, so we have to be careful. Harry sat up straight. Wait a minute, Hermione. Can she do this if she doesn't know what is going on? Oh yes. Hermione smiled derisively. It was used long ago to, keep things together. Just one had to be willing for it to happen. One of them had to be, well, in this case, it is the both of you, and for that, I am grateful. I do think that it would be for the best. The absurdity of the conversation that they were having suddenly hit Ginny, and she did not know if it was that or the fact that she was so ill, but she began to giggle. She could not stop, even when her sides began to ache. This is ridiculous. I'm sorry, love, but you'll just have to trust us. When will we do it? Harry asked Hermione. Tomorrow. As soon as Molly and Arthur get here, I will explain what we are doing and why. No one else but the six of us will know until it is done. This should ensure that we are able to carry it out uninterrupted. I think I should have it arranged by tomorrow evening. I will come for you tomorrow after work and we will go straight down to do it. She stood and went the kettle that was starting to whistle. She removed it from the burner and poured herself a cup of tea. You could do that with magic, Ginny reminded her. Hermione grinned. I like to do it the Muggle way. She prepared the tea and passed out the cups before sitting. You do know the condition, though. You understand the repercussions of it. If you don't, then the old law's curses will still affect you. I understand, and it is not a problem. If this works, then we will be fine, and if it doesn't, well, those curses will be the least of our problems. Harry brought Ginny's hand to his lips and looked deeply into her eyes. I will not be sorry about it at all, and I don't think that Ginny will be either. She tried to answer, to speak, but the look, the love in his eyes, held her silent and in awe. I still don't see how she blanks out now but didn't before. This really makes no sense to me. Ron grumbled. I think it has to be the seriousness of the discussion. Hermione replied evenly. Hello. Mrs. Weasley's voice came from the living room. We are here and I need to get supper on the table soon. She came in and saw their faces. What's wrong, Ginny? She looked over at her daughter. I knew you should not have left as soon as you did. No, Hermione interrupted and stood up. I need to speak with you and Arthur. Ginny felt tears well up in her eyes, although she could not identify the emotion that was fueling it. I want to lie down again, she whispered, and felt Harry move to pick her up. She rested her head against his broad shoulder as he carried her down to his room. She felt him set her down again and she grabbed his hand. I can't, don't leave. I wasn't going to, Harry assured her as he kissed her cheek. She let go and tracked him as he moved around the bed to get in with her again. He cuddled up to her and kissed her neck. I love you so much, Ginny. I love you too, she sniffed. I feel so lost and I hate this. I never feel helpless. I have not since I was small. She started to sob and he tightened his arms. I have not let myself be this weak since I was 11 and I do not want this right now. I know. I feel helpless too, but I trust Hermione and I think that we should just go with what she feels is best. He reasoned soothingly. I will be there, will you, and hopefully it will help us to not feel so hurt all of the time. All right. I trust you and I trust her. Ginny tried to calm herself but started when she heard her mother scream. What was that? She tried to sit up but Harry held her back. I promise that she is okay. I imagine that she is thrilled. We will talk about it tomorrow after work. Rest for a while and then we'll get something to eat. Dear Tom. Ginny felt her hand shake as she wrote out his name. I got you back from Harry today but I had to steal it from his trunk. Tom's reply came quickly. Hello Ginny. That is all right. I understand why you would want to come back to me. You didn't tell him anything, did you? She wrote out hastily. Slow down. Your handwriting is nearly illegible. He replied and she felt her heart constrict. But to answer you, no. I did not tell him about you. I told you that I would not betray you. Don't you trust me, Ginny? She sat back on her four-poster and thought about what he had asked. I suppose that I have to trust you. I was terrified when I saw Harry with you. I was so scared that he would figure it out. He can't know how I feel about him or I'll just die of embarrassment. Do not be so dramatic. I doubt that you will die of humiliation. His words were smooth and curved. He seemed very confident and in control. No, I am quite certain that you will die by some other means. Ah, Ginny cried as she sat up quickly and just as swiftly she felt Harry pull her into his arms. His arms gave her strength and she was able to stop screaming. It's all right, Jen. I'm here for you. His words soothed her and helped to calm her racing heart. Tom, telling me that I was going to die. Sobs racked her body as she spoke. I was so stupid. Why couldn't I see what he was doing to me? She began crying even harder but then suddenly stopped. This was so familiar and yet, Harry. He keyed her brow. I know. We will get it fixed, though. Horror and disgust seeped into her as the weight of why she was suffering overwhelmed her. I'm being possessed, aren't I? That is what Hermione thinks. Harry answered softly and he moved the hair from her face. His touch was so loving that despite herself, she felt hardened by his presence. Why can I remember this? She asked suddenly. He stilled in his movements. I don't know exactly but Hermione thinks it is because together, we can fight it. Together, she mumbled. Why is this happening to just me and not you as well? It is unfair. Again, I can only tell you what Hermione has speculated. He took a deep breath. She does not know exactly what is causing the possession but she does not feel that it is complete. She had first suspected that the green light was what was controlling us but I am not affected as badly as you are. I have forgotten some things, though. This has led her to believe that the possessor is not inside of us but an external influence. Since I am trained in occlumency, she feels that is keeping my mind clearer than yours. This is all speculation anyway. We don't really know what is wrong but I think that tonight will solve at least a few of our problems. The injustice of the situation welled up in her. When did she tell you this? His voice was muffled as he buried his head in her hair. While you were sleeping last night. You didn't wake for supper so she brought a tray in for me and we talked it through. I tried to wake you but you did not even stir. So we'll be able to stop this today? She asked quietly. Yes, or at least, we hope it will solve it. He turned his head and keyed her gently. Go back to sleep. We are here today to mourn the loss and celebrate the lives of so many who were lost in the final battle that happened right here just 3 days ago. McGonagall's voice boomed over the grassy area where all of the students and professors were assembled. Ginny looked up at her on the podium, through a haze of tears. It had been a hard few days and she was not sure how she would make it through the last few days of school. If it weren't for Harry, she doubted she would have made it this far. His arm was firmly fixed around her shoulder, lending her support as they listened to their new headmistress. I would like to start our tribute with Professor Dumbledore and Professor Snape. They were both amazing men who were fighting diligently to end the war. Let us take a moment of silence to remember our two fallen teachers. McGonagall bowed her head and the rest of those assembled did the same. Did you fill out that injury report from the attack? Tonks asked Ginny as she casually leaned against her desk. Ginny looked up and grinned. I am working on it right now. I'm sorry I didn't get to it before lunch but I had to go through the debriefing. Did we need it for the She stopped when an alarm went off. Damn. She stood up quickly and the three of them took off at a run towards Kingsley's office. The rest of the Aurors were also assembling quickly. Department of Mysteries. Kingsley answered and Ginny heard Ron gasp. She was also feeling the licks of concern. Hermione was down there right now. The hit wizards are heading down right now to secure the entrance and then I want all of you in there to find the intruder. The emergency anti-disapparation wards have also been set, so please be cognizant of that fact when you are tracking down the intruder. When you get down there, split up with your partners and follow one of the unspeakables who will lead you through to search. I know we have discussed this before, but we have not had to search that department in many years. Please be careful and vigilant. He looked around the group. Let's move out. The Aurors moved silently to the lifts that were waiting for them. They all entered and descended to the Department of Mysteries. As they exited the lifts they were greeted by one of the hit wizards and a man whose last name was Croaker. He was an unspeakable, but Ginny did not know anything else about him. The area is secure, sir. The hit wizard informed Kingsley. We have had a development that I feel I should alert you to. It is all right, Devons. I will inform Mr. Shacklebolt about our discovery. Croaker answered benignly. We shall not require a full search of the department, just a few to take him into custody. I see. Well, I shall personally see to. Kingsley was interrupted. I would also like Ms. Tonks, Mr. Potter, Ms. Weasley and Mr. Weasley to accompany us so that you can arrest the man. I believe that shall be sufficient. I shall, of course, explain it to you at a later time. Croaker gazed expectantly at the head Auror. Of course, I understand the need for secrecy. He turned to them and they nodded before moving to follow him into the Department of Mysteries. Once inside the circular room, he walked swiftly to a door and removed his wand before touching it to the door. It clicked open and he stepped aside to let them through. Hermione, Ron called as he ran up to his wife and hugged her secretly. Are you all right? I'm fine, she answered weakly. We're fine. She turned around and pointed at a man who was bound in a chair. He tried to attack me, but he was not really a match for me. I was able to subdue him quickly before sounding the alarm. Excuse me, Mr. Croaker interrupted. Mrs. Weasley, I have done as you asked and now I would like a really good explanation as to why you have had me bring Aurors into the love room. Yes, sir, Hermione answered quickly, and Ginny finally looked at the man that she had captured. She gasped softly when she realized that it was the same man that they had seen in the Hog's Head Inn. As you know, I have been arranging something for Mr. Potter and Ms. Weasley today. About 20 minutes ago this man snuck in and attacked me. Obviously he was not successful. She turned on her boss. I have been trying to help Harry and Ginny with a problem and I have come up with several solutions. I think he wanted to stop me from completing their bonding. What? Ginny asked her. Bonding. She had heard of bonding, but her eyes began to lose their focus and her mind started to drift. Vaguely she was aware of arms circling her waist and lips being pressed to hers. Lips that she knew. They belonged to the man that she loved, and her vision cleared. Why are you keying her? Croaker asked. She is being possessed and we are using the ceremony to rid her of it. Harry is also suffering from it, but not as severely. I feel that to delay it could jeopardize it further. Clearly someone is trying desperate measures to keep them from recovering. Hermione motioned towards Kingsley and Tonks. This prisoner needs to be kept under constant security for the next several days. Keep in the holding cell on the floor below this one for the next hour and then we will be down to question him. I want you two to guard him personally. This is vitally important and I cannot think to trust anyone else with it. Right-o then. Tonks agreed as she moved towards the bound man. Well, Paulson Niggs, I have not seen you in my custody in quite some time. She pointed her wand at him. Let us go and have a nice chat down in the dungeons. You do remember what the dungeons are like here, don't you? The man flinched visibly. Kingsley's slow voice floated throughout the room. Now, Tonks, don't torture the man, yet. Together they left. See me tonight before you leave, Mrs. Weasley. Croaker ordered before he left, closing the door. Let's get started. Hermione began. I will say the incantation and then it will be finished. Hopefully it will solve some of the problems that you have. Harry took Ginny's hand and brought her around to face Hermione. Ron stood behind them. What if Ginny loses consciousness again? She does not have to be awake for this. It was used several thousand years ago to secure families, and the woman was not usually given a choice in the matter. I called in several favors today and was able to get a special permit for this. Hermione gazed at them in compassion. Let's begin before we are interrupted again. We're ready. Harry squeezed Ginny's hand, but she found that she was unable to speak, so she just nodded. She held up her wand and took a steadying breath. Amatoris adiunctum pectus fertilitatis. A blinding light surrounded Ginny and Harry, and she felt herself being pulled towards Harry although her body was not moving. It was an amazing feeling, and she could sense the love that he had for her, filling her, consuming her, and she gasped as the bounds that had so long held her heart broke. She gulped in the warm air around her, and for the first time in several years, she felt free. A green haze slowly filled the room, but the pure glow consumed it until there was none left. The light faded slowly and she turned to look at Harry. Did we just? Yes. He smiled and leaned down to key her. I love you so much. I would do anything for you. We bound our souls. She gazed up at him dreamily and did not really need an answer. She could feel it within her as she felt her own soul. I feel whole again. She went into her love's arms and held on to him. Thank you, she whispered. I'm happy. As am I, he whispered against her cheek. So it worked then? Hermione asked anxiously. Your mind is clear, she probed as she studied Ginny. I'm fine, and so many things are starting to make sense to me now. I was passing out when you would discuss marriage, right? Right, she confirmed, but she still seemed anxious. We need to discuss the conditions. Hermione's voice caused her to look up at her sister-in-law. You are now married and it can never be broken. You understand that, right? Her face was grave as she spoke. With this spell, there is no divorce and no infidelity. If you were to stop living together, or cheat on each other, you would both die. Your souls are joined now and need each other for survival. I understand. Ginny beamed at her sister. Does that mean we can never be apart? No. It just means that you cannot stop functioning as a married couple. You don't even have to like each other, but you have to stay together. A soft laugh escaped her lips. A separate holiday would not be a problem. Ginny felt Harry's chest rumble as he chuckled. We will manage. The last thing is the baby, Hermione said. Ron grunted. I still think that is barbaric. She shouldn't be forced into this. Baby. Ginny looked around at him before turning back to Hermione. I have to have a baby. Several more things fell into place. She had known that. Her 7th year she had studied ancient magical communities and she had written a paper on bonding. The pregnancy was to ensure that the couple was fulfilling their duties to propagate pure wizard bloodlines. She needed to birth a baby within a year, and her dreams returned to her. Oh my! She clasped her hands to her mouth and stifled a sob. She had been dreaming about marrying Harry for years. She had been longing for a baby, and she had known, somewhere in her head, the solution to ridding her self-possession the entire time. No wonder I always felt so unsettled. Are you all right, Gin? Harry's hand came up to rest upon the side of her face. She nodded eagerly. Our soul bonding expelled whatever had been inside of us. That green light had to have been living in us since the last battle, but because we bonded, it was forced out. Hermione seemed to be almost jumping in her excitement. Ron had to put a calming hand on her shoulder before she would stand still. I had hoped this would happen. Then she ran to them and hugged them both. I am happy for you and that we were able to stop him from harming you. Ginny's face fell slightly. We need to go and question Niggs. Yes we do. We still need to figure out who was doing this in the first place. Obviously it was not Voldemort, since there are wizards who are still out to get you. Ron moved towards the door, holding Hermione's hand. Someone who is alive has to be issuing the orders. I hate Malfoy, Ginny muttered. Harry chuckled and pulled her into a passionate kiss before leaning down to her ear. Think of the positives, love. Tonight we get to try and make a baby. She blushed before laughing. I love you. I love you too. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.